Well, welcome to the 60th Woodville Motocross. What an iconic event, and we're back at the same venue where it's been for all of those 60 years. This is where motocross first came to New Zealand, and it's a privilege to be proud to be back here again. This is a fabulous place and the home of the Manawatu Orion Club, celebrating 110 years, and Brad joins us, as well as our commentary team, of course, president of Manawatu Orion. And Brad, this is a special time for our club.
Oh, absolutely. This is a phenomenal occasion. 60 years of motocross in the country, and it's all been in this paddock right from the get-go. And just looking around, it takes literally hundreds of volunteers to run this event. So it's going off absolutely brilliantly so far. Just touching on some of the iconic parts of this awesome Woodville circuit, and it hasn't changed a hell of a lot in the last 60 years, but the really important feature is this iconic hole shot, one of the most important hole shot corners in New Zealand motocross. It's really panoramic, absolutely brilliant, and if you don't get in there, one of the first riders, you're in big trouble. You then go and move out into what's called the Super Bowl. It's going to be some breathtaking racing out there for phenomenal passing opportunities. There's about 9 different lines that appear throughout the different weekends, and absolutely phenomenal stuff here. So yeah, no, really excited. The track is looking brilliant, some of the best we've ever seen it, and massive 600 plus entries here. It's going to be absolutely spectacular, so bring it on.
Yeah, Brad, in fact, my early memories of Woodville were commentating on this hill, in fact, where we're standing at the moment, and that area that you saw from the whole shot corner, that starts completely reclaimed land down here, so that was all specially contoured, ready for a start. Of course, it incorporates the river here, which is, we'll show you about the famous river race, and all this area down below that you can see at the moment was actually a complete swamp up until about the 80s, when courtesy of Blackleaf Construction was completely drained with Tim and a massive working bee of Manawatu Orion members. So the area down here where we have all of the jumps and the obstacles and our Super Honda finish line is all part of what we've reclaimed as land. So we've certainly been part of this farm. We've helped contour it. Even our construction bridge over to the pit area on the infield was made by the Army Engineering Unit from Linton Army Camp. So great stories of people and volunteers that have shaped 60 years. Sit back, folks, and enjoy it. We've got some awesome motocross coming right at you. This is the 60th Woodville New Zealand Motocross Grand Prix. Well, taking an opportunity to go around this fabulous track, and the uphill here was part of the track for many years, and particularly before the swamp was drained, and this incorporated the Gibbs drop, but now we've called it the Alpine Star ski shot. It is a 30-footer, or in old terms 30 metre, in old terms 100-footer. It's a massive big jump, and Brad, this has really become a spectacle of Woodville.
Oh, absolutely. This sorts out the men from the boys. This is really the iconic. You talk about iconic Woodville. This is really iconic. This one here is brilliant. The Alpine Star Sky Shot. It's named after our founder of New Zealand Motocross, Tim Gibbs, and really spectacular. So these guys will jump from there, and some of the pro riders will be landing way down the hill, and it's a real... It gives the real pro riders an advantage over the rest. How big you want to go, how much that New Zealand Grand Prix title means to you can be won or lost right here on the Sky Shot. It's phenomenal, and over the years we've done a lot of work here, and it's looking absolutely immaculate. So to get underway with this one here. Once they go over the Sky Shot, we go down a couple of little snaking S-bends here, also quite a technical, tight little part of the track. Really important to get yourself all set up. And from there we go to the iconic, what we call the island, which is really rugged and tough motocross. So where we saw the Super Bowl in the whole shot corner right at the start, that was sort of a clay-based soil. We come in here and we've cut into a hill, so it's quite a hard-packed soil. And then we drop down and go right on the riverbank, and it gets to really technical river silt, and we get some really deep ruts out there, and we'll go and have a look at that in a little bit's time.
Well, back again for another shot around our fabulous Woodville motocross circuit. This is the island, as we call it, because this is the reclaimed part of the land. Many times during the year it'll be in a flood zone, so luckily here no real livestock around, or certainly not any houses or buildings in the neighbourhood, so we can have some fun with motocross, and that's what we've done here for 60 years. Brad, this is certainly something different again, because we've seen the soft loamy stuff, we've seen the clay, we're almost playing in sand here.
Absolutely, yeah. If you have a look at this bit, we call it the island. It's like we've just had all of that hard action over there, and then you come out here and you think you might be able to get a rest, but there is absolutely no rest around this Woodville GP track. It's going to be really brutal. This is a really soft river silt. We're right on the banks of the river here, and it gets really deep ruts, big square edge bumps in there, and it's really technical. So you'll see New Zealand Grand Prix titles won and lost in this very section alone, and we've had drama and heartache over the years. We've had all sorts, and you'll get a big big glimpse of this, and they really is a really challenging technical lap. You're hanging out to dry when you've done 3 motos out here. So the New Zealand Grand Prix titles are on the line, and this one here is going to be fantastic. The moisture locked into this ground this year is like we've never seen before, so yeah, it's going to be fantastic. So very excited, and yeah, this one here, very good point of difference. When I used to ride here as a child, this was what you'd dread. You'd be coming around the track and thinking, oh no, and you wouldn't know if you're going to get around it some laps. So yeah, really challenging, really iconic part of the track, and all makes for a big spectacle at the 60th running of the New Zealand Grand Prix here at Woodville. Motocross is going to be fantastic. Can't wait to see how this unfolds.
Well, called the super jump here at Woodville. This was the iconic big 20-metre plus jump, now been overtaken, in fact, by the Alpine Star Gibbs Sky Jump. But this was part of our history for many years. A lot of riders wouldn't have jumped this a few years ago. We haven't changed it in all the years, but with the technology of the bikes and the raising of the standard of our sport, you've got 9 out of 10 of your riders are all doing this these days. So it's a massive obstacle. It's been part of our history and our heritage, and loving everything that's involved with this. And particularly the fact that the approach to it's this big, beautiful, sweeping right-hander. So it approaches in here nicely. You've got riders tapped and going through here. And certainly, Brad, after they've been out onto the island as well, a slight blind spot for some spectators, when they come back into here, it really catches everybody's eyes and imagination, and we get excited knowing who's in front of that opening lap.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a decent run to the line as well, so you can get a bit of a pass, a to and fro going in there, some handlebar to handlebar stuff, and you can really see some really runs to the line go iconic. But yeah, this was sort of like the measuring stick for junior motocross back when I was racing. This was very rare that people would do that. With the modern machinery these days, a lot of these kids will do it. The standard's been lifted well and truly, but this one here was, if you come away from the Woodville Motocross Grand Prix and you'd done the super jump, that was massive. So these kids, they'll be flying through here, and it's going to be an absolute spectacle. So this is the iconic finish line. We haven't changed it in over 3 decades, so it's going to be all on here. New Zealand Motocross Grand Prix well and truly up for grabs. It just flows on nicely through there, and they link up with the track again, and we are going to be in for a treat here. So can't wait for this one. The New Zealand Blue Wing Honda Motocross Grand Prix here at Woodville, the 60th running. Is going to be spectacular.
Yeah, great to see, and all part of it as far as the spectacle is concerned, because all of that embankment around there just becomes the natural amphitheatre for the crowd to sit on. That's why it's so popular with the crowd, because they feel like they're part of it. They ride in here and they can see the action as well and get to know the riders. The pits are all open so that people can cross over the bridge and go and have a look at the pits. There'll be posters galore for the kids and autograph signing by our stars, and the fact that we've got everybody of the who's who of motocross. Yes, indeed, COVID has probably taken the sting out of it with no international riders this year, but hey, for what we've got in New Zealand, we're still in a very good shape for our sport. Looking forward to it. Bring it on. We have got 60 years of New Zealand's first and #1 motocross, Woodville. Bring it on. Well, McDonald's Manawatu in our 125 GP, number 1 Brody Conley, 116, and Hayden Smith, 55. Jack Simon from the 3 of Kobe Burke. What a 125 class today. Talk about stacked with talent. This is sensational. McDonald's Manawatu, and we've got a cracker here for you today, folks. 27 riders in all. So Brody, Hayden, Jack. Brody, former champion. Hayden, former champion. Jack Simon, the new kid on the block after his fresh win from yesterday. Kobe Burke, former champion as well. So you've certainly got a star-studded lineup there for the top 4 at the moment. Medic Dixon, hopefully a starter as well. He'll be a hot one from yesterday. Jared Hannon in 5th, 6th, Dylan Westgate 7th, Ben Harris 8th, Logan Denise 9th, Conrad Fallon 10th, local boy Reese Gillings. All the best to Reese. Rode the 250 yesterday, doing the 125 today. So all the best to Reese Gillings, who'll hopefully be a hot contender for junior racing next weekend at the Junior National Championship. So great to see. Here's the 116, the former tie heavy man Hayden Smith, out in flying good form as he gets it all together for a good run. Remembering he was out on the 250 as well. Now here he is on the 125. This brand new name in world motocross, Gas, formerly of course in moto trials, formerly an enduro and cross country, world renowned brand, and now here they are making awesome motocross bikes, and freshly imported into the country as well. So check it out, Gas. Well, there is, keep your eyes on the 318. It is Altherm JCR Yamaha's Manic Dixon, and the 125 rider. He was at last place, was last. In fact, he's still at last, so he's on his warm-up now. I get the idea he's late to join the field, have no idea why, and also for the fact that maybe he was just out there and cruising or going slow. I might get an idea, because you can tell the other guys have done 4. You see, he's only on his second lap, So there you go. So look out for a Manic 318 to go bang, and I'm sure he'll be into the top 5. Whether it be top 3, well, it's another ask. But he was our 125 podium man, 3rd place yesterday. Jack Simon was yesterday's 125 winner, and also won the legendary JNP trophy for a champion of champion junior 125 250 rider for the day. And for the young kid from Invercargill, an absolute honour and deserved accolade. He was sensational here. Went 2.22 for super consistency yesterday. Love that fact. Kept his head, kept his cool. Knew he didn't have to bust his boiler. Going for first place all the time. So we found out from some of the other riders who got wins, you then don't necessarily be number 1 at the end of the day. 3 different winners, but as it turned out to be, none of those got number 1 at the end. All right, so 125 GP. Anyway, the eligibility is from 15 years of age and above, so McDonald's Manawatu, and where's he gone? He's not 27th anymore. Looking out from the 318. Let's see where he's come straight at. Oh, third place. How good is that? Manic Dixon. So it's now Brody Connolly, Hayden Smith, Manic Dixon, Jack Simon, Ryan King. Yesterday's 125 15 to 16 winner as well, so fantastic to see. I do want to point out that yesterday the 3 classes all eligible for the JNP trophy, actually with a big 14 to 16 250s, with the older 125s and the younger 12 to 14 125s, which is where we saw some great riding as well. So a hearty congrats indeed to our top man in the erecting there for Jack. So well done. no changes up front. Check out the 125 time today, by the way, folks, a 143.9. To think that our fastest MX2 qualifiers are 140, with 142 being in our top three. So only 1 second slower for those little 125s. That's a great effort, proving the quality of our riders. Brodie Conley, Hayden Smith, Maddock Dixon, Jackson on, Reese McBride. Reese McBride's the new one to crack into that top group. The man all the way from beautiful Westport on the west coast of the South Island. So 164 up there now for Reese. He's got himself in contention. So good work up there. So check him out, Reese McBride. Late entry on your program. Won't find the update from the Out West Tours man. So 164, Reese McBride joining our lineup on the MTF Finance Whole Shot MX Nelson Motorcycle Centre supported bike. So well done to our man there. But I'll tell you what, that's taken himself into the top group. What it immediately does is it pushes the others down. You don't lose your good time, others just go better than that. So Brodie Conley fastest, Hayden Smith second fastest. It's not the order they are on the racetrack, it's the fastest that they put in any one good lap. Any one good lap. It might have been lap number 5, it might be lap number 7, doesn't matter which lap they do it, as long as it's the fastest lap. So a good opportunity to get in and put in that super one lap. And often they can plan it, and it doesn't happen just on the lap that they want. It's a matter of build up to it as well. And looking at the lines and looking, I think I can go better there, give it a try and thinking, yeah, that's the kind of line for me, and then really hone in on it. So you've the qualifying session, they could pull over and stop once they've got a good time. They don't have to carry on. It's not to survive till the end of it. Just once you got your good lap, you can then pull out a race, and we've seen that on many occasions. Feeling comfortable, thinking, oh, I've cracked the top 3, that's all, and nobody else will come along and take it. Or if they do, only 1 or 2 won't make any difference. They think, hey, I want to conserve the body, conserve the bike, go back to the pits, do a bit of maintenance, whatever, and many reasons. But more importantly, getting a very good time. All the way back to Matt Carr and Joe Carson's 26-27, but it's Brodie Conley, bike number 1, the NZ champion out there ahead of 116, Hayden Smith from 318, Maddock Dixon. So I tell you what, as far as the field's concerned, we've got Husqvarna, Gas, and Yamaha. So 3 different bike brands up there as well, which is great to see that brands like Gas have got into this 125cc moto market. So great work out there as well. Just watching the 318, it's Maddock Dixon, man, he's on the move there at the moment. Good work by Maddock. Is he going to be in for that hot lap? How's he going to go? Did it back on lap number 6 of the, in fact, he's just looking at how many laps he's done, just looking at which lap, in fact, has been his hot lap. No, he did it earlier, so now looking to see if he can come up the mark. That's still what he did back earlier in the race. Point of difference of 4 seconds for Maddock Dixon on Brodie Conley. Brodie Conley is fast, folks. The number 1 out there. He's the fastest man, let alone the fact that he's first in qualifying. But he's by far the fastest. That is a significant breakthrough as far as a qualifying time. 1.7 seconds. That's mega in motorsport time. So big effort from the Husky 125 pilot. Husqvarna, Gas, Yamaha, KTM, 4 different bike brands for the first 4 in qualifying. With young Jack Simon, the talented 15-year-old teenager from Invercargill, rocking into our top 5. It is McDonald's Manawatu, proud to bring you racing. Here we go, the incredible team swing into action, including Norwoods now and the New Holland excavator, along with our team from Bengston Contractors, Wallen Contractors and Pedley Slurry Services. So the track about to get another soak. The boys have been, you'll see some of the officials have been standing around, look at the track, knowing that they're going to be putting a little bit more maintenance in. So do watch out, track maintenance coming up, so be an idea to get well clear pretty quickly on. So here we are, just keen to watch out at the moment. So taking a break on our program, no racing. This is the last qualifier. We're coming up for the first race. Well, just a reminder, folks, NZ Natural Clothing and an opportunity to get that discount voucher for some of the product already discounted. You'd add the promo code Woody60. That's all it is, WODDY Woody60, and take your opportunity to score some more savings. So you'll get up to 25% on some quality product like MKM Originals, Swan Dryer, Norsewood. So take an opportunity, promo to the max, New Zealand Natural Clothing, kitting out our crew for moto. Well, here we go, getting ready with our track at the moment for our opening moto, and all on the boil today. Check it out in your awesome program, folks. Hope you keep your program, be a great program to watch in 60 years' time if we celebrate our first 60 years. So here we are, Sunday the 31st of January. Actually gets to be about the latest that we race because we choose Auckland anniversary weekend simply because around 50% of the competitors have got a holiday weekend, and Wellington anniversary last weekend gives us as a club an opportunity for an extra day for our work and be in preparation. So it's a dual one. So whenever you see Auckland anniversary weekend, it's Woodville Motocross has been this way for about 30 odd years. So great to see. Right, coming on our program today, MX1 Manawatu Toyota, Women's GP courtesy of ScanPower, Veterans courtesy of Tararua District Council. This place is Paradise with MX2 from Placemakers Palmerston North, and our 125 GP with McDonald's Manawatu. So good to see this kind of lineup going on. Well, the magnificence of our brand new Woodville poster celebrating 60 years of Woodville in conjunction with Honda and Tararua District Council. We love Tararua country. Delighted to be joined today by world motocross commentator Paul Malin. First of all, Paul, welcome back to New Zealand. We're lucky that you married a Kiwi, mate. Thank you very much.
So am I.
Yeah, it is indeed. Hey, here we are with our Kiwi version of motocross. You've been to all the great tracks around the world. Here's our little amphitheatre and our place for motocross. 60 years on, same paddock, pretty cool history.
Yeah, it's nice actually. It's my first time here. I was up at Taranaki last week, as you know, and then I've been to the Summercross. I've been to various places in and around the country, but first visit here, just an hour down the road from where I'm staying. It looks like a good fun track, so I'm looking forward to see what the guys can do out there, and hopefully it's some good racing.
All right, hey, World Motocross 2020, a year like no other. Well, when we say that, maybe 2021 is going to have its hold-ups as well. But it's such a truncated season. But what's the vibe out there? What's happening 2021? Positive that we're likely to have some events going?
Well, it's positive that we have a calendar at the moment. A lot of people asking me if that calendar is going to stick. At the moment, yes. But I think there's a lot of things happening in Europe at the moment that might force it to be put back, but hopefully not. It'd be nice to get a full season, 20 rounds in the normal, traditional way, rather than, you know, what we had last year with triple headers and double headers and all of that kind of thing. But, you know, last year was exceptional circumstances to go racing, but we managed to get through it. The FIM Motocross World Championship, MXGP. But I think you speak to anybody in the paddock, they would prefer a normal calendar as opposed to what we had. But if we have to go back to that, then so be it. You know, we've proved that we can do it, and that MXGP as a championship was quite versatile and overcame a lot of adversity last year. So, you know, for the World Championship, you know, if it goes ahead, will still be an exciting championship all the same.
Now, for you personally, Paul, having won World GPs and having been a rider, a Motocross of Nations winner, must be a special moment in your heart. Now, here you are commentating on the sport that you love. Is it a dream life?
It is actually. You know, it's something that even when I was a kid, so I remember being 14 years old, 15 years old. I broke my leg in a race in a Golden State series, in a Florida series in America, and when I came back, we had a friend staying with us who had a quite over-the-shoulder camcorder at the time, and I just used to go to our local races, and I used to do pre-grid interviews. You know, I'd sort of rock up to the races that I couldn't ride, and I would do fake interviews in front of the video camera with my mates. I'd turn my crutches upside down, the little rubber stopper on the end, doubled up as a microphone, and I just put on a spoof American voice, you know, as the guys, the commentary team back then did. So I think from 14, 15 years old, it was something that I kind of maybe subconsciously wanted to get into. And then when I was a factory Kawasaki rider and then factory Yamaha racer, when I wasn't racing British Championship or World Championship, I was invited to British Superbike or World Motorcycle Grand Prix. And I would go up into the tower and talk to the trackside commentators there, but then sometimes I'd be lucky enough to have an invite into the TV booths and just put on the headset to hear how everything worked in terms of, because I don't know how much people know about live TV, but when you're sat there commenting on the race, you think it's just you watching as a viewer at home, but actually you've got live people in your headset, you know, directors, producers, calling commercial breaks and replays and all this kind of thing. So sometimes you can have, you know, be having 4 or 5 different conversations going on between the headset while you're still trying to focus on getting the words out. So that side, when I was probably 19, 20, 21, sat with me as well, and it was kind of like, man, this would be real cool if I could do that one day. And fortunately, I've been doing it since 2008 now, 2009 fully, as you know, the whole World Championship season. But I enjoy it. I enjoy the travel aspect, but I also enjoy coming here for summer. As I say, my wife Nikki, she's from here, so you know, it's great to come back and see the family on this side of the world and just, you know, relax. Although, you know, some people say, why are you coming to a race? You're supposed to be relaxing, but this is just like home for me. You know, it looks like a good fun track. I know some of the riders that are going to be lining up as well. I know some of the team managers and guys behind the scenes. So, you know, it should be a good day, but I am happy. I'm relaxed.
All right, hey, last 2 years you've been calling racing, and our little Kiwi girl, Courtney Duncan from Otago here in New Zealand, has gone on to be our world champion with sort of a bit of a family thought and thinking of the Kiwi way. Does that sort of tingle the body a little bit?
In what way?
In any way, do you think of her as a Kiwi out there in front? Is it a feel-good kind of factor?
Yeah, it's nice. And actually, when Courtney comes to Europe, she actually stays with Nikki and I as and when she can. We've got a base in Belgium, so when she rides the Dutch Grand Prix or whatever, then she'll come and stay with us for a week, 7 days. We pick her up from airports. We stick her in the same hotel as us, so we help her out as much as we can logistically, just to make her life a lot easier. And it's good to have her around, you know. And you know, she's a little bit naive sometimes, but we love her to bits, and there's never a dull moment when we're travelling with her, for sure.
Great to see. Hey, Paul, look forward to having you back with our team today. Thanks for coming to join us.
And I'll be joining you for race 2, MX2 and MX1, I believe.
Yes, please. Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well done. World champion commentator with us today, Mr. Paul Malin, former World Motocross GP winner, Motocross of Nations winner. For those of you that love your motocross, you might recall his name. And of course, if you watched any MX GP, as he said, since 2008, it's his voice that's broadcasting the world. We love it in New Zealand. We love the fact that he married our little palmy girl, Nikki. And of course, Nikki's done some amazing work. She's been on that world scene. She's worked for Yamaha and other companies doing global MX. So husband and wife team on the world stage, and half Kiwi. Here we are. You've seen the warm-up guys. The MX1 guys are out. Big crowd coming in today. Good morning and welcome everybody. Woodville rules for 60 years on this hallowed turf. Wow, what a history. Did Tim Gibbs know what he created all those years ago? We are looking, we are warming up. It's called the whole shot. It's the bonus money. Who's calling the whole shot? We've got the slab of C4 energy drink, the slab of C4 on the line for the whole shot. If somebody's going to get 3 of them, they're going to get 3 slabs today. So the slab of C4 for our championship classes today. So C4 energy drinks, proud to put up the bonus money. The whole shot is a call. Judges are there on the inside. So it's a line, a sort of an artificial line drawn halfway through the corner. That's the whole shot. First rider through there, they get the bonus slab of C4 energy drink. We're ready to go racing and looking forward to it. Thanks to New Zealand Community Trust, the Lion Foundation. Great to back MOMCC. We are delighted to have this kind of funding. What about Tararua District? They've been absolutely fabulous. We feel like we're part of them. They feel like they're part of us, and we're really working together to promote this beautiful region and having the heaven of New Zealand motocross events right here in Tararua country. Ready to rock, everybody, and looking forward to it. First moto. Oh, the excitement. 60 years is on. Yes, here we go. Listen to the roar. They build up. You might see the digital clock on the right-hand side of the start gate right out there as it ticks away, and it launches 3 seconds or anything after the whole shot we go. MX1 into the corner, and the through and goal. Whoa! And the pile up back back there for the others, and one of them out wide. Carnage back here, and no, doesn't look like there's anybody too bad in there, but there's at least 3 bikes down. One's gone and done the turn as well, as we look to pick the bikes up in the tacky stuff. So still away a little bit late as we look out for it, and still go for it. There he is, out there for the 3. Wow, Hamish Harwood getting the superb start in there on the big KTM. So it's Hamish Harwood that's busted it out. Hamish gets the glory. Loving that fact that he's gone through there. Hamish Harwood, the number 3 NZ, and away he's go. Of course, he's done MX1 in the past. Here's our 38. Wow, we've got updates galore back in here. They're still coming. Don't think the track is clear at this stage. So there it is with Hamish, just looking out to see what we're going to do in the way of that order of racing. Man, oh man, just absolutely busted that one out. Keen to have a look and see what we've got here now on the screen. So it's Hamish Harwood. Remembering, of course, it was Kane Lamont that got the hot qualifying position, but it's beautiful corner. What about that for a rut ride? We can see Lamont in the picture as well, and also keen to look out for the update as they throw their you'll see the left arm going up onto the visor. That's when they get a clear bit of roll off for a film on their vision. That's the roll off film that runs across it. So opportunity to get some clear vision because they're in the heavy traffic. This is what MX1's all about after all, and keeping an eye on the 32 out there around Wyatt Chase. Wyatt Chase, top 3 qualifier, so good work from Wyatt. He's the privateer out of Taupo on the Chase Works supported Yamaha YZF 450. But here we are ready to get our first lap update, and still the number 3 of Hamish Harwood, formerly out of Taka. He's your man to lead him, going to Cody Cooper. Cody looking good. Cody there in the 2nd place at this stage, ahead of Wyatt Chase. Then looking out to Kane Lamont, top qualifier today. Campbell King out of Dunedin. He's in your top 5 as well. So fast and fired up group going through there. Some of our good stars of the sport just finding themselves off the pace a little bit at the moment and further back. So some work to catch up in there. Nice to see cross-country riders like Seth Reardon in amongst the action today. What about Harrison Giselle running an MX1 today? He's cracking inside the top 30 for him, so all the best there as we look to update. Hamish, Cody, White, Kane Campbell, Josiah Natsky, double classing today with MX2, Ethan Martins, Royd and White, and Cam Negus having a ride today. Cam Negus, the veteran from Rotorua. Cam Negus, of course, international rider, went overseas about the same time as Shane King, all of that 30 odd years ago, and here we are now still having Cam to do some very good Kiwi riding in this Manawatu Toyota class. Toyota proud to support racing. Manawatu Toyota, TRC Toyota, Manawatu Toyota, of course, here in Palmerston, all TRC Toyota around the region, covering Fielding and the Horowhenua, capital of Levin as well. Pleased to get him behind them, and thank you for getting behind us. So Manawatu Toyota, there's 4 Toyotas parked in my driveway at home. I hope there's as many at your place. We know them as a fabulous motor vehicle, and whether it be the High Aces or the Hiluxes, you've got great firms in the Manawatu like Kernau Construction operating their entire fleet on Toyotas. And as we know, New Zealand's #1 selling motor vehicle brand, and of course having more models in the top 10 than any other manufacturer in the country. So Toyota, we love them, you will as well. Manawatu Toyota, 3 to go. There it is, Hamish Harwood out in front, 1-2-1 for Cody. Step on, step off. How good's that? Stepping on to the step over jump here. Watch that 2x2 as he leaps up. So too as well from the Kawasaki man. Looks to be Ethan Martins out there showing a great pick at this stage. So it's Ethan on the gas as well. Ethan's got a fine advantage as we look to that overall, and back to a good camera shot where we've got it in the frame at the moment, and look at it come through. So Harwood, Cooper, and we're going to chase a hiccup down there. So there we go now. 32 to drop it, 32 to drop it. Wyatt Chase made the mistake. Costly. Made the mistake. Now he's back. No worries from him. So we go to Hamish. Then looking out to Cody. 32. We look back to as well. And that's Wyatt Chase. So Wyatt's gone down. Allowed a couple to go past. Lamont will move up. So too with Natsky. Looking in there to Campbell King. And then go to Ethan Martins on that Kawasaki. Checking out the 912 in our program as well. So we're really mixing it up here at the moment. And looking out to Tommy Watts back in there. So Tommy, a good position at top group. And then going to the 7 of Royd and White, who's cracked into our top group along with Jacob Steele, Cam Negus. And then looking out to our number 91 in there, Hadley Knight, the man from Taupo, joining us. And for heads, of course, riding courtesy of MXD Graphics, Apex Windows, Beck Building, the Alpine Star and Bell Helmet. So a nice work from our top group of riders. Here we are back into the picture, ready to come back over our super feature finish jump here with Toyota and Honda, and it's the KTM out in front of the flying Hamish Harwood. Cody Cooper on attack, looking to get in there as well. Now looking out to the Yamaha and watch the 94. There he goes. Now the update. So it is Kane Lamont. Dropped the 9, it's just the number 4 for Kane Lamont on the Althea window system. JCR, Yamaha Moto, Yamalube, JYTR, Blue Crew, YMF, YMI, Holland's Collision Centre, Ward Demolition. The list of credits go on for an awesome team and an awesome rider. He's our number 1 qualifier, slips back a little bit, made the mistake last year when he fell off on that opening lap and put paid to any chances of GP glory. He's looking pretty tidy there at this stage, so look for him to wind up. And we want, after a couple of laps, so we start to have a look at some of the lap times as well as his riders settle into the groove and just see how they're going to take this circuit. And I'll tell you what, in superb condition at the moment, this is moto at its best, and we're looking out there. Right at 144, Cody Cooper, fastest man on the track at 142.306. That's an exceptional time, 142, so nice to witness out there. Bit of that early race drama. Luckily didn't take out any of the super favourites from our lineup, although in saying that, of course, just after that here on our Honda turn, the right-hand turn in front of the start jump, we saw a hiccup through there. Early stages of racing for this one as we keep our eyes both on the racetrack, on our screen. Welcome all our viewers out there to Sky Sport Next, watching the live world of motocross out there. Want to do a special shout out to Elaine Rolfe today. All the best, Elaine. Lovely to catch up with the Baker family. So much respect for over the years, and we wish you a speedy recovery and hope you're enjoying our sport of motocross. Well, it's a family sport for the Baker family, of course, so wishing you all the best and shout to you. All right, so 3 to go, 1-2-1, looking out to 4 by 23. Plenty of people watching it all around the world now. Of course, it's one of the things, because motocross has a real interest for many people, and in a lot of countries, of course, they're either in lockdown or they're in the chills of winter, so they have racing in the summertime in beautiful conditions here in New Zealand. I've got to tell you, folks, that it's not until you see TV coverage of an event that you actually give you an idea of the landscape. For example, the native bush around, the hills around, the windmills up here. Where else do you go in the world and have a look at some great windmills around the place for motocross? All right, there we are with our bike battles, and the boys are looming up at the stage. 3 by 1-2-1 ahead of the 4 and 23. Keeping eyes on the 23 today for Josiah. Double classing with MX1 and MX2. That is a huge feat. I don't think we've seen anybody really do it successfully since the days of Shane King. So that's going back a moon or two. Of course, Shane King, the most winning rider in the history there at the moment. Changing, going up on the inside. So there we go. Yes, indeed, that change looking good. That's going to be the update. So here we are now, Harwood in front, then going to the Honda. It is the 1-2-1 of Cody Cooper. Podium putting the pressure on there. You can really tell him that he's starting to make the moves through there. Get an idea of how fast he's going. Look at the breeze he's creating with the speed that he's going, and the ruffles on his race shirt out there. So really putting it in as he picks up already on some back markers. As he glimpses across there, the back marker holds their own on the inside. He gets the opportunity to move out, running it through there. Out on this part of the track at the moment we call the island. So this is our little isolated part that's out there, and it's low down towards the creek and river level as well, so it's actually a much wetter soil by default. You won't see as much dust later in the day come from that part, and also the ruts will what appear to be half a kilometre deep. They are huge out there, and that much softer, loamy soil out there. So fantastic terra firma. 3 different lots of dirt are involved around here, including the clay up on the banks, up on those hill faces. Go to the loamy soil out here on the main part of the track, and like I say, to the island section facility. The track is a little bit like a kidney shape, actually, or a bit like if you turn the letter B upside down and the bubble out for the famous Daytona Super Bowl. Of course, that's the big cambered corner facing out towards the Woodville Township end of our circuit. So great to see. 3 by 1-2-1 ahead of the number 4. The other guys that have got the run at the moment, Hamish Harwood, Cody Cooper, margin between them now of less than 2 seconds, so pretty close there. Welcoming Charles Alabaster out of Team Tararua. He joins us in the lineup as well, so good run from there. Former Motorcycle HQ rider, now extending his wings and supporting his family in their Rotorua-based motorcycle business. So Hamish, Cody, Kane from White still managed to get up and then got back on, and in fact, I thought that Josiah had been able to go past. In fact, I'm sure he has, and we might see Josiah then to make his way back 38 by 11, watching all these riders. Hope you got their program. Keep in touch with them. Manawatu Toyota. Time now at just coming up quarter to 11, our first race of the program. Rocking on at the moment. Now this incorporates for the first ever time round one of the New Zealand National Motocross Championships. The Grand Prix event has always been a standalone event, and we've had a separate championship which has been over 4 rounds. For example, last year round one was the first week after Woodville. We went all the way to Balclutha, beautiful South Otago, for that round. Now here we are incorporating it with Woodville. No South Island rounds this year of our championship, which is a little unfortunate, but anyway, hopefully we'll get a good a club and a circuit that we'll be back for next year. I'm sure we will be. So that's what we've got Woodville on our radar. Woodville already an established event, so it was easy to incorporate it as part of our championship. Great move by MNZ, and massive thanks to our Commissioner Ray Broad for working with the Manawatu Club to make this happen, and particularly for our 60th year as well, in celebrating not just a motocross, the motocross of New Zealand, the first motocross of New Zealand here at Woodville at the same venue. So also incorporating our New Zealand Grand Prix plus as well, remembering this opening round of the championship. I will say that just from a technicality, it's only the first 2 races today that are the national championship. The third race later on today will be accumulated points for the Grand Prix, but it's not part of the New Zealand championship. There's a few different reasons for that. We might have time to explain it later. More importantly, back to the race. The 3, Hamish Harwood, under the radar, every year under the radar. Don't see him at Summercross, don't see him at King of the Mountain. So the build-up events, December and January, hasn't been doing so much racing, but I tell you what, the guy's been trying, he's been training, he's been working hard. The Auckland builder comes to Woodville and sets it up nicely. One of the most winning recent riders in the last decade or so here at Woodville. So nice to see. He's been a long time 125 rider. He's had a dabble at 250s and MX2 as well, and now here he is stepping up big time. He first of all went to 3s as well, and there as well with an opportunity to take them on as well. So that was the MX3 lineup we talked about. And sorry, my apologies, MX2 lineup, and then on the 300 and the class. But now he's actually got the 450. These are the same bikes as most of our championship contenders are on board with. The 300 a little not quite as popular. So Hamish, Cody, Kane, wide in there. Yeah, there we go, wide in there. Josiah as well. It's going to be interesting to see what Josiah's going to do. Is he just riding Woodville today as a doubleheader, or is he going to be riding the entire championships? Unsure of that. So there's a little bit of early race information that we'll get a hold of. Hopefully he's going to be doing the series. If he is, man, oh man, what a true contender with both MX1 and MX2. So nice to see. Here we are, Manawatu Toyota Grand Prix MX1 Racing. Hamish Harwood, Cody Cooper, bike number 3, 1, 2, 1 here to 4. So there you go. KTM in front of Honda, in front of Yamaha. 2 Yamahas in there with a 32. What a recovery, in fact, from his crash here. He did a very quick recovery. 32 made a stumble here on the Honda corner in front of the Honda hill, and from that point he quickly picked the bike up. We saw him lose, I thought, 2 places, but it appears if he only lost 1, or if he'd lost 2, he certainly made up both of those now. So great work by Wyatt out there, the number 32. So look for Wyatt Chase to perform. So here we are at the moto. Keen to look out. 13 minutes and 20 seconds have expired. That means we've got 8 minutes and 40 seconds left to go. So it's all based on time for these guys. This is a longer race duration than you might normally see for Woodville, because we're using the New Zealand Championship time allocated for these guys. So it is definitely a test of endurance out there for these riders. Keen to shout out to Brad Groombridge running there in 19th. We've also got long-time Manawatu star Jesse Donnelly riding on the City Honda here today as well. Neat to have Jesse with us. What an input, of course. Former Manawatu champion, a kid that grew up with Manawatu Motocross. He's back in 13th place. In fact, only in the wet 2 years ago, he finished in the top 5 here. Top 5 for the GP. The 2 standout riders of the day were Lee McKinstry and our man, the 933, Jesse Donnelly. So they were the 2 standouts. They finished 4 and 5 that day in a race that in other conditions might have been sort of, with their experience and amongst the other big guys, might have been more like sort of, sort of that 9, 10, 11 or 12, but on the day they were in exceptional form when others were fading. So great to have those memories of the likes of our City Honda man Jesse Donnelly. So well done there to JD, as we long call him. All right, Hamish Harwood, Cody Cooper and Kane Lamont, they're your high flyers getting it together at the moment. Manawatu Toyota MX1 Racing. First race, we start off with a bang. We go to the big boys first up. Big thanks to TerraCat, of course, for the use of their machinery. The bulldozer, the excavator all helped to remould Woodville. Remembering this is a working farm. That's the key factor. It's a working farm. We come here and take the grass off. It'll be grassed up again, of course, literally in a couple of months with some nice Tararua autumn weather. And we come back here each year. We mow the grass and start with a clean slate. There's a few changes of manicured and moulded each year. It's perfect. I had the chance to talk to our key track builder, Darren Partney, earlier here today, and Darren, it's one of those guys that although he's not racing, he's actually out on the track, and he's looking all the time. And he says he goes away from the event thinking, I know what I've got to change for next year, because he watched the way the event was, whether it be the angle of the jump, the position of the jump, the sequence of the jumps, the height of the jumps, just as an example, how much dirt there is, whether it wants to be a cambered corner, whether he wants to pack some harder dirt on the face of a jump or softer on the landing, all those kind of things. Far technical than you and I generally imagine, but our quality track builders know what they're doing and do it every time. Yes, indeed, Manawatu Toyota and the incredible Hilux, the unbelievable bond. Love that new Hilux ad with all the boys meeting on the top of the hill, and the girls, I should say. Manawatu Toyota, TRC for sales, parts and service. Warding Street, Palmerston North, Aorangi Street to Fielding, Dixon Street in Masterton, and Oxford Street in Levin. Manawatu.toyota.co.nz. The unbelievable, the unbreakable, the incredible, over its history, the #1 selling ute by far, the amazing Hilux. So here we are with Toyota, proud to be behind our racing today, and looking out there at the moment, just off to the side, and oh no, looks like there might be okay. Doesn't look to be too dramatic. A good opportunity to return to the moto, just getting an idea of who that was. Did an exit there at the Honda jump, returning on the track. Nearly cut the path there. That's 38 in there. That's Keegan Bernard out of Taupo on the big building YZ450. So did not look when he entered the track and nearly cut the other rider, but luckily didn't come to anything. So nothing ventured, nothing gained. 34 back in here as we pick up on more of our riders. That's Liam Dewhurst out of Adelaide. So this is on the Brent Scamble Honda. So welcome to Liam. We saw with our entries that we had an Australian visitor. He's in the country at the moment, so nice to have him and doing MX1 riding today. So a shout out to the man from Adelaide, beautiful city in South Australia. So that is Australian's own Liam Dewhurst today. He's on the Brent Scamble Honda all the way from beautiful Winton and Southton. We'll be in Southton, Burt Munro Challenge just 2 weeks away. So next weekend, New Zealand Junior Motocross, full on busy super summer of mighty motocross and motorcycle sport. Been around in one of New Zealand's new legendary events, 15th year for the Burt Munro Challenge. What a legacy that man made at the age of 68 years, becoming the fastest Indian motorcycle in the world across the salt flats of Utah in the US of A. And history was made, and nobody realised the incredible story that went behind it. At 68 years, how are you going to do that? Lived to be 78, born in fact back in 1899, lived till 1978, and just an incredible gentleman of the most amazing Kiwi attitude to life and to living. The world's fastest Indian. The film tells a lot of stories. Have the privilege each year of meeting and catching up with his son John, and tell you what, there's a whole lot of stories that are untold in that film as well, which is worth to get to know. It's made Invercargill, the Burt Munro super city of the country. It now has Transport World and now has Motorcycle Mecca Museum as well. It's fantastic, and many of you as motorcycle followers, if you're ever going to do one pilgrimage or a holiday each year, go to beautiful Invercargill. So much to see and do down there. You can stock up on the oysters or the whitebait and check out the amazing motorcycle heritage of a beautiful city with a great history and culture, and they love motorcycling big time. All right, back to our race at the moment. Hilux, the incredible bond, and looking out for our run. It is still at 38 to fly to his rejoin the lineup. So are we going there with our number 3? All is still apart. 1-2-1 for Cody. So it's a 3 on the boil. Here he is going past our flag point once again. Here we are with our 1-2-1 for Cody Cooper. And keen to keep an eye on Cody. What's he got at the moment? It is a 2-second disadvantage for him. So he was 3.4. He's made up some time going up over there over the Honda step-up jump. That is mega. That is mega. So watching out. They'll come down through here again off the Honda jump to the bottom of the hill. Look out for the 3 on there. And take him on the inside. There's the 3. Hit the inside line. Cody's gone the outside line. There's that 2 seconds. Look at that. 1001, 1002. You know your 2-second rule for following, and that's certainly what it is at the moment. Look for the orange KTM going over by the
double jumps on the far side, coming down and underneath it in the Fox Pirelli, and coming down to the bottom. So there it is, the orange and the red. We've got the battle on, folks, with that 2 second deficit. We've cut them down, and more importantly, in the race at the moment, we have only a fraction over 2 minutes to go before the white flag will come out. So it's there it is, 19:50. We're going to see, so it's a 22-minute moto plus 1 lap. I think they're going to get an extra. I think this is going to be two more. It'll be the next one is clear, and then the white flag after that. But it's all based on time, and time meaning that it's not necessarily the number of laps, because in the dry you could do more, in the wet you would do less. So the time is one thing that stays constant. So we'll be doing it 22 minutes plus a lap for this Manawatu Toyota, the Hilux, the unbreakable Bond, the unbelievable motor vehicle that is Hilux at Manawatu Toyota, manawatu.toyota.co.nz for sales, parts and service. Got to tell you, folks, I had a faulty bulb on my Hi-Ace van. Go to Manawatu Toyota. They knew exactly what to do. They said, would you like it fitted? I said, yes, please, thinking, well, you know, there was going to be half an hour of work, and they just did it on the spot. Bang, it was done, and just added into service, and only a pittance of money required. So great service, great people, and value for money. There it is. All right, look at, here we are. They're in the same frame now. They're heading around the Magic Daytona Super Bowl. There it is, 3 to go with a 1-2-1, 1-2-1. Always going. Now, remember when they come up here, we've generally seen that Hamish likes the inside and Cody goes to the outside. So look for the 3. There they are in the same picture, and it's Cody going to the outside, making up for the ground. There's no way there's 2 seconds on that one. The moment we counted the 2 second rule last time, there's nothing on this one. As we look out for Hamish and Cody, it's a 2-bike show for these guys out in front at the moment, because Cody can sniff it. He can almost smell it, as he is close to it at the moment. 3 to go with the update of Hamish Howard and the 1-2-1. Looking back as well to the others in the class. Will take on with an update shortly. And just we'll get an idea. That's on the other screen. Kane Lamont still in 3rd place. Josiah Netsky 4th. 5th for White Chase. Then Ethan Martins, Campbell King, Jacob Steele, Tommy Watts, and Kobe Burke. That's your top turn. But all eyes here at the moment on the bike fight going on for the 1st place. You can see them separated by literally only a couple of bike lengths at this stage. The 1-2-1 of Honda Hotshot, Cody Cooper. Here's the 1-2-1 on his bike. That effectively is what we got. 2017, 18 and 19. They're the 1-2-1 on his bike. He was 1, he was then 2, then he was back to number 1 again. So fantastic. He's of course officially now back to 2NZ. Led the championship last year after the first few rounds. White flag is out, white flag is out. There it is, 1 lap to go. White flag coming out well and truly. Yes indeed. In fact, we're at 2 minutes 25 seconds. So our calculation correct for 2 laps to go at the previous point. So it's all on for the last lap. Are we going to see a change from here? First of all, he's got to catch up. Then he's got to put the pressure on. Will Hamish Harwood make the mistake? Unlikely. Will we see Cody try and overtake? Where's he going to overtake? Where's the best place on the track to try and overtake? The crowd come to flock to watch the best boys in New Zealand motocross. You've got them right here. 3 to go. There it is. Hamish Harwood. Cody in behind him. And not as close as it was. Not as close as it was before. So all of a sudden, Hamish has found a little bit of extra speed. Pulled out the buffer. Maybe it's the lap riders. Have they been? In fact, look at them. The Kawasaki. What a good sport. Moving right over there. There's the opportunity for Hamish. Look at do drop into the corner, and the Kawasaki rider, thank you, good sport. He says, I'll let you guys go. You're fighting for the title. All on here with this last half of a lap to run as they head around towards the back of the circuit out on the island. Still Hamish Harwood, start to finish. Will he go all the way? Start to finish. He's led for all of this duration. This is 99.5% of the race. Is he going to be able to hang on till the end? All the pressure on for the CML KTM pilot. And courtesy of Makita Roadcon Instruction, Demon Energy, Fox Unforeseen, Pirelli, EBC, Turbis, FMF, CFX, the list of credits go on. And the man still listed in the program as being from Taki. Loves to say he's from Taki. When he first came here on his little Suzuki RM80 all those moons ago on the Murray Thorn motorcycles bike, he was just a little kid making it happen. He used to finish up about 8th or 10th, and he finally cracked the top 3 at one of his events, and he's gone on to some amazing feats in senior motocross. So a rider that certainly matured, and although he's now lives and married and works in Auckland, still puts down on the program. He comes from Taki, proud of his heritage in the beautiful Golden Bay. looking out for this final run for these aces, and there it is. So we're home, we've done it. So three's got there all the way. So 3 to do it. Hamish Harwood, the margin in the end at 1.8. Then going to Cody Cooper. Cody gets the second place. So nice work there by Cody. As we look back, some of these other riders now potentially will be those from the lap, but then we look out, there's Kane to come through, looking out of course for the others to follow. So there's your top 3 at the moment, the brands all out there, KTM, Honda and Yamaha. The first race at Woodville's always got that wow factor. How are we going to settle and who's been training the best? As we talked about, Hamish Harwood comes in out under the radar. Hasn't done most of the major build-up events this time. Often don't see him from about Labour weekend all the way through, so has a couple of months whereby he is doing his own thing and looking out to see and exactly what he's done, sort of under the radar, that stealth move, bang, and winning that first moto. Will he be able to do it again? Well, it's future to be seen here today with us still to take an update. Will be our riders just there. There's a track crossing underway. Please, under the supervision of our officials today. We'd love to have you on board with that. You see a lot of our official media, plenty of them present here today. We also have our visiting officials. Special welcome our clerk of the course, Brent Scammell, all the way from Winton in Southland, to Tomo, a man from Thames. He's one of our stewards, also in our stewards team today. We have Auckland's Stu McCulloch, and all the way from Hardware, assistant clerk of the course, Dave Craig. So from Otago and Southland and Auckland and around the place. So our visiting officials doing a great job. Also to be acknowledged, our own Manawatu volunteers, hundreds of them here for this fantastic event. The club had a big change in 2020, brand new secretary after many years of Anna Satanovic, who's still, of course, our Queen of Woodville and organiser extraordinaire, but the general secretaryship of the club now being well taken by Ellie Nagel. So thanks to Ellie, a great opening year by her, and all the challenges of COVID and running the sporting events, and also for the presidency of the club now handled by Brad Ritchie, one of the younger presidents we've had in a number of years. So nice bit of history in the making there. So MOMCC, 110 years old this year and celebrating 60 years of Woodville. Well, ScanPower working for our community through fielding, Danny Verk and Paraparaumu, 0800 800 39. Proud to be a Women's Grand Prix sponsor today. I love that, working for our community, and that's what power distribution companies do these days. So thanks, ScanPower. Love the work that you've done, of course, network service provider, and in so many quality ways, part of our region and here in Tararua country, but also spreading their wings through fielding and Paraparaumu. So thank you to ScanPower. Proud to be Grand Prix Women's sponsor today. No, unfortunately, at the top of the list, Courtney Duncan had a crash during the week and unfortunately knocked herself, and we weren't sure of the injury. Neither was she, actually. Found out afterwards there was a hint of delayed concussion. As we know, with concussion in sport these days, it is something we want to avoid. So Courtney, an apology for not being here today. And Courtney, if you have had an opportunity to watch us out there, we do say very welcome and thank you for what you were able to do in a short time to commit to do Woodville. Accidents do happen, we all understand that. We wish you a very successful year in 2021. Watch for that lady. Paul Malin will be calling the racing for World MX, and I'm sure Courtney Duncan will reign supreme again. The lady from Palmerston, the other Palmerston, of course, that's the one in the South Island. So when you're heading through there, you know that's where the world champion comes from, Courtney Duncan. And thanks to Kawasaki for supporting her so much, both here in New Zealand and overseas. And we wish her a very successful year. The two number ones were to be world number one and New Zealand number one, with our New Zealand number one, Amy Roberts, top qualifier, and the lady from Hamilton on the Blackwood Yamaha Blue Crew Yamalube Fox NZ70. And Dr. Trim bike will be back again with number 3 NZ Taylor Rampton out of Opanaki and the Naki, ahead of Georgia Marshall and our own Hannah Powell, top 5 qualifier for Hannah. Bring it on, Manawatu. Coming up next, ScanPower Women's Grand Prix. On our program page, folks, Sunday 31st of, you'll open up your program, think you're looking at the program. No, maybe you're looking at the mini program or the junior program. Make sure you go to race program Sunday 31st, and that's what we've got lined up today. Already been through our practice qualifying, so we've got race order. That's we've got 22 races today, and that's number 1 completed, number 2 for the Grand Prix Women's next, followed by MX2 Veteran, 125 GP, and well, MX2 Support has actually been amalgamated with the Veterans, so race number 6 is incorporated within 4. So there's only 5 races for the round. Then we're going to have the Stringfellows River Race brought to us here in Tararua country, and then we'll be having our 60th anniversary, a short celebration of our sport. Great welcome today to our life members, and of course to those legends, Mr. Ken Cleghorn and Tim Gibbs, that started this event 60 years ago, and both of our winners for the first 3 years of this history. So thanks, gentlemen. An absolute honour to have you with us. We'll have the band to parade for us, and we'll also be doing our national anthem today as we celebrate this great sport in our great country. And also then, of course, we'll go back through to rounds 2 and round 3. So NZ National Championships only on round 1 and round 2 today, and then we'll have our second river race at the end of round 2 before we're going into our final round today. So where you see a 22 race program, you can actually cut out races 6, 14 and 22 as they're incorporated within races 4, 12 and 20. So still have the same amount of racing for everybody, that is, but we don't have to have the number of races, as 2 has become 1. So that makes our program go even smoother today. Looking forward to it. Stringfellows River Racing, Stringfellows civil contractors extraordinaire. Man, they certainly popped up here in the mighty Manawatu and doing some quality work. Been involved, of course, in quarry excavation work and getting a lot of the metal out of our rivers and quarries around the place. Supplied a lot of truck and trailer loads, of course, to go through to the magnificent transmission gully job, and also around here in the Manawatu, and now extensively involved, of course, in the new wind farm being set up here on the Tararua Palmerston North Road at the moment. So Stringfellows, civil contractors, they love motocross as well. Mason, of course, and the team have been racing for a number of years, so neat to have people that are motorcycle friendly looking after our motorcycle sport. So thanks to Stringfellows giving us our 2-leg river race, part of the big splash here today.
I work over here by too. I travel over every day.
Okay.
All right, wishing all the best, speedy recovery for Ethan Martin's reasonably serious injury that we're worried about. Now, Ethan's one guy, I tell you what, he has bounced back years in and years out, so I've got all the faith in the world that he will be okay, but it's just that the medic's doing all the right things. Speaking of medics, got to do a shout out for ProMed. If you've got a motorcycle, in fact, sorry, a sporting event or any community event, full stop, think of ProMed for your first aid requirements. These guys, paramedic qualified, have just done a marvellous job for our motorcycle sport. We really appreciate them. So ProMed, here we go. Here are our women's, New Zealand's best woman. What about our world champion here? Unfortunately, that didn't happen, but we have got the best of our Kiwi ladies. Look at them, they are fast as we get out to a big start. Now, women's GP, just some of them to drift wide, but they keep out of each other's way. That's quite a nice thing to do, I can tell you. And making it, we can see there that the ladies got an opportunity to give themselves a reasonably comfortable buffer in amongst them all. So the one to look out for, the numbers 1 and 3, and look at that. In fact, it is 3 by 1, 3 by 1. Taylor out in front. Taylor Rampton, go to the number 1 up on the inside, 79 for Roma. There's your trio. They're the same 3 ladies that we saw give us the best results really sort of late spring into early summer. These were the ladies that were showing their best in motocross. The number 1 in 2019, retained the title in 2020, Amy Roberts, and great work by Amy. This lady knows how to ride moto, and with the support and coaching from Kane Lamont, certainly have seen her go to another level as well. So good to watch. But I tell you what, the lady from the Taranaki, formerly NZ number 1, so she's been there before. Now on the Action Moto supported Kawasaki in the lead at this stage. Taylor Rampton, the number 3 NZ, hanging with them at this stage. But there's the number 1 right on the tail, looking to come up. In fact, look at that. All of a sudden, Taylor's got a bigger advantage. Amy looks for the gap up on the inside, tries to win. No, won't get through there at this stage. As we look out for Roma as well on the 79. So Roma Edwards out of Motueka, and Roma in control there at the moment on her Yamaha. 2 Yamahas and the Kawasaki for our leading trio of ladies there, all in the same pick as we watch the bike battles going on. Kawasaki from the 2 Yamahas to lead them. 3 comes in front of us. Taranaki's Taylor Rampton, she chooses the left side of the track to come up right up through the middle end for the number 1, and then looking to Roma as well. See those choice of lines, all vital. How are you going to line up for the next corner? Look at the style of these ladies these days. They're doing everything technically correct in moto. Up off the seat, of course, all that pressure on the thighs there and the upper leg, making sure that they can get the best out of the bike and use that balanced position to move around the bike. Motocross, it's not just about going for a ride on a motorcycle. Anybody that's done it will know how physically demanding it is. So you've got to learn how to ride the bike. Look at that. Elbows out for Amy. Textbook stuff right on the top wall there of the Daytona Super Bowl here at Woodville. This is the number 1. She's out in front. Amy Roberts, out in front. No, not yet, not yet. She might be. No, in fact, it'll still be the three to do it. So well done. Oh, in fact, there was a folder. Three's gone too wide. Got cross-rutted. What we call cross-rutted. Had one wheel in one rut, one wheel in the other. By the time she just had to drop the throttle to straighten the bike, that's given the advantage for Amy to squeeze up on the inside and take that number one position. 1 by 3, blue by green. It is Hamilton's Amy Roberts up against Opanaki's Taylor Rapton in the early stages of the ScanPower Women's Grand Prix racing. Oh, down she goes. Oh, the race leader's gone down. Number one to go down. Looks A-OK, but she's gone down and right on that corner, rough and rutted, and the classic front wheel washout. Down she went, just tucked the front, and now she's going to have to fight back. So that gives it to the number 3 and also the 79. Bit of a setback. And there it is, the magic moment, and getting it all wrong. So bad luck there. So it's now 3 in front. She'll realise it. More importantly, so too will Roma. This is Roma's chance to get in there and attack as well. The number 79, look out for Roma Edwards. Blue Crew, JCR, Murray Thorn Motorcycles with Workshop Graphics, Dr. Trim, Crown Kiwi, Alpine Star, 100% Bell, along with Etika. So some quality sponsors for Roma to give her support and encouraging her with more top-class racing. Wow, so number 3, that's all on her own, literally now. So where are we going to see Amy? So Amy officially hasn't led for the lap at any one stage because the top point that she did it was then she literally only held it for 3 corners. All right, here we are, 3 in front. So when I say officially, that isn't going past the lap score line. So we know that she was in front, but not at a point that will register in the results overall. There's the number 1. She's made the recovery. She got up to do it again. She's a little bit closer than we were thinking, which is great news. Now she's got to try and peg back the result. This will be good. So Kawasaki out in front to Roma. So the classic front wheel washout. She's obviously been quick enough to get the bike up again. That's magnificent work. So the fact that she went down obviously wasn't a stall there as well. So he was able to keep the engine running. So that's, of course, going down on a right-hand corner. Clutch on your left-hand side, working the throttle. So she's then had to use all her strength to pick the bike up on the inside. So you're talking about a young petite lady there that's got some real serious physical work to do with a motorcycle. It's as heavy as the 250, and then fight her way back onto the bike and then get it and rejoin the moto. So officially still there in 3rd place at this stage, and as you see in the picture, literally probably at this stage only about 20 bike lengths behind the others. More of an opportunity to talk about the other ladies in the races. It takes more than just 3. So that's Taylor, Roma and Amy. Now we go to Chloe Steele. We've already seen Super Brother Jacob do top 10 in MX1 with Melissa Patterson up there, a super daughter of world star and former New Zealand multi-time champion Mr. Brian Patterson, and a man who's got his name on the Woodville trophy as well. I want to point that out. So here's now the daughter of a man who's been a Woodville winner. For those of you out there that have followed Woodville for any chunk of the last 60 years, it'll be a name that you can remember. Now, of course, branded with his very successful motorcycle shop in Rotorua. So all-round nice guy as well. Real comedian on the track and off the track. So a lot of respect and time for Brian. And so here's Melissa now doing her riding as well. So that's Melissa on the track in 5, followed by Courtney Clapham, Manawatu lady on the AFC Moto Kawasaki, ahead of Hannah Powell. Hannah Powell, our junior 125 winner here yesterday, and she, of course, is a Manawatu rider on the City Honda CRF 250. And to 7th place, Letitia Alabaster, formerly here out of Tararua, now in Rotorua, along with Brianna Rogers, George Swift, Georgia Marshall, Tyler Edwards, sister of Roma, Georgia Sebelink, and Melissa Edgar in our field as well. So keen to see Melissa in our lineup. In fact, I'm just checking out at the moment, the young lady from fielding on her KTM 250, number 837. So there's our ScanPower Women's Championship field. Now, if you're following the bikes out there, you get a bit of an idea of the machine capacities as well, and worthwhile having a look. We've got 125s and 250s. I don't think there's any of the ladies with anything bigger. They actually do have a chance to ride bigger bikes, but in fact, Brianna's down as riding her 350. Yeah, maybe it's a 350, so not too many ladies ride 450. The amazing power of those bikes, and what I call, generally they can pull your arms out of your socket, so it takes an incredible lady to control a 450, and one suggests that they're much better off on 250s, which has proved to be their weapon of choice. It's what they're riding, of course, in World GPs as well. So here we are. All right, Roma in second place, but it's still the number 3. Roma in your picture there, the 79, out on the island at the moment, starting to put the pressure on. Look at that, getting closer and closer. The margin last time at 1.025, so just a fraction over 1 second. So she's feeling it, and had the opportunity just for a quick word yesterday. How you feeling, Roma? She's, yeah, feeling better. They're nice words to hear from her. She's been on the road to recovery, so hasn't been quite at her peak that she was the likes of October last year when she smashed out 3 from 3 to win at the Labour Weekend Motocross Festival in Taupo, and here she is on her road to recovery now and putting together some good motos, but this might be a real good confidence booster for her. There we are, 3, look at them clearing the big time jump, 3 in front for our lady up there, Taylor, back to the 79, back to 1 here with Amy. Amy might be getting a bit of a feel of this one. Still plenty of racing left. Knows that she's good enough to be up the front if she can't close the gap down. Got to be content with third. Remembering the GP is over the 3 races. Also want to point out that this is the first round of the Women's Cup. The Women's Cup as well. Now the Women's Cup is over 2 of the 4 rounds of the Motocross National. So all 3 races count for the Women's Cup for these ladies. And that is this round and the Taupo final as well. So round 1 of the New Zealand Motocross Championships today. Round 2 in Rotorua, 3 weeks time today, on the 21st of February. Following 4 weeks, Saturday the 20th of March for round number 3, and then our 4th and final round the week later on Sunday the 28th of March in Taupo. And it's Taupo and today that are the 2 legs of the Women's Cup. We've got some other support racing that's on at the other 2 rounds as well. So check it all out, mnz.co.nz will give you all the information you want. There's information there to find out about where the venues are, where those places are, where the rounds are, and importantly what classes there are racing at each of those rounds. Our main recognised 3 classes, MX1, MX2 and 125, they're at all rounds, and just some other classes like the Women's Cup that filter in. So this is leg 1 of the Women's Cup. Doubling is our GP here today, all 3 races to count. So Amy may be just feeling like, hey, doesn't need to extend it. 3rd place, good enough. She's looking for that number 1 plate after all. In Women's Cup and the Grand Prix, there's still 2 other races today. And for the Women's Cup, still 3 at Taupo. Right, more importantly, looking out for our other ladies. We've been counting them back there and talking about our 21, Georgia Marshall out of Waipukurau on the Bay motorcycles. MH2 suspension, CFX seat, supported Kawasaki. Oh, here we are, 3-3 and 79. White flag 2, white flag for the girls, white flag for our girls, 1 lap to go. There's Amy as well on that number 1. So and as we've pointed out, doesn't seem to be extending. I think that's a wise level head that she's got on her shoulders there. That's good, Taylor. That margin before was 102, is now 0.7, less than 1 second between them. So I think Roma's got a whole different flavour on it. She wants the glory. So important to do that early in the moto. Watch for the update. You can see that less than a second, 79 for Roma. Look at her cut on the inside. See, she got a better line through that rut. That was a good line. Took it on the inside. It was a little bit rougher, but it was worth it to go through. Now she's more gone the opposite and gone further out wide, and looking to try and come back with another bike fight for that inside line. Look, in fact, they're identical ruts as they go. You often don't want to play follow the leader. And a good example of that was earlier in the moto. You remember when Amy Roberts fell down on that same corner the ladies are going past now. What you saw on that occasion was that if Taylor, who was behind her, had been directly behind her in the same rut, once Amy made the fall, she'd go bang into the back of her and be caught in the same rut. Roma would have come around and maybe have gone from 3rd to 1st. So that's why you don't always, when you're so close to the rider, be identical placing right behind them. Yes, if they've got the best line and they're doing it at a speed that is only matching you, different story. But good examples of these corners, choose a different line that should the leader falter, you can then be beneficial from being able to get past them without colliding with them. All right, late in the moto, we're down on the island at this stage, so some pressure on for these guys. Keen to watch the battle, Taylor and Roma. Here we go, coming towards us. What a great shot. You can sell that. You can almost put your time clock on it, and that margin less than a second to go, but I tell you what, it has not changed. We've only got a couple of corners to go, so we'll be dramatic from here for Roma. Can she do it? We're about to watch out and see. Here they are to come round for the final. Checkered flag should be waiting. Look out for Taylor. Taylor Rampton to do it. Look at that. Nothing between them. In fact, the margin is 0.8 of a second, but more importantly, it's the checkered flag and the number 3 to do it. So well done to Taylor Rampton taking the win. The lady from the Naki ahead of Motueka's Roma Edwards. 3rd place for Amy Amy Roberts was leading, but slipped back to third. Won't be disappointed, I believe, ahead of Letitia and Anna and Melissa. They will be our next trio of ladies, 4, 5, 6. Next up, ScanPower, proud to be your community service provider and available through Fielding, Paraparamu and Danivu. Well, there's the 35 of Hannah, just literally cruising across the finish line on that occasion. So no real pressure around her. She was 12 seconds behind Letitia, but still another 13 seconds in front of Melissa. No pressure at all. Does the right thing. You don't have to race the whole time during a race when you don't need to be racing. Save the bike, save the body, save the pressure of what goes with racing. Should be other times when she'll need to give it 110%, and we'll look for that a little bit later. ScanPower Women's Moto. Exciting part of our program. Loving it always. Hey, race program rocking on. Coming up next, race number 3, MX2. With an opportunity for your program, the awesome update that you'll find in the words of Andy from our great Manawatu Club patron, the great Tim Gibbs, and check it out in your program, just a couple of pages in, and see the Woodville MX origins about the event, and also on bikesportnz.com, and Andy's put up another of the stories just today. So Bikesport NZ is the Facebook page, and you'll get daily updates. Every day there is something new on the website. It's New Zealand's #1 motorcycle focused website by far, whether it be New Zealand Superbike road racing, or motocross, or cross country. A lot of motocross at this time of year, so too for a bit of road racing. So if you want to find out about New Zealand motorcycling, it's all happening there. And of course a taste and a flash of what goes on overseas as well. A little bit about, for example, AMA we're into this weekend tonight, or this afternoon. Our time will be round number 4 of the AMA Supercross. A lot of interest with 3 different winners from the first 3 rounds in AMA Supercross. That exciting spectacle of our sport that rocks into America. World Championship, of course, with that each year as well. Hey, with all of our sponsors that we've been talking about through the day, couldn't do it without Honda. We love them. Encouraging you to go up to the Honda marquee and seeing their range of motorcycles. For the farmer, there's the fabulous 2-wheeler 190 and the all new and conquering 520 quad, which Honda have ramped up for a new year. Exciting motorcycle. It's part of their lifeblood of machinery, of course, as we know, and Honda's history tells it all, why they're more farmers with Honda than any other. Well, of course, they are the best, and that's undisputed. So check it out. Special thanks to our Honda dealer network, especially our 2 local and favourite dealers, visit Honda right here in Pahiatua, and also to City Honda in Palmerston, or long-time supporters of MOMCC, Manawatu Orion Motorcycle Club. So thanks, Bevan and Scotty, and to all you other cool people that work there. You know, the Roberts and the Johns and the Blairs and the others of this fine ilk as well. So thank you guys, really appreciate your commitment. All right, up there as well for the kids' bike, you've got the 50, the 110 and the 125, and now it's sitting on a stand so the kids can actually sit on. How many times do you go to a bike shop? Please do not sit on the bikes, and that's to be respected for the kids' safety as well as the bike. But the bikes I've got in here, they do let you go and sit on them. Is that the right size for you? Does your kid want to be on the world's #1 50cc motorcycle? Or do you in fact then want to go to the bigger 110 or up to the 125? And you think 125s are too big for kids. The new 125s have actually got smaller wheels. They're much smaller than the 100 or the 125s that were out a few years ago. So taking an opportunity as well. So, oh, beautiful aerial shot here. Well, we've only got to go back to the 80s to talk about Mr. Wareham and his aircraft. I remember getting splashed 40 odd years ago. Beautiful day to be out flying as well, isn't it? Hey, for those of you out there with your tents and easy ups and covers up, congratulations. If you're not, please, folks, slip, slop, slap and wrap. Man, oh man, big day for the sunscreen here today. One of the features of Woodville over the years has been our wind velocity, but a beautiful, calm weekend. In fact, the weekend build-up now has been fantastic. All right, remembering there, one lap warm-up. Go out and check the track, 1 lap warm-up, MX2. Well, this is a safety endeavour that's been around now for the last few years as far as our New Zealand Championship's concerned, and now that we're running a championship round, we give our riders a 1 lap warm-up. 1 lap of a motocross circuit is not too much, just to give them a familiarisation what's changed in the track. See, it's a long time since they were out for their qualifier earlier today. Track's changed, some parts drier, some are wetter because we might have done some artificial watering. Also the fact that some of it might have just been contoured with a bulldozer or the excavator, or we might have re-ripped it with the New Holland Norwood's excavator. So lots of opportunities. And of course, one of the great things about it as well is you're warming your bike and your body, as we call it, in the all-important warm-up. They go straight back to their drawn position, so they don't have an opportunity to redraw. We've already done the draw for the gate, so the rider is in gate 13. Well, he goes back to gate 13. Welcoming our team from Tararua Heliworks today. They're our official helicopter service provider. We've done everything over the years, from track watering to crowd watering to, more importantly, some helicopter rides today, So that'll be up the back of the pits, an opportunity. What a day for a ride. What a day for a ride. Man, oh man, talk about a spectacle. That will be magnificent today. So if you want to invest in having a look at what this looks like from here, I've seen some magnificent shots over the years. Actually, probably about 20, 30 odd years ago, I did have a helicopter ride here myself, so on the day. So it is amazing. Firmly recommend it. If we make sure there's plenty of people in the helicopter at any one time, it'll keep the cost down. Shout out to Kiwi Pure, our beautiful mineral water, healthy body, healthy water. Water available here today, folks, over by the sign and tent, along from the start line, so you can either buy a drink or fill up your own water container. Water available here today. Water, real day for it. We want plenty of it. You'll need it as well. Bring it on, MX2. Who's got the slab of C4 energy drink? A big break out in front. And a couple more left back bikes on the top. Thought for a minute there was only 2. There's actually 3 in there. As we look at the bikes in the pile up, there's bikes on top of bikes. Luckily we've got the riders out from underneath that. And 3 of them down. We've all right, 3 to go, getting on. 3's proven to be our lucky number today. James Scott out there, the Honda man. Looking good for James, gets the impressive start in the field as well. So checking out James, he's the one to go for it. A good breakaway there. Man, I tell you what, got a very good start. As far as the whole shot's concerned, when you are over a bike length in front, that is huge as far as motorcycling terms are concerned. So a great run from him in the whole shot glory, and the slab of C4 on the line. All right, freight train of racing for the opening lap. This is one where you've really got to concentrate about keeping your position and holding on to it, seeing if you can make those changes, make them pounce early. Look at that 3 or the dab up on the inside, 3 in a beautiful corner to get through there. But I tell you what, look for Brodie Connolly. Brodie looking to mix it up in there. Brodie Connolly putting the pressure on, but it is the number 3. James Scott, the Honda hotshot. He goes for it at the moment on the Honda Moto. Best Bill Wellington, Alpine Star, 100% Bell helmets. Pirelli, Krapovic, Ringfield, Twin Air metrics, and the list of credits go on. And looks like the change. I think 3's been forced back. Should be the 88. Look for the 88. He's coming. Yes, indeed, Brodie Connolly. So Rhodes to get up there at the moment. The 88 of Brodie Connolly, the man from Matamata on the Husqvarna 250F, courtesy of LMC Racing. And there it is, the White Magic out in front. Brodie Connolly looking for 3, and then to Josiah in there as well, the Kawasaki man on the number 2 NZ bike. And there he goes, remembering, of course, he's got a different number in MX1 because this is the first year he's been in MX1, but as runner-up last year, Josiah holding on to that number 2 plate, so taking the number 2 number into 2021. But it is the 88 Brodie Connolly, 3 from James Scott, and 2 then to Josiah. 3 different bike brands again, well represented. That's what you got to love about the manufacturers lineup, spreading some talent right across the field there. So if a rider has already secured a ride in one brand, then you're looking for the next best rider to get on your brand as well. So a bit of jostling goes on, of course, for James Scott. His debut season. Oh, mistake by the race leader. The race leader down. 88 Brodie Connolly down. Loses it on the same corner as Amy Roberts did, but loses it on the outside of the corner, not on the inside. Down. There's cross-running. You see one wheel and one the other loses his balance, off balance, and throws the bike to the left. He goes to the right, quickly back on his feet. Look how quick he's getting back to the bike to make that recovery again. Oh, a 60th Woodville magic moment there. So the race leader is gone as we look out to the update again. So right for the front will take him, and it is, of course, the number 3. He's high-flying. He was in the lead before. His challenge before was the 88 of Brodie Connolly. Now it's the number 2 of Josiah Natsky putting the pressure on. How's Josiah feeling after an MX1 race as well? Remembering this star, an incredible rider. You've now got people, of course, like Jorge Prado, who we know is winning World Motocross. This is a man that was his big rival in the EMX class a few years ago. Paul's acknowledged him, and we'll get Paul to talk about it in the up-and-coming race for the MX2. He'll be joining us on the microphone for the next race in this one. Remembering, again, 20 minutes plus the lap. 20 minutes plus the lap we've got for these guys. So we had Conrad Muse, Josiah Natsky and Jorge Prado. They were the 3 riders in EMX racing those few years ago, and unfortunately our little Kiwi just did not get the brakes that the other boys got, and all those things that happened with everything from bikes to sponsorship to race results and crashes and accidents and injuries. So it didn't certainly work well for Josiah, but took an opportunity to see how we work, so well done to that. Dave just updating us. Brodie Connolly back into fifth place. So Brodie in a quick recovery. Brodie Connolly back to fifth. So good work by Broads as we look to pick them up. Great pictures here on the CTAS Live update. Remembering, folks, if you want to follow it out there, CTAS Live, you can get it on your phone, get it on your laptop, get it on your palm, you name it, you've got the device, you get it, and check it out. You can get both the results and you can get the picture as well, or you can have the picture with the results up in the corner all at once. So you've got three different options of the way you can find out what's going on. 3x2, that's their placings from last year. What's happened to the 44? Where is Maximus? He is coming, folks. He is coming. I think he's up to third. Had a terrible start. Doesn't like the number one on the bike, so he's actually still opted the same number he rode last year before he won the title. A man out of little old Mangakino up there on the Central Plateau. A man who loves his shooting, deer shooting and pig hunting. He's an outdoors man to a T and loves any opportunity to go out, but man can he ride a motorcycle. So you watch what happened. I wouldn't be surprised if by the next lap or so he's the fastest rider out there. So keep your eyes on 44. Maximus Purvis on the Althern JCR Yamaha as well. He should be in liquid lightning form, I'm sure, when we line up in the moto results later in this race. We're counting him down at the moment. We are only 5.5 down. That is 14.5 to go. 20-minute moto before the white flag comes out. Slightly less than the MX1, guys. This is MX2. These are the 250cc moto bikes. Also, in fact, an opportunity to be on a 150cc two-stroke. Not a big sort of a taking to it around the world and here in New Zealand as well, but it is one of the scopes available to be on a 150cc from a heart of a 125 two-stroke, but it's just a little bit bigger. But not quite the same power that is offered with a 250. Not so much on a track like this. You wouldn't lose as much, but with tracks, for example, Taranaki last weekend on the hills, be one of those things to make a significant change. With the 250 would have the advantage over the 150. 279, Carlin Headley, slow to warm up today, but he's getting going now. As we look out for our Placemakers, Palmerston North. Placemakers know how, can do. We love Placemakers, you will too. Official hardware provider for MOMCC. Hardware provider to so many people in the trades. Many other people go to the Chinese stores to get their hardware. But of course, Placemakers, quality products, quality brands, quality people that know hardware. Placemakers know how, can do. New Zealand's original hardware provider and a great shop on the Railway Road in Palmerston North. Placemakers know how, can do. Proud to be behind our MX2 today. Winding it up. 3 to go. Look at 44. He's coming. It's Maximus Purvis, folks. He's on fire. He's gone past the 2. Look out, here's onto it, and he's there on Scott. Well, we thought he might give him a couple of laps. Wow, he's already gone past Natsky. Nobody's beating Josiah Natsky in MX2 at the moment. He's smashing him out there, but he's just gone past him like liquid lightning. Here's your trio. Look at it. There's number 3, 1, 2 in New Zealand, but the number 1 doesn't like number 1. He puts the 44 on his bike. So it's Maximus Purvis, national champion. So there they are, the 3 best riders from 2020, proving it already in 2021. They're going to be the 3 best riders again, and they've smashed it. Absolutely smashed the field out there. Where's the competition? Hayden Smith in 4th, in a distant 4th. He's a quality rider, we know. Former national 125 champion on this brand new Gas 250F. But it's our reigning trio that are showing the glory, and look out for Purvis. Purvis on fire, out on the inside. Purvis, has he got through? Oh, Maximus Purvis, look for the blue bike. Will he be able to come back from there? Oh, so close, and around the outside. He may have it. Oh, remembering when you look, of course, you've got to see the angle of it. It's one of those things, what they call the optical illusion about how you find it. And there it is, 44. Yes, he has made it through. So Mighty Maximus takes the advantage. Wow, for being so far back in the field for the ground he has made up. That is exceptional. And he's gone past the 3 of James Scott in the end, actually, with consummate ease, and that's a real credit to Maximus. Not saying anything against James, far from it. You're still talking about world quality riders. Here's a kid, of course, that went and did EMX 150. Yes, fastest lap. We predicted he'd do fastest laps. There it is again. So looking out there. So watching out for Maximus. He will be our man on the move. Placemakers, Palmerston North, MXGP, MX2 Racing, 250cc moto machines. So it is now 44 in front, ahead of the number 3, ahead of 2. And looking back to the charge, just keeping our eyes on the lineup. Plenty of other things to happen in our field. We just don't want to talk about our top 3, but they are so good. Right, 44 goes past, 3 goes past. Here's 2 going past for Josiah. Now we're going to look out for this fantastic new gas motorcycles of a former tie-happy man, Hayden Smith, 116 tied for the national junior titles a few years ago. 85cc runner-up. There it is, 116 Hayden. Now looking out here to Brodie Connolly. Brodie back, might have been down but not out. Down but not out. He's back, fighting back. 88 for Connolly. Has been in the lead already in this moto. That's 3 different riders have been in the lead. The number 3 of James Scott, who had the whole shot. The number 88 of Brodie Connolly, and then had a crash. And now the 44 of Maximus Purvis. 3 different riders, 3 different race leaders at one point in the moto. But at the moment it's with Maximus, and it's going to be an awesome ride by anybody to try and take it off that man. And although he had a bit of drama early in the moto, he has bounced back brilliantly and holds it with ease at this stage. Looking out for a great photo shot here in our CTAS Live update on Sky Sport Next. Loving it at the moment as they're already picking up on the lap traffic. So early in the moto, 40 riders, remember, we started the day with 46. So 6 unfortunately miss out through qualifying. They're going to go and be part of our veterans field, as there is not a full 40 gate in there, so a room for the 6 to be on the back of that field as we look out to the run coming through. Here's the 44. There's your race lead, Maximus Purvis over the Honda Toyota Manawatu Ryan lap score finish line, and another lap to do. Our time at the moment is at 10 minutes 26 seconds. That means we've got effectively just a little over 9.5 minutes to go. Here's the run coming, 44 with Purvis on that Altherm JCR Yamaha, looking in great form again. All-round super kid. I tell you what, he is just a kid as well. He still just one of those casual, easy go. When you interview him, and you'll see later in the day, folks, you just don't think he's a champion. He's cool, he's laid back, he's calm, he's an all-round nice guy, great to talk with. Love what he does, his interest. His shooting, for example, is something that he really treasures, and loves getting into the bush and the hills, and you can call him a true Kiwi outdoors man. Yet underneath it all, he's NZ #1 in MX2 racing. Look at that Yamaha, leans it over, powers it through there, gets a beautiful rut line, and he's got it completely under control as he heads over the mighty Alpine Star Gibbs Sky Jump, we call it. That is 30 metres of airtime jumping, folks. The average B-train on the road at just over 20 metres, so they're effectively going further than the length of a truck and trailer on the state highways of New Zealand. So that's some mega length to cover, or in old-fashioned terms, 100-footer. A 100-foot jump is absolutely magnificent. So great to see the spectacle of these top riders. 3 with James Scott, 2 with Josiah Netsky, 116 up to then Hayden Smith from the 88 of Brodie Connolly. Go to 223 in Reese Lister. Outside of Adam Moss on 872 with the 81, I think we might have up there. Keen to see the 81 this time of Carter Haynes. Carter Haynes included in that group. Oh, Carter, well done. So Carter Haynes, I think, will be the man. In fact, we've had 30, and for some reason we've had 38 start. Well, one's gone, so 39. So we've lost somebody through there. So where's Carter's? No, I don't know where that is. Oh, no, Donovan Ward. Sorry, Donovan Ward. I think might be the man, is it? Donovan Ward on the 81. So that might be. Is there a confusion with that number? We've got 2 81s. That's why. So it's Donovan Ward, not Carter Haynes. 81. So wrong 81. Sorry. It's what you get when you get a couple of 81s on your picture. So here we are. Carter Haynes, Donovan Ward, both number 81s. We're pretty sure it's Donovan Ward that we've got there. Unsure where Carter is at the moment. I'm sure he'll still be in the race. One of those riders that sort of cracks your top 20. So expect to see his name back in the field. Other good riders up in this field, including Logan Blackburn, Jack Dunlop, and James Roundtree. I've got a prediction on James Roundtree to do a top 5 in the third and final race today. That man is fit with a capital F, folks. He can really dig deep when it comes to some great motocross racing. So look out for James late in our race. Beautiful, super sunny Sunday afternoon here in Tararua country, North Island, New Zealand, for our MXGP. Lucky to be having racing and lucky to have crowds involved in our sport as we bring you the best motocross here, the one and only in New Zealand. This is very unique. We only race on here once a year. You'll see plenty of green grass here. It's because it's a working farm. We only got in for our first weekend B yesterday, a week ago. The bulldozers come back in. The mowing's done a treat to groom it all, and we just manicure it. Fantastic new safety fencing going on. Oh, here we go. Looking for the update as well. 3 to go. Oh, look at Josiah looking to get up on the inside. Maybe Josiah will make that change. Ken James still hanging there at the moment. So James Scott, Josiah Netsky 3 by 2, and Josiah getting a taste of it. Know that every race will count for good points through the championship. So but looking to make his move. So 2 to go with Josiah, but he's still got got a trail on the number 3. Here we are over the Honda. Step up in style they do, and the boys doing a magnificent whip as they head out round the Super Bowl. 3 absolutely tapped out there. Look at that Honda CRF 250 singing a song as it squares it off, and they come back down in past the Honda, jumping into the main part of the track. There is 3 looking out for that one. As the he's got a lapper right there, has to find the gap, get up on the inside, and he's moved through, but probably lost about a second maybe through there, so that's given 3 a little bit of a buffer again. During that lap they got super close, thought it was almost going to be a place change, but not to be. So Maximus Purvis ahead of the 3 of James Scott, going to the 2 then of Josiah Natsky, still there with ex-Tybee man Hayden Smith back there in the 4th, ahead of the 88 of Brodie Connolly. Shout out then to the 223 of Reese Lister. Welcome back. Reese has been out of the sport with an injury for some time, but he's come back nicely. So wishing him oh so well. The man from Hawke's Bay on the AFC Motorcycle Supported KTM 250. Welcome back, Reese. Great ride. Adam Moss in there, along with the 29 as well of the Sam Blundell. This master man showing his class in racing as well as the 28 out there of Jack Dunlop, followed by 203 of Manawatu's own Luca Fremantle. Been delighted to talk about Luca and his racing through 2020 and hopefully into 2021. He was a man running top 3 in the under 19. This class has a subclass within it, the under 19s as well. So keen just to see that subclass. So effectively want to see the young kids stepping up. Many of them start on the 125. And they find when they were about sort of 19 or 20, they've done 3 years or so on the 125, they want to step up to a 250. So we've got a reward within the class of the under 23. Last year's winner was James Scott, the man who finished up 3rd overall, was our first and under 23, and he'll still be eligible for that class this year. So don't be surprised if he's our champion once again. But here we go with our MX2 class, brought to us by Placemakers. Know how, can do. Real hardware, real tools, real men, real trades experts, real service, real delivery. Of course, they've got their great high-ab delivery truck operating through the Manawatu. So whether it be weatherboards or roofing or plasterboard or outside products, Placemakers know how, can do. They know what you want and when you want it, and they can deliver it as well. Great place, great service, great people, trade specialist service from the real hardware shop. Throw away the other rubbish and get the best at Placemakers. All right, 44 by 3 by 2 the order at the moment, 116 by 88 223. Checking on 872 and Adam Moss, the Wellingtonian, on his bike with 26203. Yeah, Luca, come on Manawatu, Luca Fremantle, looking for more Manawatu riders in that group. I think Luca, one of those that we've got out there, keen to give him some credits in our field today. And Luca out there, 203. Just to add to the confusion, we've actually got 2 203s. AFC, Kawasaki New Zealand, Bridgestone Tyres, Alpine Star, Crown Kiwi, Triple A Training, BikeSportNZ.com, Lucas Oils and End Up Graphics. So here we are. Closing up on him again. Yeah, right, getting closer. Here we are. Looking out. Here's your 44. Here's Maximus Orr. 3 by 2. 2 figure Josiah. And looking out there. Can't be long in the mode now. Remembering the 20 minutes, so it's 2 minutes shorter than our 125. And we've got 2.5 minutes to go. 2.5 remaining, folks. So it will be... No, it won't be the white flag next time. The time up that. So we've got 2 laps to go from here. 2 full to go from here. So remembering that by time, 20 minutes is a unique time. But you've got to get to the white flag point after 20 minutes. You can't do it at 19 and a half, thinking, oh, it's close now. Must go to 20 minutes. So the next time after 20 minutes, they go past the lap score line. Nick puts out the white flag. So 20 minutes plus the lap. So sometimes that could actually be with a 2-minute lap. You could actually be sort of doing it at 1 minute and 50 seconds before you're putting out the white flag. So it can end up by being about 23 and a half minutes duration. So that's the way it goes. You've got to wait for that full flag. I remember seeing once, I think the leader went across the line at 19:59. Somebody said, is that close enough? No, the rules say must do the full 20. So that's why you get that extended race time. Right, 3 in front looking out there. 3, I'll tell you what, James Scott, this is a ride from James. The pressure of events of late, he might have succumbed to Josiah. Certainly not here today at the Honda-owned event for the Honda-owned rider. A great performance from the man from beautiful Opera up on the wild west coast out from North King Country. Fantastic part of the country. 20 years ago next week we were there for the Australian 4-day Enduro that was run in New Zealand, and great memories of that place and the conditions, and love the farm of the Scott family. This man, of course, he was only literally a kid back then, but here he is now as the man of the moment and rising to the occasion. 44 for Maximus. He gets the advantage and goes past once again, looking for the 3. Oh, and the 2. I'll tell you what, if anything, maybe it's that gap 1 and 2. So let alone the fact that James, that margin, very little in it. We'll get a more accurate update for you shortly. But all of a sudden, when James was under pressure from Nick, that's my apologies, from Josiah for the second place fight, it's now James putting on the pressure for Maximus. That margin 1.7. The margin is now 3.1 behind him. So it's gone. One moment he was defending, now he's attacking. So it was defence to make sure Josiah couldn't go past him. Now it's not so much about that. He can see Maximus. I wonder whether Maximus has just hesitated a little bit. What has his lap time been? What's his best lap time been? What's his last lap time? That will be of interest. So keen to have a look at that. Has he just had sort of that mid to late race ease so that he can storm back for the final part, get a second wind as they call it? All right, so in fact, yes, it was his best lap time, but a 1:40.7. His last one was only a 1:43.3. So he is over 3 seconds slower on that last lap. So purposely, I think he's just caught his breath, and he'll be ready to go for a pounce at the last should James put any pressure on. So that will be our prediction on it. We have no accuracy around that, but it's just what the computer information provides us. So it is 44 3x2. This incredible trifecta of these 3 guys that have raced so well through 2019, 2020, and now into 2021. They proved to be the 3 greatest stars for the last 2 years, and they've proved it here with race number 1 of our New Zealand Super Summer of Grand Prix here at Woodville, this iconic farm that is converted to a motocross once a year. No other time is there anything like it. The cows own this place for 51 weeks. We asked them just to move to the side and we'll have some fun. They've had enough grass. There's still plenty more that grows here in beautiful Tararua country. We're under the windmills of the Tararua Ranges, enjoying this magic spectacle of motocross on this natural amphitheatre of motocross, celebrating 60 years of the best sport in the world. Bring it on with more motocross. 44 looking out for it. There's the white flag hanging out from Nick, so we've got the white flag out. Looking to go this time. 44 in there, then go to the 3x2. Looking for that update when the white flag was out. The boys around the bowl, the back part of the circuit at the moment. 44 for Maximus. So we go, now watch for the tuck dive. You see her come right around. See that steep part? He goes almost down underneath himself. They go back long. They were going actually from north to south. Now they're going from south to north. Effectively a complete zigzag. So you've got a super tight left-hander, and then you go to the super tight right-hander. Now that little right-hander, ask Michael Phillips about that jump. He'll tell you about that. He should have won the Tim Gibbs Trophy until he made a mistake there and gave it to Josh Coppins. That's a bit of history never to be forgotten. What about it today? Amy Roberts has gone down there. So too has Brodie Connolly gone down there. In fact, just in this very race, so proved to be a decisive call. Oh, look at that cornering. Look at that from Maximus. As a connoisseur of motocross, you can watch that forever, folks. That is class with a capital C, and great to see him on fire at the moment. So 44 by 3x2. We are racing at the moment. Yamaha on top with Maximus Purvis. Placemakers know how can do. Corner of Railway Road and Francis Way. Right here in Palmy on 3535 We love Placemakers. You will as well. It's remembering with Placemakers, all the quality. That is all the quality. You're talking about real hardware. You're looking doing some home handyman. You want some quality. Are you going to get those other made inferior products from the cheapest store down the road, or are you going to go with the ones that know quality? They're picking the best brands, doing it right for you. You know you've got it. Everything, whether it be there's second flag, and there's the update. 33 to do it. Sorry, 44, my apologies. 3 to go by 2. And there it is. There's the leap across. 44 has done it beautifully. He done and won. So 44 to take it. Maximus Purvis. 3 for James Scott. 2 Josiah Natsky. As we look out there, that will be a 1, 2, 3 for sure. What about the double 1, 6? Look at the gap now between 3rd and 4th. That is huge. So there we go. Brodie Connolly. By the way, Brodie Connolly has got up. He has snuck it. 25 seconds behind he was, but he has eclipsed Hayden Smith, who's now gone into 5th place. So good recovery from Broads all the same. So there's a super top 5 in our Placemakers Know How Can Do MX2 race. Well, we can see the Terracat machinery on the move as well, so it looks like we're going to have some track maintenance coming up shortly as we mould this track into shape. Millennium, my apologies, Hotels and Resorts, official supplier of the 2021 Woodville Grand Prix merchandise, as well as Print HQ, your complete garment branding company. www.printhq, all one word, .co.nz. The Terracat 312F excavator coming up to do some work. The boys are lined up ready this time. So there we are, MX2, that's race number 3 on a program. Coming up next, we've got the Vets and then the 125. Remembering, no race number 6. So after that, so the River Race, effectively you're only 2 races away. So want to be prepared for that one, River Race guys. So Vets, then 125, then River Race, then our anniversary opening ceremony, and then we're going back to MX1 again. So for those of you with your program pages there, if you've got your pen, cross out 6, 14 and 22. They are not on the program. The MX2 Support is combined with the Vet. So we've got 3 less races, more fun, more adventure, more excitement, more moto, and more Tararua Country River Racing. Well, you see our high-vis riders, they're what we call sweep riders. They've got boys go around and do a bit of a check of the track after each moto. Come back and give the all clear to the officials. The guys with a little bit of experience, so it just helps to know that they might say pegs missing or the hay bale's been knocked or got a hole developing over here, and just to make sure that there's no riders that are out there or bikes that are broken down who we'd like to do a recovery for. So here we are with a little bit of a change, and to check it out, here we go, the Norwood's New Holland cultivator out there. This is what you do on the start. It is just magnificent. It's worth watching what these guys can do with the machine these days. So the whole shots, that part of the track's only used for the start. And what you want it to be rough so that there's plenty of traction for the guys. You don't want it to bake in the sun and become slick and hard. So we literally chew it up. The other thing is there's plenty of moisture in the ground, and it dries on the top. You want to mix that wet with the dry as well. So it helps the track. So big, beautiful New Holland four-wheel drive tractor, and we'll just get that cultivator in there and chew that dirt up. Makes a beautiful whole shot corner. Well, you see for the fact as well with that machine that the left and right cultivators are literally picked up, so the machine then is only as wide as the tractor, so it can go through the farmer's gates, but then they literally drop those down, and now look how wide it is when you've got those 3 cultivators to do the work, and again chewing just right across the mouth of the jump. You see the counterbalance weights on the front. Already with the cultivator on the back, you can almost see the front sort of just very what we call light on the ground. It's just that balance of having all that weight on the front. If you don't have the weight, those front wheels would be diving in the air with all of that weight on the back. This is where we're, and the other thing, it's making that four-wheel drive work so beautifully on the Norwood New Holland tractor, bringing it up a treat. Great work by our tractor and machine operators. Loving it.
Sanson for all the contracting needs in the district. That's his tractor.
Thank you. Big thanks to Ollie Harris of Ollie Harris Contracting. Ollie doing a lot of work based out of Sanson and the Manawatu, so doing a lot of contracting work, and thanks to Ollie, and some nice operating there as well, and of course for all of your agricultural work in the Manawatu. And these days, of course, a lot of farmers are totally occupied with doing the right thing, and that's actually making money from their livestock. So when it comes to contracting, a lot of farmers, the best thing to do is get specialist contracting teams in, whether it be cultivation, whether it be harvest, whether it be forage, whether it be spraying, you name it, everything from fertiliser to water to muck. You get the specialist contractors to do it. They're the people that have got it right for you. By the time farmers muck around, you're better off using your workers to do animal welfare and productivity. So get the contracting team in. Ollie Harris of Harris Contracting in Sanson. speaking about contractors, this side of the hill as well, Bingston Contractors, and we'll put out a little bit more water as well, so they'll be doing it. So here's the side chute. Check out the side chute on the Bingston Contractors Nevada there. So what he's able to do is just put the water out the side so he can actually be off the track, but then he's spraying water onto the track. Well, we call them the men of motocross. These are guys that have been around for a moon or two, our veterans class. In this year's example, we've actually taken the age limit previously at 40 years plus down to 35. It's given us a few extra riders, but our Tararua veterans race something of memory of these guys. So nice to see. And many of these people, like Mitch Rowe, for example, he's been coming to Woodville, I think it'd be almost about 38 years. We think 83 might have been his first one. So and he hasn't missed too many along the way either. So neat to have riders like Mitch out there as part of the history of our sport. There's the second wave. These are the guys that missed qualifying in the MX2. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 of them in the end, is that all? Well, there's certainly been a bit of a default there, isn't there? We started today, I think, what have we done? 30, it wasn't 38, should have been 8 in this line. Sorry, 48. That's why there was only room for the 40 on the start line. So, but these guys now, here is our Tararua Heliworks helicopter landing over the back, folks. You can head on over and find out all about the helicopter rides. Well worth it, what it was today. These guys still very good motocross riders, take nothing away from them. Just unfortunately didn't get it all timed right today to get in that faster lap, and I noticed that 472, the third rider in that group, he'd actually crashed on one of the corners here, so that would have been a deterrent for him. All right, Cam Negus going all the way. Great to see Cam out here. One of our international stars, the Farmers Forestry supported Rotorua man, Cam Negus. Good on you, Cam. Still a pretty good sport. Had his daughter riding in mini motocross a few years ago. So good family man and active part of our sport. He's got his own bit of land and, as well as being farm forestry work. So there it is, Cam out in front, Cam Negus. Opportunity to see that we'll check that one out. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 2, we're going to take that. Oh, there we go. Oh, that's well around, isn't it? That doesn't seem too right. Opportunity to check with our audio master. 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4. Checking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Check. 202. Here at the moment. So 2. There we go. That one. We go there to 3 in the end. I don't know where we are. Well, take an opportunity to review our racing Tararua district and our GP vets, Cam Negus, Johnny Burkhardt. Great to have Johnny back with us. He's the number 350 we've got in there, along with Paul Woodley, and then go to Mitch Rowe. So Mitch, superstar as far as veterans racing is concerned over the years. Been on the podium on many occasions. Comes back to ride this one, loves it, goes so well. But Johnny Burkhardt, part of the fabulous Burkhardt family, of course. Brother Luke, another one of our international stars, raced professionally overseas. Unfortunately, things didn't go his favour. It was in Holland at the time as he had a crash. and put paid really to his international career. But fantastic family, great for supporting our sport, and love the fact that Johnny's made a great return to motocross, and loving being back on the bike out there on the AFC Motorcycle 70 distribution. Fast House New Zealand, Crown Kiwi Enterprises, the man from Marston, and the Cray Fisherman, Johnny Burkhart, out there at the moment, and behind Cam Negus. Cam with many years experience, probably about nearly 10 years older as well. So there you go, 223, the 350 down here. Then looking back to third place, keeping our eyes on fourth as well. Should look out for the 007, Mitch Rowe. Those three have bolted, haven't they? Bolted. Wow, big advantage for those first three. They have absolutely gone for it. Paul Woodville, the man there in third place, the local legend, cross-country, Pie Tour, born and bred, of course. And here we go now, 007 for Mitchell. And behind him, we have the 91 of Auckland's Ryan Buxeda. The Vets Cup will be part of support racing with some of the other rounds of motocross, but it's actually a Grand Prix title here for our vets today, courtesy of Stringfellows Civil Engineering Contracts and Tararua. We love Tararua. Paradise is a bit of a nickname I heard for it recently. So it is a great place to live and work. We know it, and for all the locals, wishing you a very special day here in Tararua country. Through those front lines, man, oh man, are they starting to be decisive out there. Big work, 51 on board. 51 trying to get his way through the corner, makes a move, almost to get there. Steve Sargent, the Waipuka, our man on the Bridgestone, Garnet, Bay Motorcycles, Sam Harvey Training, Traffic Management, CHP, Luke McGrath, Graphic Design. So some cool people in behind Steve. Many good years of racing, and of course a number of years he's also been our winner of the river race. Interested to know whether he's up for the river race. Spin the page to our Stringfellows Tararua river race. And quickly, no, don't see his name, but maybe he's a late entry, unsure. But anyway, he's certainly in this Vets lineup here today. In the New Zealand cross-country scene, he's actually a veteran rider for that, and he was the 2019 New Zealand Vet champion in New Zealand cross-country racing. So Central Hawke's Bay, and of course CHP will be hosting a round of the New Zealand cross-country championships in March of this year. I think it's March the 22nd from memory, but all details at mnz.co.nz. Cross-country racing, a favourite part, was certainly where I had my great enjoyment of the sport as well back many moons ago. We love it, you will as well. And our day it was called the Hare and Hounds, or Hare Scrambles, now under the name of cross-country. Great racing here in the Bush Riders, of course. Bush Riders host round number 1 at Cam Smith property at Martin in the Rangitikei on the 28th of February, 4 weeks today, 28th of February on the mighty Cam Smith property near Martin. So for those of you liking some more national championship moto action, the great cross-country. What do you do about cross-country is normally a lap takes anything from about 15 to 20 odd minutes, and the guys are going, whoa, wow, what a recovery, what a recovery. And yeah, he's just walked away from the bike. Well waved yellow over there. And wow, that was, see, just getting the landing and just unfortunately getting it a little bit wrong. No, he's back again. We're back again, he's away. All right, 51, getting it out there. 51, we've been talking about Stephen Sargent. .305 to go. Well, our Vets racing update with over 30 starters, and unfortunately not a start today for Craig Shearis, welcoming Craig to join our Vets ranks. But for Craig, a non-start here by the appearance, so understanding probably a problem for him during practice or qualifying. I see we've got Mark Pym in the lineup. He's taken a 12th. His father Peter, a former president of the Manawatu Orion Club, and a man who was influential in getting Cody Cooper back on a bike after Cody had taken a big break from the sport following the tragic death of his father those many years ago. So in fact, I think it was 99 or may have been 2000 that Peter was able to get Cody back on a bike and racing here at Woodville. This was a turning point for Cody, and of course, as they say, the rest is history. Over the last 20 years, he's become the consummate professional and ultimate champion of New Zealand many times in his career. So great to have young Mark with us today, as we remember his dad. All right, Cam, Johnny, Paul, Mitch, and their fight going on out there at the moment. Other riders like Hamish McIntyre, James Robinson, Robbo, of course our own local. That'll be disappointing. He's back to 19. Something's gone wrong there for Robbo. That's not the same Robbo that we know. He's busted out some top performance in the past. So Cam, Johnny, Paul, Mitch, Ryan Buckseater, Tommy Dillon, Peter Lock up there, go the Manawatu, Dion Meyer included in that group as well. I see we've got Bill McDonald out there today, the number 23, Blair Robinson, of course. Big thanks to Blair, Martin ITM, and to Alf Alabaster. They were the guys responsible for this brand new safety fencing that we've got here at Woodville. We've put a fence, of course, over on the Honda step-up jump hill. It's gone right around the back of the Super Bowl, comes down in front of the Honda hill here, and then right around the front all the way to finish over on the International Hill. So really great safety spectacle, something we've been crying out for a long time. The boys have got to set up temporary waratahs. Takes a mega job. It's probably 2 or 3 people, an entire day's work, and then you rip it all down again, only to put it up the next year. So thanks for the brand new fence that we've got around here. That keeps it safe, keeping the public off the track and keeping the bikes off the public, and that's not so paramount to do in this day and age of looking after people's welfare. So thanks to Alf, Blair and Martin ITM for providing the materials. So thank you all very much. Another great feature of Woodville 2021 and the Honda International Motocross Grand Prix. All right, rocking into our program, of course, that was with our vets. Well done to those trio of riders. And we'll update our 125 next. So that race, by the way, Cam Negus, Johnny Burkhart, Paul Wibley, Mitch Rowe, Ryan Buckseater, Tommy Dillon, Peter Lock, Dion Meyer. That takes us back to 8th place. Wow. So seeing somebody like Johnny Burkhart back and Cam Negus gives you an idea. In fact, Cam's probably one of those riders that was in the shadow of Shane King for so long in New Zealand motocross that when he went overseas and had some very good and successful events, but because he was always in Shane's shadow, never got the recognition that he thoroughly deserved. So take a bow out there to the great work of Cam, and that's proving it, folks, because there's Cam Negus, the family man now, the farmer, the forestry worker, and the husband, but he still loves his motocross, and look at that, can still beat people like Mitch Rowe or Johnny Burkhart to this day. So once a champion, always a champion, and a real nice guy as well. Take an opportunity when you want to catch up with anybody great in our sport, none better than Mr. Cam Negus. Oh, listen to the buzz. Yes, 125's coming next, 125's. This is the Grand Prix for the little boys, something we've been famous at doing for Woodville for a long time. This is where we remember the late Roddy Sheriffs. Remembered here, another of our Manawatu riders, Ross, through a tragedy of a motocross accident, the very freaky situation back in 1976, I think, if my memory serves me correct, or 77, thereabouts. At the time, of course, he was flatmate to our legendary life member, the great Phil Turnbull, and Roddy lost from our sport, but never forgotten here as we celebrate the winner of our 125s, the first rider in this class who is 22 years of age or under. So, oh, sorry, 21 and under, my apologies. So that's how old Roddy was when he died. So that's the way we remember it. It's a beautiful trophy, and it's got the number 1 of Brodie Connolly's name on it from last year. Can he defend the title this year? Well, we're about to find out. 125's on the warm-up. microphone and test time. Looking to see whether we've got test time. Looks like things are going, but they're not. Yeah, McDonald's Manawatu, I'm loving it. Hope you are as well. McDonald's Manawatu, official breakfast outlet for MOMCC Working Bee Days. We love it, you will as well. McDonald's proud to bring home sport, and big start out there, 125 in the Yamaha, right off the Bourbon. How do we go? Judging, of course, our slab of C4 energy drink, and somebody to win it out in front. Looks like the 318 almost there of Matic. Keen to update and see whether that was Matic. We'll find out for you shortly. Check out the 318 of Matic Dixon. Was he the man in front of the field to rule? Yes, he was. Matic Dixon had him out in front. Thought it was Matic looking out. Oh, 116 getting up on the inside. Looking out for Hayden Smith. Hayden the next one through there. So Hayden Smith, one of our men of magic, former, of course, 125 champion. He was our 125 champion, I think, what, 2018 from memory. So good on you, Hayden. Great bit of riding. So here he is out to show us class on this brand new gas 125cc bike as well. So whole new realm of motorcycles with the new gas brand. They had their debut here yesterday with a win to Lachlan Bourne on his 85cc gas. He was sort of an under-the-radar rider. That for 14 to 16 years group had sort of a lot of good riders, but you weren't quite sure who was going to stand out. And congratulations to Lachlan for coming away with the win at the interview at the end of the day. Said how much he loved the new gas motorcycles. It obviously made a real difference for him, as it gave him something that he hadn't had from the sport before, and it certainly gave us a point of difference with having a red bike in the lineup of the other white, blues and oranges that we see in 85cc two-stroke racing. So bring it on with McDonald's Manawatu. McDonald's Manawatu, home in great outlets like Rangatiki Street in Palmerston North. And of course, always a great place for the kids and the grandkids. You know McDonald's, you know it, you trust it, you love it. Beautiful food and a great place for family dining. All right, here we are. So the ones in front, what about that for Husky folks? Given the all-new plastics graphic, almost a new paint job. It's in that sort of, I suppose you'd say, almost yellow colour. So the white's gone to yellow. The LMC Husqvarna, Elevate Roofing, Unforeseen Decals, CFX, Pirelli, Shift, MX, Motorex, FMF and Pro Taper. Just some of the brands on board with Brodie Connolly, the man, man out in front, the advantage all the way. Brodie Connolly, 318, Matic Dixon going to 116, Hayden Smith, 3 out there as well for Kobe Burke, the Clevedon man, formerly out of Christchurch, now in Auckland on the CML KTM Makita Rokon Construction, Demon Energy, Fox, Seville Machinery Repairs, Unforeseen Decals, Pirelli, EBC and Achirby's. Some quality sponsors behind this young, awesome rider. So well done to Kobe. A man stepping up in moto, realises it needs to step up and get some more experience. He's shifted with the family from Christchurch to Auckland to get more moto and more events here in the north. So the likeable Cantab, he takes any opportunity he can to get home and races great events like the Michael Godfrey. We look forward to that event rocking the New Zealand Moto calendar for Queen's Birthday weekend this year. Expect a boomer bonanza down there in North Canterbury. Always a great event. Moto Nuts, put your ring around that one in your diary and catch you down there for 2 days of great moto. Grand Prix 125, McDonald's Manawatu, proud to be behind the moto as we salute this exceptional talent. Look at this man, Brodie Connolly, another double classer. We've got Josiah Natsky doing MX1 and MX2. You've got Hayden Smith, of course, he's doing MX2 and 125. You've got Brodie Connolly doing MX2 and 125 as well. 2 classes, 2 different bikes as well. So superb to see. Here we go, Brodie Connolly, NZ number 1, the bike number says it all. He's out in front and roaring at the moment. Go to 318, Matic Dixon, along with the number 3 of Kobe Burke. As we get the update, should have a few of the other boys in there as well. We'll be keen just to get more of those names and numbers. A bit of a gap opening up. Look out for our own Reece Gillings on the bike number 4 as well. The Rongatea man. So here we go. There's your number 1. Goes past Brodie Connolly. Looking out here for a second place. 318 Matic Dixon. Go to 3 on the inside with Kobe. Then to Hayden. They've changed around the other way. Then looking back to KTM and reasonably close in the battle. The camera shots don't always go with our race lead, but we can see that we will have them, I'm sure, for the update of the placings. So keen to look out for that sort of that 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th placing. They're all important as part of the action. You've got Ryan King up there on the 110, 164 for Reece McBride, 12 and Dylan Westgate. Go to Conrad Fell and Jack Simon, this young super kid out of Invercargill. He's running a hot 9 there at the moment on the number 55 bike. So keen to look out for those guys. But it looks to be Ryan King on the 110 that we've got as that next rider in the field. The A-Stars here, of course, is Father Shane, most winning rider in the history of Woodville ever. 9 victories out of 60 years. Nobody has done anything to match that. So fantastic accolade for his years of international racing. With us, of course, this weekend now is the father of Curtis and Ryan, who are both competent riders on our moto scene. Curtis with his debut season in MX1 and Ryan here on the 125, the schoolboy from New Plymouth, keeping up with the best of them at the moment in a good moto. McDonald's Manawatu update. Let's go with him. There's your number 1 race leader in Brodie Connolly. Checking out, oh, look at the margin. Man, smashing it out there. 2nd place here with the 3. Oh, changes. 3's gone there. Kobe Burke the 2nd. Matic Dixon back one. And then looking to Ryan. That's right. What a whip going over the Honda step-up jump. That is fantastic. Right, keen, of course, keeping our eye on the finish line as to where we are. That's the J&P super jump. Right, so check out 318 over here. At third place now. So 1, 2, 3, 318, 116. There it is. 116 for Hayden. So Hayden Smith, the next man. Here's Ryan this time. There's the 110. There he goes. Hasn't got a number on the shirt, but it's on the bike, which is lucky. 12 and behind them will be Dylan Westgate. 2 others in the occasion. There's a 164 going up on the inside. That's Reece McBride, not in your program for Reece. A late entry to join us. Love to have the McBride family coming all the way from out west tours on the beautiful west coast of the South Island, up there in beautiful Westport. A great little town that we've had a real affiliation to with going to events on the west coast over the last few years, including the famous Gold Nuggets Motocross race last weekend at a place, do your Google Maps, folks, on a place called Ikamatua. And that's where the great Westland motocross event is each year. Normally held around the weekend after Woodville. This year, the weekend before Woodville. So congratulations to all those who took part in it last weekend. 350 riders. They almost doubled the population of the West Coast. It was huge. And great to see the Westland Club still thriving as they have done for many years. And they've all, of course, the famous the trophy as well always has that essence of gold in it. Yes, it always has a touch of gold. And I know some people over the years have always cherished a Gold Nuggets trophy, Gold Nuggets Motocross, and the Gold Scenic Wonderland capital of the beautiful Wild West Coast. A home for 164, and that is Reece McBride in good form there at the moment. All right, looking for that gap. I tell you what, keeping your eyes on the 116. That's the Gas 125 for Elevate Roofing, along with Unforeseen, CFX, WP suspension, high flow, tamer, G2 throttles, easy race. So there's your advantage. One out in front. Here's for the 3, then the 318. Now for the 116. Go with Hayden. But look at Brodie Connolly. What a start there. He's just smashed out another amazing lap. Keen to look out, folks. Coming up next, the River Race. Calling our River Race competitors. River Race is next, followed by our official 60th celebrations. So looking forward to that. And we go. Time already coming up to 12:30. So smashing out a big day here of racing. Now to be 4:10 today, 2.5 hours, and still not at the end of round number 1. So we've got a massive day of motocross lined up for you here today. Can't let you know that the third round of racing will be much shorter than rounds 1 and rounds 2. Rounds 1 and rounds 2 are our national championship length. The third racing fitting into part of our Woodville program. So plenty more mighty motocross coming at you here today, folks. Coming up for the River Race, folks, remembering our brand new fence. Please don't cross our brand new fence. It's not designed to be walked on. It's a livestock fence. Please, we ask you to use the gateways. One at the there's many of them around. There's 3 around on the please use the gateways. Don't cross the wires. Please don't go with the wires. Our brand new fence, made by volunteers, made with our money. We'd love you to look after it and respect it. So please use the gateways. There is one up on the Honda International Hill. There's one here by the Honda display. There's one over on the step-up jump as well. So there is, in fact, there's one around by the pit entrance as well. So there's actually 4 openings. So please use the gateways. Don't cross the wire fence. Please, please. Thank you. Right, back to our race. 1, 3. Oh, changes there. Hayden's up. Maddock back. Might have got the whole shot. He's now back to 4th place. Hayden Smith's gone past Maddock Dixon. So Maddock is slipping back to 4th place. Actually having a good talk about his riding just a couple of days ago, and at the moment a bit of a change of style for him, which we've got to rebuild, and he's got to work back on the style actually to get as fast as he was. But he was proving to be a little erratic with his results, and you want consistency. Consistency wins championships. It's not all about winning any one race. It's about winning 3 races on the day, or 12 races in a championship for the national campaign. So refocus on his racing to make sure that he can finish the championship, and then through that he will naturally get faster and faster. So great to see 125, the buzz of these fine. Remembering, folks, your average lawnmower is 150 cc's. These are 125. They're smaller than a lawnmower, but man, can they ever go. They're a great machine. 125s. All right, 52 spotted down underneath us here. That is young Sam Bowers out of Tararua on the JM Media, Mum and Dad supported bike number 4 to go past. Reece Gillings, our Manawatu man on the MacGyver Beach motorcycle, Lucas Oils, Fox NZ, Unforeseen decals, 888 training, CFX seats, Pirelli tyres, and CSL race engines. So Reece Gillings, good on you, Reece. Oh, gotta love it, that step on, step off. That's proving to be oh so vital. 8323. Joe Carson, the man from Upper Hutt on the Maidstone Yamaha YZ 125. Well, McDonald's Manawatu and watching our race unfold. The elegance of number 1. What an incredible performance, folks. Let alone the fact that he's worked his way to go into front. He's now got an absolutely unbelievable margin on this field. So an annihilation of Brodie Connolly under the radar. Didn't do our major motos over the summer, not at Summercross nor at King of the Mountain, but he saves the best for when the season really starts to get into gear. So looking out for him, one on the bike. The man we're looking at now, 116. This is the ex-Tybee flyer of Hayden Smith, now out of Auckland, and racing the brand new Gas 125. Look out for that brand. Of course, came into the world really as a moto performer, but as former president and life member of Manawatu Ryan Wade Wilson reminded us today, daughter of Jodie first started her junior mini motocross and riding a little Gas 50 as well. So it's not as if the brand's only been around today, certainly from yesterday as well, but in a quite a different form of the motorcycle, but now mainstream motocross and 2-stroke and 4-stroke as well. So look for this brand to explode onto the world moto scene, and Gas up for their big year and results and coming on strong. Brodie Connolly, margin 11.152 seconds to be precise, headed for Hayden Smith, who's up there now in second place. Go to Kobe Burke, Maddock Dixon into fourth. So it's certainly been now Hayden Smith as well, and moving up to that second. About just under 5 minutes of the race duration left for our Grand Prix 125. Then to Dylan Westgate in 5th place, 6th place for Ryan King, going to Jack Simon for the 7th, 8th then to Reese McBride. Marcus Hildesheim, Boston Doherty, and a few of the other kids. Boston, pretty sure this will be his Woodville debut for the young man from Stokes Valley. Good effort from these kids. I love the fact that they're stepping up to the big time. That's a massive ask for young Boston. Out of Blue Crew, Yamaha, JCR, Friday Homes, TSS Motorcycles, Wellington Pipelines, Wellington Plumbing, RMR, the Decorators, Carter Coaching, Alpine Star. What a huge amount of credits for the Stokes Valley Sergeant Motorcycles Yamaha kid. And that's all he is, folks, a kid. And small in stature. What's he, 44 kgs, I think, 44, something like that. So a small kid, but starting out in his career, this is his first major senior event as well. So just give him a pat on the back, give him a cheer, get out there and say how cool he is. He's got a lap time at 2.01, 2 minutes and 1 second. The top guys, yeah, they might be doing 143s or 146s, but that's pretty darn good. I wish I was ever that good, I can tell you. All right, the 116 all on for the moto excitement of this man out over the step up as we're down to 3.5 minutes to go. So we're still there with Brodie Connolly, Hayden Smith. Kobe Burke was as high as second place, slipping back to second now. So there we go. That's Husqvarna, Gas, KTM, Yamaha, 4 bike brands in the top 4. How good is that for World 125 racing? I'm sure when EMX 125 racing gets underway, Paul Malin will be calling it. He'll be calling our next round of racing for the big guys as well. Delighted to have Paul to call racing with us here today. We'll be taking a turbo taming break on the program and giving it over to Paul. Thoroughly looking forward to hearing his professionalism. We watch it all the time on television when we update. In fact, I remember even watching Courtney's race when last November when she won the title. We're actually up north at the weekend at another event, and we were having a quick sneak while practice was on. We were looking at the recorded update of Courtney's racing, and you can do it in the palm of your hand on a smartphone. So fantastic technology, and Paul's voice to call racing as he did so brilliantly on that day and knew exactly the calculation required for Courtney. In the end, it was a points tie officially, but it's called the countback. We operate a similar system here in New Zealand, and Courtney won on the countback because she'd had more better place results. Of course, she is the most winning woman rider in the last now 5 years of World Motocross, but it's only been 2 of those that she's had a motocross title, so incredible for her. Certainly the fastest lady in the world, our own Courtney Duncan. All right, back to this 125 lineup as we check it out at the moment. Brodie Connolly, Hayden Smith, Kobe Burke, and Maddock Dixon. They're your hot shots at this stage. And wow, those 4 different bike brands. That's the cool thing about it. Great that more bike brands are back making 125s. Or in the case of Gas, they really seriously haven't made a top flight motocross bike before. They'd made an Enduro Gas 125. That was a big hit in the European Enduro scene. That in world loves its 125 Enduro bikes. Haven't been as big a take in New Zealand because of our more open country. But when it comes to gnarly Enduro racing that some of the other countries around the world have, a little lightweight 125 would be good. Somebody like James Galpin would have loved a the Gas 125. But now here's the motocross version. Right, the CML KTM man in your picture at the moment. This is putting it all out there for the number 3 in Kobe Burke. He's heading in second place at this stage. He is 8.9. Now that was out to 12 seconds, I can say, but now down to 8.9. So the margin has closed down a little bit. Could be one of two reasons. First of all, late in the moto, I would suggest Reese taking it, so my apologies, Brody taking it a little easier, which he's well entitled to do. And also for these boys with the pressure on, keeping it up. They're at the opposite end, of course, having to put everything into it, because if this man, number 3 at the moment, Kobe Burke, lets his guard up, then bang, he'll have somebody coming right on his tail to take his place. So race order by bike at the moment. Number 1 reigning champion is Brodie Connolly in first place. 3 for Kobe Burke was there, and then he slipped back to third. Now he's gone back to second. So him and Hayden Smith fighting it out. The two young guns in our sport as we look to this very talented top 3. So it was 3 for 3, but now in fact 3 is 2. He's number 2 in the race and closer to the one of race leader Brodie Connolly. Looking out for the number 16. There's Hayden in good form on this fabulous brand Gas. People like Great Life member Kevin Pinfold in the Moto Trials will well know the Gas brand. Here, a white flag from Nick hanging out there. You can just see it in the corner of your picture. There it is, the white flag flutters in the very light Woodville breeze today, and we're on for it. Symbol of 1 lap to go, and more mega motorcycle sport happening before you here on Sky Sport Next. Great coverage as they leap to the step up. The big crowd up on the hill love this, and often with hands in the air and excitement and jaws dropping. These guys are going for it. Round the bowl. Look at Hayden trying to come through. Hayden Smith, is he going to get right around the outside? No, not yet. So it's still 3 in front as they leap back in front of the crowd and come off the Honda Hill and come down into the bottom part of the track for the final time in this race. Opening MXGP 125. Oh, look at those ruts. A huge rutted pass. About 5 different line choices through there, so the riders can rail it and nail it and know they'll hold on to that position. You're getting that centre of gravity right down low, almost. The ultimate 125 is when you start to get your handlebar, that inside handlebar, right down low to the ground. And look at that there from the 116 of Hayden Mackay. Looking pretty sharp today. And at double classing, like the man who's leading the race. But double classing, what does it mean? 2 different bikes, 2 different classes. Multiple talent through 2 classes, and both Hayden and Brodie doing both MX125 and MX2 today. Number 1, here we are, Brodie Connolly for this final lap, out to 8.1 seconds. Not as wide as it had been, but hey, importantly, it's well out in front. He's cruising, folks, he's cruising, and that's probably a little of an understatement, because he's far from that. But what I'm trying to highlight is that he's got a good buffer on the field, doesn't need to do anything red, doesn't need to do anything stupid, just keeps it on there. There's the difference, you can see it. Now we're focusing on the number 3 through here as they come round off the island for the final time, so look out for it. Number 1 to come as here we go. There it is, Brodie Connolly taking an immaculate victory. There's the 125 or so accustomed. McDonald's Manawatu, I'm loving it. 3 to come home now with Kobe Burke along with 116 Hayden Smith. Looking out for the others, which will include more of the checkered flag brigade, 318. Then is Brodie, my apologies, Maddock Dixon. He'll get the next result in there. So that's Maddock. We've got our top 4 coming home. Checkered flag out there and looking out for the rest. And that will include Dylan Westgate, Ryan King and Jack Simon. What order are they going to be? It was Ryan for so long. Is it the number 12? Are we going to see a late change in the moto? Has the 12 got it? Has he done it? 73. There's the 12. There's Dylan Westgate. Dylan gets the next placing. He gets the 5th. As we look back in the field, hopefully the 110 in that group as well. And yes, Ryan was there, Ryan King, and the 164 of Westport hero Reese McBride making our lineup as well. All right, watching out for the river race, folks. Please, a reminder, please no crossing of the fence. Please use the gateways. Please use the gateways. You are now most welcome to come down and watch the river race in our lineup. Been watching there, still bikes coming, watching the track. Thank you. Oh, Cudge, nice to see you, Cudge. Well done. All right, also just be aware that while we're here and watching the river race, that the crew will be out there with machines doing work on the rest of the track, as the river race only uses about 5% of the main track, so a good opportunity. All right, courtesy of our Magic Honda dealer network, like Bissett Honda here in Paiatua, City Honda in Palmerston North and Levin, Kewen Honda in Wanganui, along with the likes of Mills Honda in Waipukurau, also to Danny Verk Honda up there. Go to Hastings Honda. What about Ericsson Honda in Napier? Oh, the list goes on. The biggest motorcycle dealer network of any brand in the country. You'll find them from Honda. Proud to have their support. Yes, the tape getting set up here for the boys. Remembering it is the Le Mans start, the shotgun start as well. That's a great part of our race as well. And so do look out for it. So that we don't use the transponded time. So we actually use lap scoring here, the old-fashioned way, where the ladies, generally ladies, because they do a hell of a lot better job than us guys, they'll be doing a update of the results as well. Thank you for everybody for not crossing the fence. Thank you using the gateways. We appreciate that immensely. It's our fence, our bit of real estate here on the farm, and we thank you for looking after that. We purposely created the gateways, so there was plenty of opportunity to come out of that. Thank you very much, everybody. All right, so as you can see, the water's going on around the bowl here at the moment. The tractors will be working out there. The diggers will be working out. Good opportunity for the crowd to come over here and get a place on the riverbank. And we'll be here to look out for the big splash coming at you, courtesy of Tararua and Stringfellows contractors. It's the river race next. Bug racing, certainly nice to have our Moto HQ team here, the Motorcycle HQ boys. We've been building this one up over the last few days. Just part of our crew here. We've got Simon, we've got Lockie, we've got Dribble here. Dribble was on our flag yesterday. He's come out on the old IT. Look at this, on the old Yamaha. Probably the sort of machine that was out here back all those moons ago. Back in the 80s, folks. 40 years old, this bike. So part of what's going on here. And Lockie along with Simon here on the, look at the RM250. Oh, mate, RM250. So who do we go back to? Craig Coleman, probably my all-time favourite RM250 rider. Look at this out here. We've got the hot pipe on as well. The boys look in the factory, just like all the other. Yeah, I thought that we'd see Stephen doing this one. Yeah, when I looked down, he wasn't doing it. Back to back, mate. That's awesome. Doing the vets racing and doing it. To all these guys, many of them, of course, this is bush riders. We're in bush country here. Bush riders, #1 cross-country club in the country. And these guys get excited about their cross-country racing. Tim Gibbs used to actually run a cross-country the day before, and that was the eligibility, coming here to do the river race. So we've had a great link between our two clubs. We're the next door neighbours over the hill. Bush riders, of course, have got their awesome new motocross track, Makamako, as well, just down the road here. So get behind the Bush Riders Club. If anybody here in the Tararua district, they're a cool club, and we love working with them, and that's why we've got this river race as part of the link with the mighty Bush Riders. So thoroughly looking forward to our crew here today. Big lot. Of course, we're going to have the big time start. We're going to have a quick introduction of the track as well, and we'll be back. Bring it on. Our river race, courtesy of Tararua Country and Stringfellows contractors.
lap and she's close down the
We can let you know that it is a one-look lap. Remember, these guys have not had any opportunity other than Stephen and was it Mitch along here. Mitch is along there, and Paul, probably the only guys that have had a bit of a look at the tracks. There we go, following the lead rider. So one-look lap. Then they line up again. One-look lap. Hey, just an opportunity. One who hasn't gone out to get wet is none other than Chris Power. Now, Chris has been in this river race for a number of years. First of all, welcome back to Woodville. What do you think today, Chris?
Yeah, it's looking pretty good there, Neil. Almost wish I was out racing, but the heat's packing down, so I'm kind of happy I'm not. The river race is going to be fun, and it's going to be nice and cooling.
All right, what's the tactic not going out?
The tactic is I don't want to blow my goggles off too soon, and other tactic is get a good start and a bit of luck, mate.
Right, there we go. All right, look, new log jump. Look at the new log coming this year. They go over the log jump. Here we are to come back. So we've got a bit of a look-see. Now they'll line up again on the start. So here we go. And then they're going to have some of those have got a push start. Some of them have got a battery start. Some of them have got a kick start. There's bikes over the last 40 years. Fantastic turnout for the river race. Here we are, James Galpin. James Galpin out here, another winner. Stephen there, as we mentioned before. He's a former winner. I see we've got Seaton Head down here on the cross-country bike as well. We've got the Moto Trials bike at the far end. So we've got a real mix. There's the guys who warm their bikes. Mitchell up here. So we're going to see, nice to see Seth down here as well. Wow, here we go in the Moto bike. The Corpa, yeah, well done. So what's the Moto Trials bike, folks? That's another part of our sport again. These guys may not necessarily be the fastest, but they will be the most flexible. So nice to see these different bikes. The guys just warming their engines. Know that they're going to have a warm engine ready so that when they do start. So the noise will be the shattering of the silence, if you get my idea. So listen for the silence as the engines are shut down. We'll actually go up behind them rather than be in front of them. This is what we talked about, the sound of silence. Can you see the boys holding their mud guard? Look at, see some of the riders are getting what's called the bike dead. It's the piston really far at the top. So watch this. This is the start, Le Mans style. Are we ready? There it is, the sound of the shotgun start. Away the boys go. Oh, getting the start they would have wanted. Always one left behind. Always one as we get away. So the clear rush of it all. There it is, the sound of silence is shattered. The awesome Le Mans start style. Quite often they run to it, but many of the bikes, of course, haven't got a stand. So the guys were holding it. You can see them behind the bikes. Some of them had kickstart, some of them had buttons. So opportunity for the choice. Cross-country boys reign supreme as they splash their way to the awesome river race. And now to make their way up. And the big splash is on. The big splash is on, yes. Probably a little bit of a shallow. The last time it was fresh, it was from a Friday week ago. That was the last fresh that they had in the river. So we've gone over a week and it's just got calmer and calmer and quiet and quiet. Listen for the two straight boys out in front. Who have we got in front? Who have we got? Going for it now. And, oh, yes, indeed. It's James Galpin. James Galpin, former New Zealand cross-country champion. James, former Woodville winner as well. Got a good clean start on the boys this time. Looking pretty special. Shout out to our Motorcycle HQ team. Been a whole lot of fun at work over the last a few weeks as we build up to this one. There's Simon himself out to have a race on the beautiful RM. Got Stephen Drysdale in behind him. Dribble, of course, doing. There's our Moto Trials bike to go through. And as well with young Lockie Elliott here. Great mechanic in the workshop as well, so the boys have all come together. In fact, there's effectively 3 of the 4 mechanics out of the workshop. Simon and along with Lockie and Dribble, as we call him, Stephen Drysdale, had the privilege of having Dribble for this through great rounds of the Winter Motocross Series back in the 90s, of course. We've been riding BMX as well. Here we go with the 99 for Paul to do it. Great work. Yellow flag waved over there. Those guys will be hitting the brakes. Some of them caught up through there, 51. So chops and change to the lead here at the moment. And the 56, 98, the 05s. Well, the 466, and he was a long way back. Didn't get the good start that he wanted to, that's for sure. 58 to go with Simon. Good work. Dribble on his tail that time. 666 to go with Lockie. Oh, you can start to hear some of the bikes that starting to miss. Got a bit of water in the airbox. That's what you got to do. Get the water out of the airbox. That's where you don't want it to be. It can be up on the spark plug. That normally is not too bad, but you don't want it in the airbox. That means it starts to mix with the fuel and the air, and that's what gives you that missing and cutting out sound. So water out of the airbox. Shallow Creek today should be all right for these boys. We look good. 51 and going for it. Stephen, yes indeed, got the advantage there at the moment. So Stephen Sargent, your leading contender. So Stephen up for the challenge. Then looking out to Seaton Head, 666 to go past. 327. Down there, 457, 13. More of the boys to go through, like the 05. Here we are with James as well, and fine 2-stroke form. James, of course, he's got a up-and-coming cross-country campaign. Let's wish him all the best for that. Here we go with the 302. There's that same missing bike. Good to know that it's at least still missing. And here's our Moto Trials. And what the Moto Trials bike, who distinctive look at that bike. See how much different they are, of course. They have a Trials tyre on rather than an Obli tyre. Sits at probably 2 to 4 pound of pressure. Doesn't really have a seat as such, so the rider is standing the entire time. But it can go over the obstacles. It can weave its way through the tough terrain at any time. Four 466 with James was our front runner. Slipped back, had a little bit of bad luck. I think we got it with somebody else just stalled. Coming over the new log jump. The log jump in parallel there to our main Honda start jump. As the boys winded up, 666 and Lockie, 13 going past. 2 strokes, 4 strokes, 125s up to 450s. They're all in here. 58 for Simon Windleburn there on the Motorcycle HQ. Yellow flag withdrawn, so the boys know it's okay. Dribble in there behind him. The two of them are going hammer and on. Dribble out riding that I think this is a 1981 200, or it might be an 83, but anyway, around 40 years old. The Yamaha IT 200 2-stroke enduro bike. Pete Galpin had the 175 in the days that Pete and I, that's James's dad. Pete, life member of the club as well, and he was riding the IT Yamaha when we were on the PE Suzuki, and did the 1978, 79 and 80 New Zealand Cross Country Championship. So some great reflections of races like this, through the creeks, through the rivers. Some of our favourites, event like Mount Curl, held by the now defunct Rangitikei Motorcycle Club. Bush Riders events over here as well. White flag for Chris, white flag for Chris Power, white flag, there's your number 10, Chris Power, there's your race leader, white flag for that man on the last lap now. There we go with Seaton right up there as well, so looking out for the checkered this time. So up there at the moment, white flag, oh, big splash as well. Has the race leader gone down? Is it checkered flag? Who's getting it? Has he got it? Chris Power's got it. Chris Power's got it. The man we interviewed didn't even do the look lap, didn't do the practice. He knew what he had to do. So the big splash, these guys cooling off on a super hot day here at Woodville. So the big splash of the Tararua Country team at Stringfellows Contractors River Race. Iconic, epic part of Woodville now for 40 odd of its 60 years. These guys all now, of course, on that finish lap. James Galpin will be absolutely gutted. Had the lead in the early stages, dropped it back, then unfortunately to lose some ground. Boys making some, while this has all gone on, you'll notice that there's been some changes made to the track. We're about to do our 60th celebrations as well, folks, so stay with us. We've got a little bit extra on our program today as we celebrate. Time just gone 1 o'clock. We're only a third of the way through our massive day here today, so we're hitting it. Hope you are as well. Yeah, how good was that? Well, we haven't quite got to the Honda Hill, but it doesn't matter, as we'll take an opportunity just to talk with our sales manager and Lance Turnbull. First of all, Lance, welcome back to Woodville. What's your first impressions?
How good was that? I mean, and those people, all the people in the banks and enjoying that race. It's famous for Woodville, and the guys put it on. But a little bit of carnage, which is always good. And yeah, we're having a great day. It's wonderful to be back. Honda's really proud to be part of this event for many years, and all the girls and guys are putting it on, and thank the club for what they do. They do a fantastic job, and yeah, it's great to be back, Neil.
Hey, how many times do you go to a motorcycle display and the sign's up, please don't touch? Everybody wants to touch a motorcycle. We all do it. Up there, you've got the 50, the 110 and the 125 for the kids. They're actually on a stand that kids can come up. You encourage them to hop on the bike and see which one's right for them.
Yeah, so this event is about supporting our team and supporting the community of motocross, but after that, we've got a range up on the hill. You'll see our Honda tent there. We've got a group of guys that can help everybody out, whether you're looking at a 50cc kids bike or the latest motocross bike that Cody Cooper and James Scott use, or you've just seen the winner of the Rid race, Chris Powell, on his RX model. So they're all up there, including our farm, the latest CT125, which is a fuel injected, bringing back a bit of history to New Zealand. So yeah, it's all there for everybody to see, and you're all welcome to come to the Honda Hill. It's good viewing points from up there as well, and we've got the full range available to sit on and ask any questions.
Beautiful, Lance, and certainly from your personal point of view, people need to understand that as a passionate Honda sales manager, you like riding the brand as well. You had an opportunity to do some sweep and lead riding here yesterday. What was it like?
Yeah, it was. I rode here the last couple of years, and I'm not getting any younger. But I knew the club would put on a fantastic track, so I brought our new 450R, the 2021 full Evolution model, and did some sweep riding yesterday. And I won every race, Neil. It was good. I was always up the front. But yeah, it was really cool to be out on the track, and for those, not everybody can ride here, and to experience this is like nothing else in New Zealand as far as the motocross. And as you know, Neil, it's the oldest motocross in New Zealand. So yeah, really rapt to be part of it, and well done to the club. It's an amazing event, and Honda's such a proud sponsor of this event and what everybody does together.
Thanks, matey. Appreciate your support. So there's your invitation from Lance. Go up and ask for Lance personally, or any one of the other guys and gals up there, and check out those beautiful motorcycles. Yours to view and inspect, and for the kids to even sit on them. You're allowed to here today. Doing the track work, just as the boys are doing the track work, and we're heading over towards our celebrations on the start line. Great to catch up with MNZ board member and volunteer Mac McLeod, of course, Macca himself, a long-time Woodville rider, as well as on the FIM Motocross Commission. Very few other, in fact, no other MNZ officials have been on commissions in the past, so that's an absolute honour. But first of all, Macca, is it good to be back?
Yeah, it's awesome here, Neil. Amazing crowd here today. I don't think I've ever seen this many people here enjoying motocross in New Zealand for a lot of years. It's awesome. This Manawatu Ori Motorcycle Club's done a fantastic job here. The track layout, the racing's been awesome. It's just real great, real good to see.
All right, Macca, indeed, 2021, if all goes well, are you going to be scheduled to be an official at one of the World Rounds this year?
Yeah, we had a CMS meeting this morning, FIM Motocross Commission meeting, 6 o'clock this morning. We discussed a whole lot of stuff with COVID. I've got a job down for Shanghai in September, but I don't know whether it's going to happen or not. We just have to see how it all goes. We have a meeting tonight from 9 o'clock till 5 a.m. in the morning, a super licence seminar to cover off these the GP. So hopefully it all goes ahead.
Yeah, great work, and man, oh man, that sounds like no sleep. Macca, for you personally, riding here at Woodville, you got some memories and something that stands out for you, whether it be as a spectator or as a competitor? How does it feel to you? What special things about it for Mac McLeod?
Oh, just the friendship and things that I've made over the years here. I raced here for probably 30 years, probably on and off for 30 years. Started here way back, in the 80s, and it's been fantastic. Just every time you come here, the atmosphere, the way the motocross is run, it's been good. And we've seen quite a few international riders come and go from here. Some riders that have come, world champions and stuff like that. It's fantastic. Just about every year I've come here, it's always been great.
Thanks, Macca. Nice to have you with us, mate. As we're heading over, we'll get more of an update. Thank you to, we call him Big Mac, Mr. Mike McLeod. Luckily, he has a better wife, Angela, who we've always loved and appreciated. Ange stood for the mayor of Upper Hutt in the last local body elections back in 2019, and man, nearly smashed it out there. Almost took our incumbent on that one. That is a bit slippery, isn't it?
Camera rolling.
Hey, camera rolling.
Okay.
Point here. We'll come down here out of our feedback. The machinery is working. Sir Tim Gibbs, absolute honour. Tim, 60 years when you created, 60 years later, what did you ever think of? What crazy idea did you have that we'd be celebrating for 60 years and hopefully many more?
I can tell you, Neil, that it wasn't actually it was thought to be a crazy idea because in those days it was called scrambles, and nowadays over in Europe they were calling it motocross. So we put a sign up at the end of the road where you came in and said motocross here, and no one knew what it was. And then the first time we had 1,000 spectators, and then the second time we've got actual proof here today that we sold 4,878 tickets. And then the next one we sold nearly 5,000. So it's just great to see the club has picked it up and run with it and entertaining so many people. And thank you.
Yeah, well done. Well, that's my 40th, so in fact I was here for the 21st celebration and thought that, oh, well, if I last for a couple of these, it'd be great, but we've been on. We've had the opportunity, of course, of travelling the country and seeing our sport evolve and grow. You see the way the first lot of racing has gone here today. What's motocross like for you today?
It's a completely different thing, Neil. I must say that I saw the guys having a look lap around the track, and that's not motocross. That's not anything. These guys were brought up in they were breastfed, I think. But anyway, great to see so many people here, and great to see such great support with all the machines and making sure it's a well-promoted event. And my congratulations to Manawatu Ryan Motorcycle Club for running it for 60 years.
The effect as well, Tim, you were instrumental in this. Where we're standing right now, you would not have had a chance to stand here. This was the swamp and everything, and you, along with Blackley Contractors, helped to drain this area as well. So tell people about the evolution of the whole farm. In fact, the farming has been, sorry, apologies for that noise, our farming has actually been a little bit better off for what the work the club has done.
Yeah, actually, when the Cleghorn sold it, they sold it to a Paddy Irishman, and he was not a hell of a good farmer, but he was quite a good drinker. So that made it quite easy to get our ground cover expenses paid. But I must pay tribute to Dave Wareham and the top dressing pilot, because he used to top dress this piece of land and then spray it for weeds. And then we'd come out and sort of settle it down. So from Labour weekend on, we were right through setting it all up and making it go. So then we had floods, and so sometimes we'd come into this area, and this whole area right up to the gate up there was underwater. And that's happened 2 or 3 times. So it's unbelievable when you come in and you think, where are we going to have a Woodville motocross today? And then bit by bit by bit, the water would go down the gorge there, and we could run a bit up at the top, and then next day we could run the rest down here. So great, lots and lots of stories, lots and lots of challenges.
All right, indeed, and great to see. Tell us some of the things you remember about that 60th celebration. For the people now to get accustomed to it, what were some of the bikes riding, some of the names of the riders, and some of them like yourself who were here all those years ago?
Well, I have to compliment some of the guys here standing around behind me. If I can point the camera at we've got Russell Harris there on the walking stick, and he's the commentator of motorsports, and he was the about the second or third commentator for Woodville, and he's still commentating motorsport. Then we've got Colin Dixon from New Plymouth, part of the Taranaki Hardcore. And then we've got Peter McClay from Two Line Works for 45 years, but he's moved from there now. Ken Cleghorn, who was my brother-in-law, and it happened to be that I came out here to marry his sister, and we're actually still married, and I've sent her to work at Taupo today to do some road racing. So it's all good. So we've got Ken Cleghorn, and then the next guy with the dark pullover is Kevin Eagle, and Kevin, we called him a Frenchman for our first phony motocross out here, because we reckoned he was a bit of a chook, and we could, because he had a poultry farm, and that's why. So we made a bit of a song and dance about Kevin. And then we've got Malcolm Campbell, another Taranaki hardcore, and he had a brother, and all I saw of those guys was their back wheel. Then we've got Bob Grover. And he's a Waipakarau hardcore man. And I'd like to also pay tribute to Mitch Rowe here. He's in orange pullover. He's ridden here 35 years of the 60. So that's about as good as you'll get, I think. Unfortunately, he got drowned in the last race, so too bad. But anyway, good on you, and thanks, Mitch Rowe.
Hey folks, from all of you out there, let's come on, warm our hands and warm our hearts for these people that have made Woodville. This man who did it 60 years ago, this is our sport. Here, thank you all very, very much. Fantastic. All right, pleased to keep it going. Also, here we go. We're going to take an opportunity over here, Tim. Please come over. We're going to cut the cake. We're going to cut the cake here. We've got a party for a cake. Come on over, Ken, and the guys, come on over, please. So fantastic here. Photographers, if you want to be around it a little bit. Thank you, Debbie. Photographers, get a close look at the checkered flags on the cake. Come and join us. Get right up on here. Where do you want? What do you want me to do? Hold the knife.
Ladies and gentlemen, while we're cutting the cake for the 60th anniversary, I'd like to compliment the pipe band. We had pipe bands and brass bands here in those old days. Thank you very much to the pipe band who are here today. Dannevirke Pipe Band, all the way from Dannevirke, overseas nearly. And so I'm going to get my brother-in-law Ken Clegg-Owen, who was one of the instigators, to help me cut this cake.
Here, we're loving the pipe band in the background. They'll be doing a beautiful musical interlude for us.
So when the music stops, we'll change to a different gear in a minute. But isn't it great to see a pipe band? You'd never think a pipe band could be so good at a motocross. And thank you so much for the Dannevirke Pipe Band. Thank you, Dannevirke Pipe Band. Thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I've got a very important person alongside me. And his name is Russell Harris, and he was a commentator here before Neil Ritchie. Now, Russell has probably spoken more motorsport words than anyone else in this world, but Russell, tell me about your involvement with Woodville.
Well, it was just incredible to be involved the very, very first meeting. Well, those first meetings, because you brought the overseas riders in, and I recall we were in awe when Gunnar Lindstrom, I think it was, who came on a Husqvarna, that they had the little river down there, and he jumped it. We couldn't believe it. The others, everyone else went through it. He jumped it. And then people like J.D. Roberts, who in the main race one year rode the entire race standing because his seat had come off. But they were just remarkable days, and it's incredible over the years how we've seen this event grow. And the magic of it is that it only happens once a year at the same venue, and that's the real magic of Woodville.
Thanks, Russell. So, and we thank the property owners. And actually, one of the original property owners is here today. I don't see him here, but Des Cleghorn was actually one of the family that actually bought this land in the first place and made it into arable land and so on. Now, we've got a very important thing to do. You don't often get two commentators together, but we've got one commentator who's going to pass over the commentating rights to another commentator This is 40 years, 40 years since Neil Ritchie started commentating here. Russell, would you be good enough to present that to Neil Ritchie, please?
Wonderful, wonderful, Neil. And congratulations that I taught you everything you know.
Yeah, exactly.
But it was just amazing how it happened for you, because I'd met you in Taihape at a motocross, and I knew you were interested in it. And then there was a big speedway meeting here, I commentated speedway, and it got rained out on the Saturday night, and it was to be held on the Sunday afternoon. I was committed to that. I said, here, Neil, and you haven't let go.
And I've loved every bit of it, Russell, and thank you very much for your contribution to the sport. When I said at the time there was commentators we were blessed with, and I thought I'd only be around for 5 or 10 years and be some other young fella come along and take my place. And when I've seen you still at over 70 years of age commentating at Speedway as well as you've done the
82.
Oh, 82. Holy Toledo. Look at that.
Coming up 50 years.
50 years of commentating.
Yeah, so, yeah.
Beautiful.
And still enjoyed as much as ever. Just one little reminder, I'm the original turbo tonsils, okay?
Yeah. And you called me the turbo tonsil terror from?
Taihape.
That's the name you gave me. That's where it stuck. You're the one that called us that.
Yeah, of all the places to start a career.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Russell. Thank you very much. That's an honour. Thank you. Here. Well, there we go. Thank you very much. Very proud. 40 years. Oh, go. Cheers.
So, ladies and gentlemen, you can see some old bikes going around here, and there's some of the earlier bikes that came to Woodville. I saw a Dot, I can see a Greaves, I can see a BSA, I can see a Yamaha DT1, the white tank one there. And thank you so much for those guys that made themselves available to do a display. If you want to look at the vintage motocross display, it's up behind the start line, the second marquee up, it says Toyota. And there's some old photos there you might like to look at the same time. Thank you everyone, and thank you Neil, and thank you everyone who's made this event.
Thank you, Tim.
Oh, thank you all very, very much. So proud to have my wife Debbie. If that's 40 years of motocross, it's 40 years of marriage this year. 4 beautiful children. Son Brad, proud of him, president of the club. Chris, photographer in the club. Nick doing the checkered flag in the club, and Danielle doing the hospitality with Debbie. All 6 members of the family loving it. So pretty proud, I can tell you. I just want to make sure we don't have any more feedback. That I've now got Ken Cleghorn with us, and Ken, in fact, in the words of current Motorcycle New Zealand President Noel May, said to me, "You're right, Neil, that Ken has gone under the radar." Ken, you were the person that went overseas for this sport of scrambles. You came back and invented motocross. What encouraged you to go overseas? You met ratbags like Tim Gibbs. It wasn't all that good, was it?
You're very perceptive there. I do wonder sometimes, but going overseas was an experience in itself. The first year over there, the English didn't have bikes for sale, so we had a long time waiting to try and get bikes. We'd been on a boat for 6.5 weeks.
Yeah.
Well, now you see these guys, don't you see them lifting weights and all sorts of things? Taught me a lot in the first 6 months. I was absolutely buggered most of the time. But we came back here, and then Tim came back because he'd met up with my sister, and the one thing develops after another. So we came home in '61 with the idea of they were getting married and I was going to come home and be her best man and go back. But for one reason or another, I'd met a girl over there from Western Australia, and she didn't seem to like the idea of going over there and camping in a tent or whatever, so we stayed home, didn't we? And we got involved with motocross out here, and some of my best days and best memories were here at Woodville. But
fantastic to see. Just give people an idea of some of the other countries that you travelled to as a true New Zealand international motocrosser. So we think now of what our Shane Kings and Daryl Kings. Go through them. Come on, tell everybody honestly. You're a New Zealand motorcycle star. Where have you been?
Well, it was pretty good in those days because it was Iron Curtain days, wasn't it? And you had to get visas to go to Poland and all the way down there, Czechoslovakia and all the rest of it. My folk came over one year and they were boarding a billy on the side of the road, and next thing the coppers pull up on BMW motorbikes and say, "Oh, no can do this, no can do this," and they looked at this boiling billy as if it was going to take off and photograph the area or something. But very, very, very interesting times.
Great to see Ken. Hey, on behalf of all of us that still love motocross today, thank you for the contribution. You don't know how realise with this man how influential you've been on New Zealand sport with starting so much here. So from all of us, we have a passionate thank you.
I have to give most of the credit to Tim because he was the one that got the effort and made the do. I was a bit lucky because I knew the landowner, and he got keen on motocross because we were doing all right at motocross, and so he sort of said, what? Well, I think I've got a place that might suit, and look at it. So I don't think they milk many cows here anymore, not in this particular patch.
Not indeed. Hey, thanks Ken for joining us. Thank you very much, and I hope you enjoy your day.
Yeah, you too. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. So there we go, folks. They're the formalities. You don't get away with doing 60 years for nothing. Russell Harris, the voice of motorsport in the Manawatu, the original turbo tonsils, absolutely proud to be following in his footsteps. Yes, indeed. He couldn't do Speedway, and they said, oh, we need a commentator for Sunday. Somebody said, what about that bloke from Tie Happy? And here we are, and that was 40 years ago, so thank you all very much. I love being part of it. So that's about them, and where we are going to resume our racing again. Big afternoon to get through. Coming up next, MX1. And that will be Paul Malin too, by the way. I'm going to give the mic over to Paul. We'll be having a little bit of a break. I'll have an opportunity to catch up with the dignitaries. Might have a drink and a bite ourselves. And we're going to have the World Motocross commentator. When you follow World Motocross on your TV, on your smartphone, on your computer, wherever you watch it, how you watch it, the man whose voice you hear, Mr. Paul Malin, will be calling next racing. Because we've got him in New Zealand, because he's married a Kiwi from right here in the beautiful Manawatu. Over to Paul Malin next.
When we start.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to the 60th edition of the Honda Woodville International New Zealand MX Grand Prix here with me, Paul Malin. I'll be filling you in on the MX1 and MX2 second races. Now, if you're just joining us on the live feed, a very, very warm welcome to the summer here in New Zealand, if you're watching us from overseas in Europe or anywhere else in the world. But a great crowd here joining us today at this historic Woodville circuit, and the MX1 riders are out on their sighting lap ahead of MX1 Race 2. If you were just watching the presentations a few moments ago, fantastic to have the original Turbo Tonsils here today. Russell Harris, who was commenting this race 60 years ago, and of course Neil Ritchie, who's done 40 years of those. He was here just a short moment ago as well, and he's handed the reins over to me for the next two races, MX1 and MX2 Race 2. Well, in the MX1 free practice session first thing this morning on what was a sticky racetrack, the fastest time of the day or of the session was Kane Lamont with a 1:40.7. He goes to the line first ahead of Ethan Martins, Wyatt Chase, Hamish Harwood and Josiah Natsky. Natsky doubling up on classes this weekend. So good to see Natsky, or Josiah Natsky as I should call him, really just riding both the MX2 and MX1 categories. Fantastic conditions here. It's got a little bit of elevation here and there in the elevated parts of the racetrack that they have got. If you've never been to this Woodville racetrack before, they've built these nice little jumps into and over. So you've got these nice natural tabletops and doubles. And there's been some really, really fantastic riding out on track as well. So lots to look forward to today as we move into the second half of the afternoon. And don't forget, just a few moments ago, we had the infamous river race as well. What, 4 or 5 laps through the river and parts of the motocross track, and lots of crashes and whoops from the crowd, as you probably heard if you watched it live, of course. Well, the time that Kane Lamont did this morning was a 1:40.752. He edged out Ethan Martins, who was a 1:42.5, and then it was Wyatt Chase coming home in third place with a 1:42.7. And then Hamish Harwood, your winner from race 1, who looked absolutely fantastic on the number 3 machine. His time was 1:42.8. And then we had Josiah Natsky, Cody Cooper, Campbell King, Jacob Steele, and Kobe Burke. Riders making their way down to the start line now. Their sighting lap has been completed. This race 2 is going to be 22 minutes plus 1 lap. And if you weren't with us for race 1 a short while ago, then the winner from race 1, mentioned him a moment ago, the number 3 of Hamish Harwood. So Harwood looking to double up if he can. He edged out Cody Cooper as well by a slender margin. Kane Lamont came home in third on the number 4 machine. Then it was Josiah Natsky in 4th place on the number 23 Kawasaki. Just behind them in 5th place, the number 32 Wyatt Chase. And they were followed home by the 139 of Campbell King, the 14 of Kobe Bork, 60 Jacob Steele, 912 Tommy Watts, and the 21 of Hadley Knight. So it's start straight here, probably around about 60, 70 meters, something like that, and it's into a sweeping right-hand turn, bank to the outside on the left-hand side, and then it rejoins the main part of the racetrack. Just looking out of my commentary position now, almost all of the riders are in position, but this 22-minute plus 1 race going to be a tough one as well, because temperatures nudging up into the late 20s today. And just looking down the grid, actually, it looks like Lamont is down towards the left-hand side as I look down, so on the right-hand side, ready for a nice tight right line through that first turn. But the calm before the storm here at the 60th edition of the Honda Woodville International New Zealand MX Grand Prix. Who will it be that grabs that all-important whole shot course prize money on the whole shot prize here in every single race? There you see the 32 there, just on the left side of your screen there. That's Wyatt Chase on the Yamaha. So he'll be looking for a better start. And welcome to you today for this race here on this live stream. Hopefully you enjoyed it so far, and hopefully you'll continue to enjoy it as the day goes on. So riders to look out for: number 3, Hamish Harwood; the 4 of Kane Lamont; the 7, Royden White. And then we've got other riders down there as well: the 23 of Josiah Natsky, the 32 of White Chase; Curtis King there, the number 41 as well, but the number 14 on your screen, Kobe Bork from Clevedon on his KTM. But as you can see, the start man there just giving us the go-ahead. Now the digital clock will be over on the left-hand side of the start straight as they get ready to peel into this first corner. And it'll be a countdown clock, and then of course when it hits 0, anytime after that the gates will drop, as is the way here in New Zealand Motocross. It's also the first round of the New Zealand Championship as well. So the starter walking back towards the doghouse there, as you can see, which means the clock is going to be ticking imminently. And 22 minutes plus a lap about to get underway here. MX1 race 1, who will it be that grabs that all-important whole shot? Look over on the left-hand side as the grid, as we look down from our camera position here. Right, the revs are up, the gates are about to drop. Who will it be that grabs that whole shot? We're getting ready to go racing here in New Zealand at Woodville. And the 32 of White Chase gets a good jump, and so too does the number 3 of Hamish Harwood as they swing through that right-hand turn, then left onto the track through the Daytona-style bank turn there over on that far side of the racetrack. It's Lamont who leads though on the number 4, already making a, and coming in towards us now. We've got the 32 actually who is leading the way, White Chase. So a change of clothing there for the number 32, but it's Chase who leads the way. A little bit of chalk dust just kicking up over on this side of the circuit, so picking up the riders as they head over to the far side of the racetrack, this part of the track here. Twisty and turning, and then they launch over that step up. There is the number 4 of Lamont, and there is your race leader, number 32 of White Chase. Picking his lines nice and easily. Then we've got the 3 there just tucked in behind him, and then 4. So Harwood and Lamont glued together as well, wheel to wheel, as they work their way through this first lap of MX1 race 2. Getting ready to welcome them back towards the finish line area in just a few moments' time. .121 there of Cody Cooper. Also on screen, doesn't look like he made a great start, but he's there in 3rd position, but it's Chase who leads the way. There is the number 4 of Lamont going past the packed hillside there over on the right-hand side. That's just on the inside of turn 1, but Chase having a fantastic start here. He leads the way. Harwood 2nd, Cody Cooper is 3rd, Lamont 4th. Then Watts is in 5th place. There is Kane Lamont. Nickname for him from my side, apologies for that, but it's Chase, Harwood, Cooper, Lamont, Watts, King, White as they start lap 2. The battle here between the number 121 of Cody Cooper and Kane Lamont. They are in 3rd and 4th place, looking to move up the leaderboard as best they can here. But in race 1, of course, the win went to the number 3 of Hamish Harwood. He is currently there in 2nd position behind the number 32 of White Chase. The man on screen there, Kane Lamont, he finished in 3rd place. He's currently in 4th at the moment, so looking to find his way past the number 121 of Cody Cooper, the rider who finished 2nd in race 1 and pushed Harwood all the way to the checkered flag. So 3rd and 4th on screen there, the 121 and the 4. Over the line though, already making his way towards the first turn area, and with a substantial lead at the moment is White Chase. see what the lap time was. Of course, they've done one complete lap now of the circuit. The first turn, they didn't break the beam, but as they go through, 1:42.3, the fastest lap of the race on that opening lap for White Chase. Harwood second, Cooper, Lamont, Watts, King, Wood and White, and the rest of the guys as they pass through. Fantastic battle here. That left-hand turn, that sweeping left turn that the riders have just gone through there. Nice and fast this morning, a little bit tacky where they'd watered the track, ripped the track, a venue they only use once a year, not too dissimilar to Matterley Basin where they hold the British Grand Prix, the scene of the first round of the FIA Motocross World Championship in 2020. Not too dissimilar in the fact that they use it once a year, then it gets put out to grass, and then they come back a year later and do it all over again. In this case, this infamous Woodville International course, heavily supported by Honda. But Cooper under pressure. Over on the far side of the circuit, gets through that little double there, flicks through the right-hander. He has got Lamont bearing down on him, and the Yamaha man tries to nip down the inside, but gets the door closed in his face as they tighten up to go left. A little bit cleaner coming out of that far turn was the number 121 of Cody Cooper. And it's Cooper who still hangs on to that third place as he drops down towards the final right-hand turn on the racetrack. We'll pick him up now. Here he is through the final right-hand turn. We've had 5:20 run so far in this race. 16.5 minutes plus a lap to go. And Chase now 4.7 seconds clear of Harwood. Harwood trying his best to hang on to the Yamaha man, but not having any such luck at the moment. Keeping an eye on this battle here, and Lamont closest to us as they come around this right-hander. The number 4 just gets squeezed back. He thought about going around the outside of the 121 of Cody Cooper, but then just switches it back. Decides to pull back in line, but then again opens himself up, goes around the outside. He's always on the wrong side here, though, unless he's got something up his sleeve. A nicer line through there, perhaps, but you can see how hard and slick it is. Not giving up. He is harassed and hounded. The last 3-4 corners has Lamont. Getting ready for the step up over on the center part of the circuit. That takes him over the far side, over towards the back end. Very hard and slick, baked hard circuit here now at Woodville. Got to be a nightmare for riders and mechanics to pick a tyre because they will water the parts of the track imminently. So you will get a little bit of dry and a little bit of wet, but Lamont does nip through on the inside this time around. So Cooper now gets pushed back into 4th place. But the Honda man up on the pegs, looking to try and fight back immediately. But no one at the moment as these two fight over 3rd and 4th place, Lamont and Cooper. No one a match for the 32, who seems to be extending his lead over Hamish Harwood, who's over the line now in that 2nd place. The gap now 4.8 seconds after 4 laps between Chase and Harwood. But we have a new man in 3rd, and that is Kane Lamont on the Yamaha there, number 4. Crossing over the start straight to leap up over that tabletop. One of the climbs on this racetrack here, but that sweeping turn there, that left-hander was wide open this morning in the free practice stroke time practice session. But you can see how long those ruts are now. But Cooper with some work to do there, the 1-2-1. But already being pulled clear and being left behind by the number 4 of Cody Cooper. Sorry, of Kane Lamont. Give you a quick rundown of the top 10 in a moment as we concentrate on Cody Cooper. Chase leads away from Harwood, Lamont, Cooper now 4th, Watts 5th, King, Steiner, White, Hadley Knight and Cam Negus. They are your top 10. Just behind him is Kobe Bork. There is the number 3 of Hamish Harwood, still there in 2nd position, but the gap between him and the race leader of White Chase seems to be opening up, but he was strong in the first race, was the number 3 here. And he'll be looking to use the second half of the race, or the next 13.5 minutes plus a lap, just to find a little bit more rhythm, find another gear perhaps, and do what he can to go after the number 32 of White Chase. The gap last time around, 4.8 seconds, as Harwood hits the line there, the number 3. So Harwood on the CML KTM, giving chase to the man who leads him, Mr. Wyatt Chase from Taupo. On the Chase Works Yamaha Pro Motos motorcycle, who's capitalised on that good start, and he continues to lead by around 5 seconds. Looking out of my other commentary window here, he's got that whole straight ahead from that left-hander to the next left after this single and triple, which Josiah Natsky was jumping actually, who's now currently in 29th place. So it doesn't look like Natsky on the leaderboard here. He was doubling up in classes, but an MX1 race followed by an MX2 race. 6 races on his schedule for Natsky today, so obviously opting to stay with that MX2 ride in a little short while's time. But just picking up the number 3 here, Hamish Harwood. Those ruts were nice and tacky for the first race, but as you know, riders who ride on a regular basis throw a little bit of light breeze in there, a little bit of sunlight as well. They start to firm up, and the race conditions here, a little bit sticky as you see into that left-hander there at the end of that straight. Nice braking bumps and loose dirt to the outside, but everywhere else you've got some square edges, some hard edges out there, and those ruts on the corners as well, equally not difficult to manage, but when you get it wrong, you know you've got it wrong. There's just no give in the surface. So picking up Hamish Harwood again then as he comes over the line in that second place on the number 3. Still no answer as yet for our race leader. And Wyatt Chase now 5.7 seconds clear of Hamish Harwood. Lamont is in 3rd place. His lap time last time around a 1:45.9, so slower than Harwood, who was in the 1:44s. So Wyatt Chase doing a fantastic job. In fact, that was just him in the top left corner of your screen a moment ago, getting ready to come back in the opposite direction. There he is now, but we are following Hamish Harwood. He's got 2 back markers ahead of him, so the 3rd rider in shot, nudging by a couple of slow riders on the racetrack here. And there is your race leader. Haven't seen him for a while. He's been almost 6 seconds clear of his closest rival, your winner from race 1, Hamish Harwood. So good start and a good positive mental attitude, just getting him up there. A couple of blistering fast laps from the get-go. Opened up a 3-4 second advantage, creeping that out as well. Almost 6 seconds at the end of lap 6. We're on lap 7 now. And here is your race leader, number 32, coming towards us if you're watching on the live stream here. Through the final turn to click off another lap. 7 laps in the books now as they hit the super jump here. Super jump, because over the years it used to be a lot bigger and a lot more frightening, but toned down over the last few years or so. Wyatt Chase 6.5 seconds clear now. Last time around 1:44.9. Hamish Harwood 45.609. We're still waiting for Lamont to come through, and in fact, as I look over my shoulder, the Yamaha man goes through there in 3rd place. So Kane Lamont from Mangakino, the Altherm Window Systems JCI Yamaha Motor New Zealand rider. Of course, Josh Coppins running and managing that team. Grabbed a word with him today. Was expecting him half to ride in the Vets race earlier on, but he was like, nah, just pick and choose my races now. If it's too hot, then you won't see me out on the racetrack. And it is a hot day here today, folks. Dealing with back markers. Wyatt Chase, the 2nd rider in that particular shot, getting ready to go past the back marker just ahead of him. Your race leader there on the number 32 machine. Through those tight left and right parts of the racetrack, sometimes just easier to follow, but maybe not directly wheel to wheel, but just give yourself another rut in which you can avoid the rider going down in front of you if that's the case. But looking silky smooth at the moment. Here's your number 32, your race leader. getting ready to click off another lap. 8 laps will be in the books any moment now for Wyatt Chase. Just outside the top 10, Cam Negus, Jess Donnelly, Richard Horn. The way is this rider right here, the number 32 of Wyatt Chase, doing a fantastic job right from the very, very first lap. Snuck through on the inside. He was about 6, maybe 8 gates over on the right-hand side, but the left as we look down from our camera angle at the first corner. And he is looking very, very much in control. Up on the pegs, nicely done. Got confidence in those tyres beneath him as he manages that hard, slick surface beneath him and making it look very, very easy. Just under 7.5 minutes to go, plus a lap in this second MX1 race here, the 60th edition of the Honda Woodville International New Zealand Grand Prix. Well, race 1 was an absolute corker where we had Hamish Harwood and Cody Cooper jostling for the win right the way down to the checkered flag. There is still a little bit of time left in this one, just under 7 minutes, 6 minutes 45 seconds. Are we going to see a late surge from Hamish Harwood? Looks unlikely at this stage. 7 seconds down, a 1:46.6. He was still 4 tenths down on Wyatt Chase that time around, but he was a machine in race 1. And supremely fit as well. Coming out of the final turn over the finish line once again, Hamish Harwood, the number 3, there he is. Knows he might have the overall advantage going into the third and final race a little later on, because he was your winner from race 1. Your leader at the moment, Wyatt Chase, came home in 5th position. So on combined scores at the moment, Harwood, your winner from race 1, currently 2nd, would be leading the overall classification. Again, just like Wyatt Chase, looking very, very cool, calm and collected. Knows he doesn't have to win this race. It's all about taking the overall victory at the end of the day. There will be a third race a little later on, of course. No change in the top 5 as Wyatt Chase leads Harwood, Lamont, Cooper and Watts. Then riders just on the fringe of the top 20. Keegan Barnard is in 16th place, Jacob Steele 17th, Ethan Hawkless, Tim Coleman and Shane Thompson round out the top 20. The sun really starting to beam down on this Woodville racetrack now. Temperature rising. Yesterday when we were here, it was a lot cooler in the morning, a pretty big wind as well throughout the day, but a lot calmer here today. Just see the back end stepping out there of the number 3 of Hamish Harwood as he came out of that right turn, back end flicking left and right as he got on the gas, catching those little square edge bumps. Of course, those bumps are developed when you are getting on the gas and changing gear in different places as well. Just looking over my shoulder as our race leader goes through. He's already up and over the first jump past the start line area as Harwood comes through now 9 seconds down. So he definitely seems content to hang in there in that 2nd place. He's got a decent amount of time over the 3rd place rider as well, Kane Lamont, and then Cody Cooper there in 4th with Tommy Watts in 5th place. Got to be careful when you find your way past the back markers here, of course, because sometimes you don't know if they're going to jump left or right, but no problems there for the number 3 of Harwood. Again, just to the right of those pegs, just to the inside of that deep rut on the left-hand side. In practice this morning, that was very, very sticky. Good traction there for the riders who wanted to put in those good fast times, but riders not taking that chance now. Maybe just a little bit too slick in that corner just over Harwood's left shoulder as he peels through that right-hand corner. Back marker just cruising through there, but see the gap. Well, the gap from Harwood to Lamont, 19 seconds. The rider in 3rd place, and Cooper about another 13 seconds behind him. So very, very spread out this race. Back with our leader though, the number 32, White Chase, just picking up that front end of that Yamaha, letting it dance around on the back wheel. Hasn't been challenged at all in the race, maybe the opening lap or two when he tried to establish a lead at the head of the field. He comes over the line for 11 laps. Race 1 was 14 laps, incidentally. But as he heads into that far left-hander, this is flicks through. This is turn 2 on the racetrack when they come out of the first turn, sweep through into this Daytona-style bank corner, and then work their way over a series of jumps. And then dropping into this right-hander right below our commentary position. Again, just easing on the gas. Looking like he's on a different planet at the moment. Cornering like he's on rails, the number 32 of White Chase. Had a brief stint in Europe a few years ago in the 125 European Championship, but doing a good job being back here in New Zealand. In which time he's shifted up to the 450 as well. Has a 10.4 second advantage over Hamish Harwood after the first 11 laps. We're halfway through lap 12 here. No change in the top 5 or 6 positions though, but this guy making it look very easy. Your race leader, White Chase. There is Hamish Harwood. So the number 3 on the KTM. Just tiptoeing his way around. He knows he's got plenty of time in his pocket over Lamont and Cooper, so doesn't need to rush it home here. Just over a minute to go, just as we hit the finish line there with the number 32 over my shoulder as we focus on the number 3 of Hamish Harwood. So it's going to be 2 laps to go from this point, because the white flag will go out next time around. And barring any mistakes, it should be a win for White Chase on the Chaseworks Yamaha Pro Moto Motorcycles Blue Crew Fox machine. All these riders heavily supported when you look down the sponsor list. But this opening round of the New Zealand Championship hasn't disappointed so far. Fantastic first MX1 race. The stage will be set for an epic encounter, I'm sure, by the time we get to race 3 a little later this afternoon. Haven't seen too much of Lamont, Cooper or Tommy Watts, but they are still unchanged inside the top 5. Tyler Steiner finds himself in 6th position. Just looking out of my window, Kane Lamont goes through, so just turn 3 into turn 4, the single into the triple. But the lap times last time around for our race leader, his best time was a 1:41.8, but last time around a 47.08, 46.9 for Harwood, so marginally quicker, but that gap still more than 10 seconds between your winner from race 1 here and the guy who leads him in race 2, White Chase. Hard pack circuit. When I was walking around earlier, it kind of looked like the circuit I used to ride back in my 500 days in terms of the nature of the dirt. Probably not too dissimilar to a place in Switzerland, a circuit called Podium, but dries quite hard. But this place here, just a little bit loamier in other areas. Here is your number 4. So Kane Lamont in that 3rd place at the moment. Again, no threat from the rider behind, and Cody Cooper. But just looking out of the window, the white flag is out as we focus on our race leader, number 32 of White Chase. Did everything right when he needed to. The most important part of any race is the start, of course, and you get that right, you give yourself a good opportunity of being somewhere close to the top. But White Chase getting up there and staying there for the entire 22 minutes so far. Chase working his way back towards the finish line then, through the rave section for the final time. He'll flick left here. Up on the pegs, he drops slightly into that little hole there, into the final corner. The checkered flag being raided, and it will be a win in race number 2 for Wyatt Chase. No big celebrations here, but Wyatt Chase on the Chaseworks Yamaha Pro Moto motorcycles, Blue Crew machine. He picks up the win in race number 2. Following him home there, the number 3 of Hamish Harwood on the CML KTM Makita Rukon Construction Demon Energy machine. And that was a convincing win for Wyatt Chase. Harwood over the line in second. We still wait for Lamont, Cooper and Watts. Those 3, barring any change on the final lap, will round out the top 5. But that was Grand Prix MX1 race 2 here. And the winner, Wyatt Chase. Confirmation then of race 2, MX1, Wyatt Chase, your winner. Hamish Harwood coming home in second. Kane Lamont third. Cody Cooper, Tommy Watts and Tyler Steiner. Campbell King comes home over the line in 7th. And then Hadley Knight, Royden White, Cam Negus, Jesse Donnelly and Richard Horn rounding out the top 12. But that first and the second for Hamish Harwood means that he will have the championship leaders red plate heading into round 2 of the New Zealand Championship. Of course, 3 races in this Woodville International, but in terms of national championships, the first 2 races count for the NZ Champs because only 2 races at the national championship. So Hamish Harwood will be the championship leader after today, heading into round 2. But it will already be tight as they head up to that second round. But Wyatt Chase then a comfortable winner by 12, just over 12.5 seconds over Hamish Harwood. Kane Lamont getting third as he edged out Cody Cooper, Tommy Watts rounding out the top 5. As we wait for the rest of the riders to clear the track here, I will hand you back to Neil Ritchie, of course, because he will now comment on the Grand Prix Women's Race 2. And then, of course, I'll be back for MX2 Race 2 after that. Anyway, I'll hand you over to Neil.
Oh, thank you, Paul. The consummate tonsils, just beautiful, man. That for me, that's why you can watch world sport and motocross in particular. Thank you, Paul. So informative when we sit back and watch racing from the other side of the world. So great to see. Women, the women and vets don't get the look lap. It's only the championship classes of MX1, MX2, and 125s that get the 1 lap look lap. So these girls are straight into it. Here they are in their second race. Remembering this is also the first round of the Women's Cup for 2021, and that'll be over 2 of the 4 legs of the National Championship here, and the final round on Sunday, the 28th of March in Taupo. All right, 3 to go. Taylor Raptor doing it again. 79 in Roma. Oh yes, Roma Edwards looking all the class out there as well. These girls, this will be a massive track change for them. These conditions would have changed so much since they were out last time. It's got hot, it's got dry. We've got a complete wind direction change, if you notice as well, folks. And that's what's taken the crispness out of the morning and turned this afternoon into a warm one, because the wind is almost coming around here from the northeast now. So that is a very comfortable wind change. And the reason we like that is effectively blows the dust away off the track. And when we talk about dust, folks, the officials
hills and look at the main part of the track is fine. That's where all the ruts and the grooves are. They're moist. It's why the reason we don't water and claim the dust down is that's on the jump face where the riders are leaping off and also where they're landing. So you imagine if you watered the down ramp, it would just turn into a skating rink. So that's why the two key parts of the track that are not watered are the jump face and the jump landing. That's why you're getting that little bit of dust. So when you think that it's dusty, I can assure you it is not dusty in comparison, because the main part of the track that joins up all those nice, wet, moist, juicy, lumpy, rutted, call it what you like. So awesome. So nice to see our ProMed team sitting back here and just waiting, not panicking. Everything's all okay. Thank you, Tararua Heliworks. Tararua Heliworks doing those chopper rides. Oh, $60 today. Thanks, Dazzle. $60 for a helicopter ride today. $60, is that all? $60 for a helicopter ride. To go around and have a look from the top. Take your camera, take the kids. How nice is that? $60. Fantastic. Only $60, folks, today. So do it. Hey, my shout out goes to the Woodville Lions Club. Woodville Lions Club. Wow, Woodville Lions Club. You were part of it all those years ago. Many years. They used to be doing food and other jobs, and are back this year helping the club. So thank you to the Woodville Lions Club. They were voted a few years ago as the #1 Lions Club in New Zealand. Little old Woodville Lions. They're fantastic, of course. In conjunction with Suzuki, they ran the famous Coast to Coast, incorporated with the Woodville Christmas Parade as well. So an all-round great charity organisation. And for cool country people like Tararua people, they're the kind of organisations to join and be part of. So proud of what you've done in the community, team. You are absolutely awesome. Certainly of all the places that I've ever travelled, and I deal with a lot of other charity clubs that are involved with motorcycle clubs, it would be probably only one other that I could put in anywhere near the realm of Woodville Lions for what they've done for communities and the places that I've visited or worked at. It's a privilege to be here now in the Tararua. And certainly just want to make a call to Tracy, if you're still around. Unfortunately missed that. We wanted to get her involved in that opening ceremony and didn't see her. So again, looking for the for Mayor. Love to have you with us. Please come back if you're around. Well, courtesy of Sky Sport Next, this amazing new coverage that's giving the sports, our other sports in the country. We know that mainstream sports are like anywhere. Doesn't matter what country you go to, other sports feature as well. And if you've seen that Sky Sport Next ad on TV, I tell you one that I like is badminton. So a different kind of a sport, but it's one that I've enjoyed. I had a friend playing it years ago. I've been along to watch a few badminton games. Man, it is ferocious, absolutely ferocious. But it's not like the tennis of this world. But on the other hand, you can play it all year round, and it is super energetic and fun and frantic and real good fitness and skill level to the max. That shuttlecock works what seems like at 1,000,000 miles an hour. So it's just another of the sports you'll find on Sky Sport Next. This is the amazing channel that is giving you free coverage for Sky Sport. And when I say free, of course, it's not part of Sky's television subscription. So you get it, you don't have to pay anything for it, and so you can be watching this motocross through the next 4 rounds free of charge on your phone. So Sky Sport Next, it is just a sensational way to take our next to the next level. Hey, go to a country like Belgium, folks. Football, soccer, #1 sport. What's #2? Motocross. And you've got other countries that it's well respected, particularly through the European regions. But hey, here in New Zealand, we've been really fortunate to get the support of Sky Sport Next, and we know the good crowds that come to motocross and the people that are involved in the sport and the quality of the sponsors we get with us, and the level of riding. After all, we haven't had world championships for nothing, including our own #1 at the moment, of course, Courtney Duncan. So this is just sensational as we can profile these sports people, and a particular woman. And I'll give you an idea. Motorcycle New Zealand are currently looking for a volunteer to be a women's commissioner. So we want actually to really focus on women in our sport. Had the lovely opportunity to look at some junior road racing at Ruapuna just 3 weeks ago, hosted by Motorcycling Canterbury at their local road race circuit. Now they had some kids riding that day, and girls were in amongst it. So that is absolutely brilliant. I want to see more of that. So taking an opportunity to see more women in our sport, and road racing no different to motocross. So let's bring it on and get a women's commissioner. Moto trials. Hey, Manawatu. What about Hannah Rushworth? She's a New Zealand Moto trials champion. She went to Aussie and beat the Aussies as well. So just fantastic. And there's just another example of a woman in our sport. Look at all these women. We've got Amy Roberts, Taylor Rampton, Roma Edwards, Letitia Alabaster, Hannah Powell, Chloe Steele. Known many of these girls since they first started on mini bikes, and here they are carrying on today. What about Melissa Patterson? She was in nappies when her dad was the New Zealand champion. Here she is, loving the sport that her dad was so passionate about as well, and a former winner of this exact event here today. Courtney Clapham, Go Manawatu, Georgia Marshall, Brianna Roberts, Georgia Swift with Tyler Edwards, Georgia Sibling, and Melissa Adger. In fact, I think a non-start for Melissa, so we're down to the unlucky number 13. So Amy, Taylor, Roma, Letitia. I think the fact that it was a Women's Cup and a Grand Prix event that does scare some of the women off. And let's face it, folks, Woodville is one very, very tough track. Super hot in the summer, hard packed, soft areas. It is rutted. It is the real definition of motocross. So some of our participating ladies take it a bit easier. Hey, I'll tell you what as well. What about yesterday? We had an 8 to 11 years 85cc class. We had a 12 to 16 years 85cc class. We had a 12 to 16, 125 and 250cc class. So 3 different classes for the first time here at Woodville as well. That's a brand new one. A great initiative by Ray Broad, our Commissioner for Motocross. Well, this word commissioner, every segment of the sport, whether you're motocross or road racing, has a commissioner, a person in charge of a group of volunteers who have Zoom meetings and audio conferences to coordinate the sport. But we're now taking this next step with women in road racing. What about Avgas, we nickname her, folks? Miss Avalon Biddle. Have you seen her on Sky Speed? Because she's a lovely hostess there alongside Stephen and Greg as well. So take an opportunity to follow ladies. We've had 4 world women motocross and motorcycle champions, folks. 4 in the world. How many other countries do you think in the world could say that? What an honour for New Zealand. The first one, Julie Manor. The second one was Catherine Prum. The third then in that group was Avalon Biddle, and now the latest is Courtney Duncan. So 4 women world champions. What an honour. That's why we promote women's motocross so much. Here on race day. This is ScanPower supporting the action, and it's coming to you live, loud and proud here at the magnificent Woodville Grand Prix, brought to us by Honda, world's #1 motorcycle, proud to be New Zealand's #1 selling brand, proud to be the local #1 selling brand. Catch it at Bissett Honda, catch it at Dannyburg, catch it at Mills and Waipukurau, up to Hastings Hastings Honda, across to Ericsson. What about going to Taupo to Hooker Honda, way across to Honda Hub in the Hawke's Bay, or Cook's Motorcycles, or Kewen Honda? My old favourite mate Jeffrey over there in Wanganui. We'll head down into Manawatu with City Honda, and Palmerston North with City Honda Horowhenua, and we can go to Motomart in the capital city as well. Just some of them. We can cross over and go to Marlborough Honda. What about going to Nelson as well, to Morley Motorcycles? The list goes on. I think there's 68, I think was the number I heard, 68 dealers around the country. The #1 brand, the #1 bikes. And how cool is it here today that kids can actually hop on the bikes while they're sitting there at the moment? So many shops you go to, and rightfully so. Please don't sit on them. The kids might fall over. They might hurt themselves or hurt the bike. But you can actually do it. The boys have put a safe stand on them so you can see, do you want to be on the 50? Do you want to be on the 110? Do you want to be on the 125? Special kids bikes. And you can see the big bikes that the adults are riding, like the fantastic 450X that Chris Power is using today, and ridden to success and winning the first river race today. Check it out with Honda, our favourite brand, proud to be behind Woodville in the GP. All right, it's all #1 out there at the moment, and we've just seen, well, in fact, coming back onto the result, #1, even as her hand goes up. In fact, I think she slipped back. Yes, oh, she has. Correction. So it's now Taylor in front. Taylor, Roma, and Amy's gone to third. We were looking out for the picture, and I thought to see the other girls behind her, but they're now in front of her. So bad luck to Amy, as we've been doing that complete update of our ScanPower Grand Prix women's racing. As you get the idea, folks, when you're listening to the ultimate professional like Paul Malin, you get the idea that he speaks it like it is and like it should be. We're still the hyped up hypo kid that was commentating 40 years ago, so our style's very different, but an absolute honour to have Paul alongside us here today. It's just been our style, certainly now for the work that television is offering. The style of Paul is certainly where it's at for the future, and delighted to have Brad and Nick and my family alongside us to help calling the racing at other great events around the country. So a privilege. We're Turbo Sound, and we're proud to be pumping it out there for the excitement of the sport. Taylor, Roma, Amy, Letitia, Hannah. Come on, Manawatu with Hannah Powell on that City Honda CRF 250 out there. She's behind Letitia Alabaster. The Alabaster family, what about that from Super Alf? He's helped to do our fencing. He's been here almost every day doing part of the work, and he's all last weekend, again during the week, and here this weekend. He's fantastic, and thank you very, very much, Alf. Really appreciate his work. Along with Blair Robinson, they've been responsible with Martin ITM and doing the fencing. That's been the new safety fencing all around the circuit. The old story, folks, the sports will get you on the back page, but a human interest story will get you on the front page, and that's what happened when we had a bike go out of control and hit a spectator. We put up the temporary fencing. Now we're so much more at ease with the permanent fencing, so it's our way of looking after you so that we can keep sport and going and safely. You've only got to see what it's done with motorsport, drags and other things, where there's now so much scrutiny on the fact that there hasn't been enough safety for our spectators. So hopefully you'll appreciate what we're doing, and thank you for the river race that you did not cross the fence. Please use the gateways. We really encourage that. We've still got another Stringfellows Tararua District river race to come, and if you can repeat that last one, that fencing will last a long time, and we'll be very appreciative of you acknowledging our volunteer work. ScanPower and our Women's Grand Prix. Number 3, Taylor Rampton, 79 Roma Edwards, and 1 for Amy Roberts. 881 in the picture here at the moment for Letitia. And out there at the moment on the Patterson O'Connor motorcycles bike. Letitia's always been a fan of the 2-strokes. The other girls have gone to the 4-strokes, but she's riding it still there on the bike as we come around. There's the white flag you can see, and that's a symbol of 1 lap to go. And there she is, the 881 to go with Letitia. And looking to pretty darn cool out there at the moment. Her time at a best time at a 2:01, best time for Taylor at a 1:59, same for Roma. In fact, their times, Roma Edwards slightly faster, best time on the racetrack. Amy has slipped back to 4th. Amy's gone back to 4th. Haven't seen what's going on there. Bit of drama. Remembering this is Women's Cup round number 1. Could be Taylor. Oh, here we go. Looking out for Roma. It could be Roma that's moving up, is it? Roma moving up. She has. I think it's Roma. Edwards. It's gone to the lead late in the race. Gone to the lead. We could have another upset here. Roma Edwards back to her brilliant best. This is a tough track. She loves the tough tracks. That's why we've seen her feature so well at the likes of Taupo. Back for the MX Fest a few months ago. Back in October at Labour Weekend. Here it is. Roma Edwards has not been on the winning step since then, but she's about to do it again if she can only keep it up from here. As we build up in the race, the young lady from Motueka out of a superb family. You may remember the 7 Sharp story a number of years ago about the 4 sisters that all love motocross. Many girls in a family might like some horses on the lifestyle. I've got all the motorcycles, and we're looking out now for the run to come home, and this is where it's on. Oh, 79 in front for Roma. She knows it at the moment, riding like the champ that we know she's capable of being as she heads out down on the island for the final time. She's got the number 3 right there behind her. Taylor laying it down like a TT rider, getting the speed advantage as she goes through, coming back towards us. They're down at the deepest part in the southern corner of the circuit at the moment, ready to fire it up and come back towards her. It's up on the inside, looking for those lines. Roma's got it covered. Here she goes, still only 2 corners to go. She's going to come all the way. Are you ready for the blue bike, the number 79? Oh, how good is this? The flag waved by Nick. Bring it home again for the first time, Roma Edwards. What a race. Well done, Roma. Oh man, 4 different race leaders in that one. 4 different race leaders. How good was that? Well done, ladies. Oh, wicked. So there you go. Taylor gets the second spot as we look out to Amy in there for the third. Has Amy got the third in the end? Or was it the... no, Letitia did get the third. Letitia there, well done. Letitia Alabaster. Wow, this Women's Cup is wide open this year. Remembering that's 2 of the 3 races today, but more importantly, it's only half the leg. The others will be our racing at Taupo on the 28th of March for the final. Wow, this is a real upset. So good to see. It's what you love. You want to see more winners. I've always liked it. My way, we'd have 20 races today and 20 different winners. So cool to see and be part of. Wow, what an upset. That is such a confidence booster. The lady back from injury and back to show us a real class. So well done indeed. Oh, lovely. Thank you. Good. I'll make sure I got that right. Yes, we're just building up to the little bit of track maintenance to be done. Delighted to have Tararua District with us. See that major sponsor? It's here on our podium. Tracy, thank you very much for that. Tell us what happens at a council meeting that you've got a philosophy to be supporting events like this. It's fabulous.
We absolutely love having so many visitors to the Tararua District and showing them what we've got to offer here. And look, we've been phenomenally busy this weekend. I mean, it looks like it's record numbers here and we've turned on a great day. So we're thrilled to have you all. 60 years, what an achievement.
Yeah, absolutely massive. Hey, but thinking it not from a selfish point of view, it's not just about us. Other cool events you got. Ekatahuna, we're going lawnmower racing after all. The boys have gone to Invercargill this weekend. I was talking to Alan during the week. They're all headed down there and they're going to get a South Island contingent to come up. There's something that started as a fundraiser for, unfortunately, Alan's late wife who was suffering from cancer. Now here it is turned into an international event.
I've attended the lawnmower racing myself and apparently I'm in training. They're going to have a celebrity race, so sometimes I'm a little bit nervous. But look, there was 800 cars in Dannyburg this morning with wheels with attitude. You know, there's just a phenomenal amount of people in this district showcasing it. We must have an absolute love of motors.
Yeah, nice to see. And a nice day for you out. Motorcycles, anything happen in your family to do with motorcycles over the years?
No, my girls don't race, but I certainly spend some time with the shops on the farm bikes.
Oh, good. Well done. Hey, thank you very much on behalf of those of us in the motorcycle fraternity. Please pass on to all your colleagues in council that we thank you for supporting us.
We're absolutely thrilled to do it, and look, we couldn't put this on without the amazing volunteers that worked so hard, so thank you to you all as well.
Thank you, Mayor. Beautiful. Thank you, Tracy. Well done. Right, just quickly doing that. MX2 coming next. Back to Paul. Oh, this will be so good. Just with the next river race, we want the crowd to come down quicker and get back quicker. So if you're going to come down, please come down and get in place quicker so we don't have as much delay between the racing. Back to Paul Malin to do this exciting MX2 race. They're on their build-up here at the moment, and we will... this, in fact, to be honest, it's 2:30 in the afternoon, only halfway through our race day from the race numbers. We can let you know that all of the last round of racing will be a lot shorter. They're sprint races, which is part of the reason why we've had this condensed program of activity. So looking out for it. Those of you with the program, but there is no thing called senior support, so we've dropped 3 races out of the day. But more importantly, this is MX2. Paul, our championship already in MX1 has seen a taste of other riders. I think the news was what we didn't see in the last one. No Josiah Natsky in the MX1, so that double classing looks to have dropped already. I think he's going to be concentrating on this one.
Yeah, I think you're right, Neil, and of course his first race of the day was MX1 race 1, and then straight into MX2 with a support race, if you like, the women's race 1 in between, and then straight back out for MX1 race 2. So the races stacked quite close together. So anyway, welcome back to our live coverage of the Honda Woodville International New Zealand MX Grand Prix here at the world famous Woodville racetrack. And coming up in a moment, the Placemakers Palmerston North Grand Prix MX2 race 2. That's the classification, or the category here, of course. The MX2 riders out on the circuit for their sighting lap. You can see how much different the circuit conditions are to what they were in race 1, of which Maximus Purvis was your winner from race 1. James Scott came home in 2nd ahead of Josiah Natsky. Brodie Connolly was 4th. Hayden Smith came home in 5th place ahead of Adam Moss, Reese Lister, Jack Dunlop, Carter Haynes and Luca Fremantle. And in the time practice session earlier today, of course, this is the order in which the riders will go to the line. And Maximus Purvis will go to the line first. His time this morning at 1:40.06. So James Scott will go to the line 2nd ahead of Natsky, Brodie Connolly, Hayden Smith, Luke Vanderlee, and then Adam Moss, Jacob Hunt, Reese Lister, Logan Blackburn, Isaac Broad, Marshall Phillips and Luca Fremantle and the rest of the riders. Well, you can hear the bikes probably dying down behind me as they make their way over the finish line, across the first turn and down the side of the start straight to line up behind the gates. It's a fast start straight here if you've never been to Woodville before, into a sweeping right-hand turn, bank to the outside ever so slightly. It goes quite long through the right turn, then kinks left back onto the main part of the racetrack. Just the other side of that step-up jump there you can see, which is lined by the enthusiastic New Zealand crowd here. If you're joining us for this Placemakers Palmerston North Race 2, my name's Paul Malin. Of course, I was on a moment ago for MX1 Race 1, and wow, I'm looking forward to doing this one, of course. It's the opening round of the New Zealand Championship as well as the 60th edition of the Woodville Grand Prix here in New Zealand. So this one has a red plate attached to it. Maximus Purvis, though, looked very, very strong in race 1. Didn't make a great start. He came from about sort of, what, 5th, 7th, somewhere like that. But by the time he got into 4th, he was quickly into 3rd. And then he battled with James Scott, took over the lead. And from there, he was a comfortable winner as well. So he will be keen to make it a repeat performance as well. So we'll have to see how that one plays out. But as you can see, the starter making his way down the start straight there. That's he with the red flag as he brings this race under starter's orders. Enters the doghouse. The clock is already ticking just off of our camera view there to the right-hand side. So the riders will be keeping an eye on that. It will count down digitally and then it will turn to 0, at which point then any time after that the gates will drop, and there is whole shot money on this one as they cross the line through that first corner. The gates will drop now, and the Placemakers Palmerston North MX2 Race 2 is up now, and it's Natsuki up the inside. Josiah Natsuki as riders go wide and off the track at turn 1, but it's Josiah Natsuki on the number 2 Kawasaki who leads the way through the first couple of corners, and there's carnage over there as well, and riders picking themselves up through the haze and through the dust, through that long sweeping left-hander. But as they drop beneath us here, it's the 2 of Natsuki. Purvis is right there in second. Connolly is in 3rd place as well on the number 88, doubling up in a 125 category earlier race in which he won about an hour or so ago. So he's keen to make amends with these MX2 riders as we try to look through the haze there. But it is Natsuki who leads the way. Purvis in 2nd place. Remember, Natsuki was doubling up as riding both classes, MX1 and MX2 today. But having sat out MX1 Race 2 a moment ago, he is definitely fired up for this one here as they disappear over the backside of the circuit. The number 2 of Josiah Natsuki leading the way here on this opening lap. Right in his wheel tracks, though, the number 44. Of Maximus Purvis, looking to find a way around the outside and tries to put himself down the inside. They bang bars as they head into that bottom left-hand corner, but Purvis stays up. Both riders stay up. Natsuki gets punted wide. Purvis takes over the lead, and we have a new leader before the end of this first lap, and the number 44 is looking sharp again, just as he did in race number 1 on the Alpha Windows Systems JCI Yamaha Motor New Zealand entry. Here he is over the line then. We'll get a lap time next time around, of course, finish line to finish line. But Purvis is who leads. Natsuki is in 2nd position. 3rd is Brodie Connolly, then Reese Lister, James Scott, Adam Moss, David Ashton. And then we've got Caleb Nevesey dropping down the leaderboard, but all eyes on this battle at the sharp end here on this opening lap or 2. Great ride this for the number 88 there. In that 3rd place in the early stages of this race, Connolly. But Natsuki already losing ground to the number 44, the very in form Maximus Purvis. There's Brodie Connolly. He's there in 3rd place. So what can the youngster who already won a 125 race earlier in the day do in this 2nd MX2 race? The rider from Matamata on the LMC Husqvarna Elevate Roofing Unforeseen Decals, CFX Pirelli Shift MX and all the rest of his sponsors on there. The list too long to name. But he is looking very, very confident there in that 3rd place. There is the number 3 of James Scott just behind him. So Scott in 4th place. So the Honda Motor best build rider looking to capitalize after a poor start, and he's got Connolly right in his line of sight. Then he's got a gap between him and Lister. So Reese Lister on the 223, but already over the line, our leaders, our top 3-4 riders, including James Scott. So 1 or 2 position changes that time around. Great crowd here as always, and blessed with glorious sunshine here at Woodville. Max Purvis set the fastest lap of the race, a 1:44.9 compared to a 1:45.1 of Josiah Natsky. So talk about, as Scott goes through on Connolly, great bit of riding that from the number 3. Hard and slick through that tight 180 left into a 180 switchback right, and he's closing in on Josiah Natsky as well as James Scott. So are we going to be set up for something of a finale here? 15.5 minutes to go, 4.5 minutes already elapsed here for this second MX2 race, the Placemakers Palmerston North MX2 Race 2. At the end of that second lap, Maximus Purvis led, Josiah Natsky. James Scott here now up in the 3rd place. Brodie Connolly down in 4th. Reese Lister is in 5th. Adam Moss 6th. Luke Vanderlee is in 7th place. Then we've got Donovan Ward, Jacob Hunt, and Jack Trellower, in 10th place. And Logan Blackburn and Sam Corsten, followed by Sam Blundell, Mitchell Armstrong, and Carter Haynes in 15th position. But looking very good here is the number 3. Natsky out of the final corner over the finish line jump. Not a lot in it between him and James Scott, who enters the very final turn now before they cross over that short bit of start straight and up and over the bank. Whip It Wednesdays all day long, even though this is a Sunday, folks. So Natsky working his way towards us then, the number 2 on the Kawasaki New Zealand Bridgestone Team Green entry. There he is, saving himself after deciding not to go out for MX1 Race 2 a short while ago. It is hot, the circuit is hard and slick, it's technical as well, and so from that side, not a lot of time to recover, because the support race in between what would have been his second race in MX1 and this MX2 Race 2 was just a short sprint for WMX, or the women's race, sorry. But looking good here. But how much of a knock to the confidence was it when Maximus Purvis railroaded his way down the inside of the Kawasaki rider on the opening lap, sent him wide. Purvis took over the lead. Scott, though, is he closing in at all? Lap times last time around, Natsky 1:44.2 at 42.5. So a little bit slower that time around, but of course Scott did find his way through into 3rd place. The interesting one will be this one, because as you can see on screen if you're watching the live feed, Natsky, number 2, is definitely being caught here by James Scott on that number 3 Honda. Once again, these two out of the final turn. Back marker stays left and stays low over the finish line double, the super jump. And then doubling up, there's 4 little waves heading into that final turn there, just after the finish line area to double the last 2. Not a lot of takeoff, and if you clip, you're going straight on into the bank turn. That is protecting the mechanics from the riders in that part of the racetrack. But no such problems for all these guys here, and absolutely nothing in it now between the number 2 of Natsky and the 3 of Scott. As they tip into the right, just below my commentary position here, short little tabletop, and then into that very rutty, those ruts now hard clay baked because of the weather and a slight breeze around the circuit all day. Natsky doing his best to hold on. Of course, race 2, this is the first round of the New Zealand Motocross Championship. Of course, race 1 was won by Maximus Purvis, and he is leading race 2 at the moment. It will be a 1-1 for him. He will take the championship leader's red plate into round 2. But Natsky and Scott, Natsky holding a tight line. Scott tries to go around the outside. He was second in race 1, and he's about to take second from Natsky here in race 2. And the number 3 emerges from that series of left and rights over on the far side of the circuit in that second place. Back end just kicking left though as he hit that exit point on the corner. But Scott, just like he was in race 1, is now up in a second. He's got the better of Josiah Natske, the number 2 in 3rd place. Connolly still in 4th. Connolly finished 4th in race 1 as well. But good hard charging there from the rider who is now up in the second, James Scott. Got some ground to make up though on our race leader and potential double race winner and overall victor here today of Maximus Purvis. Natske then losing out twice in this race. He pretty much pulled a whole shot, led for about a half a lap, 2/3 of a lap before Purvis came charging down the inside into a left-hander. They banged bars and elbows. Natske went right, Purvis stayed left, held a nice tight line, came out to lead at the end of that first lap. The gap between him and Scott is about 8.5 seconds. Natske was about another 1.5 seconds further back at the end of that lap, but you can already see that gap growing between James Scott, number 3, and Josiah Natske, number 2, on the Kawasaki. So we'll give you a lap time in just a moment then from the guys this time around. Purvis a 1:43.6, 43.6, but 300 slower was the pursuer there, number 3, James Scott. How long have we got left here? 9:48 on the clock, plus a lap, of course. Lap times here in around the 1:43, 1:44 mark at the moment, so there could be an opportunity to almost accidentally get an extra lap if they go through with just a few seconds left on the clock. Looking down the leaderboard here, Jack Dunlop 16, Hunter Steen 17, and James Roundtree, Ezra Holmes, and Nick Westgate rounding out the top 20. Getting ready to pick up our leaders here if we can, but haven't seen too much of Purvis. There he is just going by, about to drop in front of our commentary position here. There he is now. So you're not getting him on screen, but I'm getting him there just as he heads across the other spectator bank, a wall of spectators to his right as he negotiates. He was very fast through that left turn in time practice this morning as well, was the number 44 of Maximus Purvis. So the gap between him, though, and the number 3 of James Scott, is it coming down this time around as they hit traffic? The answer, 5.3 seconds, a 47.4 for Purvis, a 44.3 for Scott, a 49.3 for Natske, who is now 11.9, 12 seconds off the leader. So is Maximus Purvis, your race leader, the guinea pig as it comes to dealing with the back markers? Is he starting to suffer as a result of that? Because back markers invariably then, they get to the stage, they see the quick guys come through, in this case the 44 of Purvis, and they start looking over their shoulders, or if they've got something about them, they normally do, and then they see the next guy coming through, and that'll be number 3, James Scott, and they'll be like, oh, okay, don't mind if we do. But Scott, as you can see in the background, he also got held up by back markers this time around. So getting ready to hit the line for the 7th time, coming out of this long sweeping right-hander over the finish line jump. Maximus Purvis then, he'll be hoping to establish more of an advantage as he starts another lap here at Woodville. A 1:45.5. 2/10 slower was James Scott that time around, so the gap's still hovering around about 5.5 seconds. Purvis goes through on the right, comes into land, again dealing with back markers, holds a nice tight inside line, but unsure of what the back markers are doing around him. But he manages to negotiate them, no problems at all. Scott, though, can see him. Every time they do those 180 switchbacks over on this part of the circuit, Purvis can see Scott, Scott can see Purvis. They both acting like a carrot towards each other. But you can see how quickly this circuit has dried, how clay-baked, hard and slick it has become over the course of the day. Of course, if you're watching anywhere else in the world, namely Europe, and I know there are quite a lot of you watching in Europe, yes, it's summer here in New Zealand. There is the number 3 of James Scott. He has battled his way past Josiah Natski after a poor start, and he has still got some time to make up. But this lap here will be another telltale one, because with just under 6.5 minutes to go, will traffic play a vital part in the outcome of this race, and therefore the overall, because Maximus Purvis and James Scott, first and second in race 1, if they reverse those positions, of course, in this second race, then it will be Scott that holds the red plate going into race 2, round 2. So 1:45.9 and 1:43.6, so 3.3 seconds. So back markers are starting to come into play, and we only have 5 minutes 45 left on the clock plus a lap. So is Purvis on borrowed time? He goes through there, then we have a back marker, and then closest towards us here, the number 3, getting squeezed by a back marker as he takes off on that little tabletop jump, is James Scott. So backwards and forwards, the whole kind of concertina effect. The leader goes through, opens up a couple of seconds, and then the next lap, Scott pulls a couple seconds back. Is he going to run out of time, though, the Honda rider? Once again, dealing with back markers here, the number 3, Scott, up and over the step up, pretty much in the centre of the circuit, but before they disappear out of sight from the riders on the bank, or the spectators on the bank that he's pulling away from, he will pop up into view ever so slightly as he merges through these series of turns here, though. But the rider from Tararua doing all he can to close down the race leader. He's got some good line choices going on as well, but he's going to need those if he's going to find his way past the back markers in record time. Bottom of the screen, just disappearing out of sight. Your race leader, he looks like he's extended his 3.3 second advantage this time, as the number 3 there, James Scott, loses momentum through that left-hand turn, had nowhere to go. Back markers dictating his pace through there. Purvis over the line, over my shoulder. Give you lap times and gaps in a moment. But Josiah Natski has been left behind in 3rd position, still waiting for him to hit the finish line any moment now, but a long way down in 3rd place is Natski. 4.6 the gap between Purvis and Scott, a 46.007, a 47.2, so 8, 9 tenths pulled back there. Natski a 49.7, he's now 21 seconds off the lead. Give you a rundown of the entire top 20 in just a moment, but brief view of a clear track for the number 3, James Scott, as he continues to chase down Maximus Purvis, the race leader. Will he run out of time? Said that already, but that's looking likely to be the case. But as it stands right now, it's Purvis who leads, Scott in second. There is your race leader in and amongst the traffic there. He's the rider at the back there, number 44. Scott second, Natski third, Brodie Connolly is in fourth, Adam Moss, Reese Lister, Luke Vanderlee, and then we've got Jack Trelawa, Hayden Smith, Jacob Hunt, Donovan Ward, Sam Blundell, Marshall Phillips, Jack Dunlop, and Seaton Head. They are your top 15. And then in 16th place, we've got Logan Blackburn, followed by James Roundtree, Hunter Steens, and Luca Fremantle, with just moving into 20th place that time around, Nick Westgate. Purvis still struggling with traffic. There's Scott, flamboyant over the step up. 3.6 seconds the gap back down to. So these two back and forth as they fight over first and second position. Got a fantastic start in this second race to the number 44 of Purvis, but he had to be aggressive on the opening lap when he nudged aside Josiah Natski, and he's maintained a good gap over his pursuers But it's James Scott who is just messing with his mind a little bit here and there, getting close, losing time, getting closer, and losing a bit more time. But the gap still between 3 and 4 seconds, as it has been pretty much the last 4 or 5 laps or so. We're now on lap 10. And we have just a minute and a half to go, plus a lap. Can Purvis hang on? He hasn't put a wheel wrong so far. So, of course, he will be hoping to remain that way for the entire race. Approaching about a minute to go before the white flag goes out. That's your distance between first and second. Has this been a good lap for the number 3? James Scott, this is where he got squeezed by a back marker a lap ago, but you can see over on the right-hand side as he sweeps through that left-hand corner, a lot more momentum and a lot more freedom to navigate his own corner speed through there. 146.3, 46.4, the gap still nothing in it between these two. And the white flag has stayed in because we've still got 30 seconds on the clock or thereabouts. So a fantastic end to this second MX2 race here, the Placemakers, Palmerston North MX2 race 2 here at Woodville, the Honda Woodville International. Purvis has done a good job of getting back markers again between him and James Scott as he heads away from our camera position along the bank into that left-hander. The rider hitting the corner now, 2 riders behind is the rider in 3rd place, but the number 44 holds the lead. The white flag should go out this time around. Purvis knows he cannot afford to make a mistake. Doesn't even want to look over his shoulder. His pit crew will be doing an absolutely fantastic job telling him all the information that he needs. James Scott that time around, 146.4, about a tenth down, so the gap still just over 3.5 seconds or so, 3.7 in fact. So just over a lap to go then for the number 44. So Maximus Purvis then from Mangakino. The Alpha and Windows Systems JCI Yamaha Motor New Zealand rider. Looks like he's extended the gap on this penultimate lap over the number 3 of James Scott. Will Scott just park it there now and say, okay, you know what, I've had a good run, or will he keep going until the checkered flag? Because James Scott on the Honda Motor Best Build machine will try everything he can to whittle it down. White flag getting readied. Next time around then, I'm told. So 1 to go. Anyway, there's Purvis. He is in amongst traffic. Goes wider than he probably wanted to, but he has a decent advantage over James Scott. Give you a gap in just a moment, but he had a very good lap through there with the traffic. So 4.2 seconds, the gap is going out. Has he done enough? Max Purvis, Josiah Natski, now 35 seconds off the lead. As he sits there in 3rd place, Connolly is in 4th position. Just looking down the leaderboard there, the 872 of Adam Moss. He's now up into 4th place. He was around 6th, 7th place. He's made good progress through the field. Up into that 5th place now. He's dispatched of Lister. Again, traffic on the horizon for the number 3 of James Scott. Purvis over the line. And 146.8. I'm just wondering where the 1 lap flag is, but anyway. We'll keep an eye on that. Once again, Purvis drops down in front of us here. Well, according to the graphic in the bottom left corner of your screen there, the flag has gone, but I've been waiting for the white flag to come out for the last 2 laps, so maybe 22 minutes, not 20 minutes, the race duration. So maybe just a timing error here on this part. But anyway, Purvis now has time in his back pocket. James Scott losing ground because of back marker traffic. And the number 44 looking comfortable. Probably wondering himself where the white flag has disappeared to, but he should get it this time around. 5.6 seconds now, the gap between him and James Scott, a 46.8 and a 48.2 for the first and second place riders respectively. Up into the far left-hand turn, that's where he banged bars and shoulders and all kinds of fairing with Josiah Natski at the end of the first lap. Maximus Purvis, but he has maintained that kind of intensity throughout the whole race, as has the number 3 here of James Scott. But looking out of the window here, the white flag finally goes out to Maximus Purvis as he hits the line. The rider coming into view now is the number 3 of James Scott, just behind the back marker there. There he is. He doubles his way into the left-hander that takes him back across the start straight and past the fans here. So just one more lap to go in this Placemakers Palmerston North MX2 Race 2 here at Woodville. Working his way back over those tabletops before peeling right across the fan zone there on the right-hand side of the Yamaha Ace. Scott losing contention, but he's put up a good fight as the stylish number 3. Purvis was fast last week. I was up at the Taranaki at the King of the Mountain race a week ago. Saw him there in the first race, was head and shoulders above everybody else, but how much of that was riders sandbagging? Well, his advantage over the riders today hasn't been as great, but that maybe tells you all you need to know about how he performed last week and maybe how the others did, but they've all brought their A game today. Knows he can't afford any mistakes. On this final lap, number 44, Maximus Purvis. Has done everything right. Just a couple of corners away from making it a perfect day here in Woodville. Maximus Purvis from Mangakino. The Alpha Windows Systems JCI Yamaha Motor New Zealand Yamalube GT GYTR rider exits the final turn. He takes the checkered flag. He goes 1-1 here at Woodville, and he will take the championship leaders red plate to round 2. Great effort by the number 3, James Scott, to come home in second position. Natski just a little bit out of sorts. Maybe that first 450 race took it out of him earlier on in the day, but he'll bounce back, I'm sure of that. But 2 third-place finishes it should be for Josiah Natski on the Kawasaki New Zealand Team Green entry. But what a fantastic race, and what a fantastic day of racing we have had so far. And I'm just going to bring in Neil Ritchie here in just a moment or so. But Neil Ritchie, we've had some fantastic racing here today in both MX1 and MX2. But the MX2 rider there, Maximus Purvis, just walking away with a double and the championship leaders red plate.
Well, that is a massive influence on our sport, because each of those top 3 guys are our numbers. He doesn't like the number 1 on the bike, so he's opted for his old favourite 44. So call him number 1, number 3, number 2. We've gone to other venture. It's been 3-2-1 or 3-1-2. They are our 3 stars. They have been for 2 years now, so we've certainly got some calibre up there at the moment.
All right, well, look, we'll just give you a quick rundown then of MX2 Race 2. Maximus Purvis, your race winner. He won it in the end by 2.9 seconds, backing off in the final few corners. But James Scott pushed him all the way to the checkered flag to come home in second. Josiah Natski third, Brodie Connolly fourth, Adam Moss fifth. And then it should be Hayden Smith, Reese Lister, Luke Vanderlee, and Jack Trelaw, and Jacob Hunt, your top 10. Jack Dunlop and Donovan Ward rounding out the top 12. Well, I've had a blast here today at the 60th edition of the Honda sponsored Woodville International New Zealand Grand Prix here, and if I'm allowed, I'll come back in 12 months time, sir.
Can you Please, Paul, I'd like you to. Can you do some more racing, please? Can you do the 125 as well? You do every second one with us. Come on, sorry. I don't want you to get away. I know we talk. I conned you into the job by saying come and do a few, but hey, I'd love you to stay around. Thank you. I'm enjoying the break and catching up with people, and we're just enjoying your dulcet tones, and more importantly, your immaculism is the word I use for putting it all together. So please, if you'd like to stay around, I'd love to have you.
Well, hopefully I haven't done you guys too much of an injustice today. Obviously, dropping in at the deep end, flying solo, my first ever NZ champs, but we will see what I guess the 125 race brings in.
Please. Thank you, Paul. Thank you. Paul, thank you, Paul. Thank you, Paul. Isn't it so cool? You watch your sport, you love a sport. You watch World Motocross, you listen to the voice. We've got him here. How cool is that? Thank you, Paul and Honor, and I hopefully convince him to come back and do more of our motos for the rest of the day. That'll be fantastic. Hey, folks, good crowd coming in. Great that you could join us today. Thanks for choosing to come to our sport. Remembering the money you've paid to come in the gate, folks. This is all for a sport. That's what it is. It doesn't line anybody's pocket. This is not a promoter. This is not your taxpayer-funded event. This is a motorsport club who've done it for 60 years and love putting it back to the sport. $4,000 just for the materials for our new safety fencing for a start. $2,000 for our right tanks, new tank for the shower and the pits. All the things we continue to improve. That's your money supporting going back into the community, buying from local businesses, supporting local people doing local jobs as we have local fun. Manawatu Orion, folks, big year coming up this year. We've got our club champs. They're going to kick off on Easter weekend this year. It just happens to be we run generally on the motocross on the first Sunday of the month. That happens to be Easter, and we'll be back in flips. It'll depend on how the autumn dries because we're going to the sand country. More details, of course, at Woodville MX or Manawatu Orion on the Facebook page, and so follow us. We've got a big, we've got a 3-round series. We've got our natural terrain towards the end of the year. Plenty of cool motocross happening. We generally have about 8 events, about 9 events a year. So look out for all those. We'll have our fun TT at Queen's birthday. Oh, so much going on. So do take an opportunity to follow the sport and see what's going on. Look, you don't have to be a racer. You don't have to have any family. Just come along and watch it. What about the fact yesterday here, 180 mini kids, 180. They're numbers we've never hit before in our lives. I think 130 was the highest we ever got to. So that is huge, and we're loving it and pleased to be part of the growth of our sport. Bring it on, Manawatu Orion. 110 years young, 60 years of Woodville. More details. We're hopefully going to have a bit of a celebration during the year. Tentatively planned to have about August or thereabouts, so we'll start doing the planning over the next few months and get together and find a way to celebrate. For our 100th anniversary, we had none other than international road racing hero Graham Crosby. Superstar is our guest speaker. We'll be working on finding out who we're going to get this year. Hopefully to have a nice big night to celebrate 110 years of motorcycling. And those pioneers 110 years ago were just amazing people that all of a sudden we had a push bike, somebody put a motor in it, and then they said, well, let's go racing these things. What? They were only designed to go to work, and they weren't even a family vehicle. They were just really a commuter for the normally the dad of the house who went to work and couldn't afford to have a car, or some families, of course, or if they had a car, they then had a bike for dad to go to work on. And it's just growing and growing and growing, and motorcycle sport, it's a part of our lives and has been here in New Zealand for a long time. 110 years young for Manawatu Orion. More details, stay tuned to the club on the Facebook page, or certainly through our new revamped website as well. So we'd love you to be behind us as we get behind the community. Love it here in Tararua country as we celebrate this is 60th at Woodville. All right, looking out for it. The vets, the awesome veterans. Vintage is the age of the bikes. You saw some of our vintage bikes earlier. That's the age of rider. 350 for Johnny Burkhart. Welcome back, Johnny. How good is this? Jonathan Burkhart. Cool to have this dude back. I want to find out. I hope he'll be on the podium later today. We'll find out the last time Johnny rode here. I think it might be about 14 or 15 years. How's that, Johnny Burkhardt? Davey, you'd remember Johnny Burkhardt, wouldn't you? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you remember his name. I'm sure you would. Tokoroa, Supercross, all the big events around the place. Yeah, Johnny. There he goes, Johnny Burkhardt. Good bit of work. Cam Negus, remembering Cam won the last one. Johnny's got it in control here for the second one. So the boot's on the other foot. One's gone two, two's gone one. If they finish in this order, might be tied for the points. Pressure coming from Cam. Look at that. He's putting it all on there. And, why do we go? No, in fact, outside to inside. The AFC Motorcycles, KTM out in front of the Team Patterson O'Connor Motorcycles, Yamaha. Or is it Yamaha up on the inside? I think it might have had the advantage. Going through there. And yes, Cam's got it. Overtaken for the lead. I would think he's 10. I reckon he's almost close to 10 years older than Johnny. So that's a fantastic effort. See, this is a guy, farm forestry worker and a farmer himself, so physically fit, doing all the great work, great family man, has a commitment to his girls and lovely wife, Pip. Hi, Pip, nice to see you here today. And one of the nice guys of our sport. When he speaks, you've got to have a double ear take to listen because he just whispers. He's quietly spoken, smile in his voice and on his face. One of the nice guys. One of the internationals went overseas about the same time as Shane King, so he's been to the Germanys, the Belgiums, the Hollands, the Austrias and them all. He's done the international circuit, came back to get on the family farm and get involved himself, have his own land and have a family of teenage girls, and here he is back doing what he loves, motocross. And what he's still darn good at, as you can see by this performance here. So let's salute him. Cam Negus is his name. Get in the Cam Negus fan club. He's fantastic, and look at that, still knows how to ride a motorcycle. I tell you what, and for a long time as well, he was a two-stroke fan, but I listened to the sound. That bike has now got a four-stroke, and he can still whip a bit of air as he goes over the Honda step-up jump. So cool to watch out there. Cam Negus, just down the road from the Rotorua track. And, well, hopefully he might be riding MX3 at Rotorua. Of course, 3 weeks today, February 21st, next round of the New Zealand Senior Motocross Nationals. Rotorua just round the corner from where this man lives. So looking out for it. All right, Cam Negus in front, Johnny Burkhardt going through there. Oh, I'll tell you what, just because Cam got back in front of Johnny, wasn't going to be to say that was going to change around and to and fro. So we've got a little bit there that we're keen to see. Back for more of our racing. Looking out on our lineup. I see quite a few did not start. Craig Shearers, Chris Rankin and co. So Paul Woodley, by the way, Now, Paul, of course, Piehead Tour, born and bred, the Woodley family. And for Paul, he's been called the X-Man. This is a guy that's been a professional road racer, sorry, wash your mouth there, professional cross-country rider for over a decade of his life. GNCC winner, the greatest cross-country series in the world, called Grand National Cross Country, held in the United States of America. If there's 50 states of America, this guy's probably raced at 40 of them, and I'm not exaggerating, probably raced in 40 of them or thereabouts. Or if you have a look at of how many states he's gone to, maybe it's not quite that many. There's a lot of little states right up in the north east there, as we know, in America, so maybe not quite 40, but 30 of them at least. So fantastic. He's covered the country from top to bottom and east to west as well. So Paul Woodley, all around nice guy, of course, now owns and runs Taikaria Motocross Park, a great breeding ground of motorcycle riders. Was the main track for the Manawatu Rhino, particularly back in the 80s, hosted the 1982 New Zealand Junior Motocross Championships there, and a lot of good riding over there, and particularly from our late great long life member and friend Mort Andrews, when Mort had owned Taikaria. The sons took it over after Mort's passing, and since then Paul's become the owner of that great facility. There was a very successful Yamaha kids camp out there last weekend as well. Josh Coppins was a mentor and part of that. Shout out to Amy and Verge as well, who are doing a great job with those Yamaha kids camps. Find out more details on the Facebook page for Yamaha kids camps. All right, here we are, looking out to go. 1, 2, there it is with the Cam Negus, Johnny, and then looking to Paul Woodley, the man we're talking about here, a Manawatu star of our sport. Dave over here is just remembering his time, of course, with Cody and Johnny. He remembers both of them as juniors at Tararua Supercross. Of course we do. And those were the days. And here's Johnny back riding vet. By the way, with our change to the vets this year, Cody Cooper could be riding the vets today. Isn't that an irony? He could be riding the vets. So too could Ben Townley. By the way, an apologies from Ben Townley today. Ben was here with his boys, Jager and Levi, yesterday. Man, they were massive. They were massive. Ben himself went back during the night. He's got to work with me. He's the president of the Tararua Club, who hosts next weekend's New Zealand Junior Nationals, Friday, Saturday and Sunday. Manawatu were the last holders of that event in 2019. Due to COVID, we didn't run in 2020. So New Zealand Juniors on next weekend. Wishing the Tararua Club all the best at their brand new facility, Tech Park. And Turbo Sound will be there to pump up the excitement next weekend. Thoroughly looking forward to that. Junior Nationals, been a great favourite of mine. Having Russell Harris here today. Russell called that event at Taikaria way back in 1982 when Mayor Brian Elwood at the time opened up the proceedings. We'd never seen an event like it in New Zealand, and it's growing and growing. So 180 minis here yesterday, maybe a slight rival to that big one for kids, and it's sensational to see our part of the sport growing and growing. All right, Vets Racing on our program now, brought to us by Tararua. We're in Tararua country. We love it, and certainly I hope there's an opportunity to make sure that our vets are loving it as well here today. If there's one thing you can do, folks, make sure you stop at a shop on the way home, fuel up at a local servo, grab some cold drinks or an energy drink to spark your day when you drive home, and you'll be supporting local business that way as well. So thanks for your support. You're in Tararua country. Grand Prix Veterans racing with the Stringfellows, and also a shout out from Tararua to Angela, our lady involved in the marketing of the event. Man, what a professional, an absolute honour to deal with people like that, taking over doing our support and sponsorships. That's the way that Tararua has been able to help us in using their professionals to encourage us. Hey, we're only a pack of people that work by day and love motorbikes the rest of the time. So it's neat to have their professional support and services. Thank you, Angela. Hope you're listening. If for anybody out there that knows Angela and the work she does for TDC, you'll certainly know who we're talking about. So just more strings and credits that we're whipping out there. Can tell you, folks, that with time at the moment at 3:15, we've got one more race for the end of round number one with our GP 125 and then the river race. And then we are streaking, absolutely streaking through that last round of racing. 5 races to rock through there. They will probably be about a maximum of 15 minutes, but we'll give an update of that more closer to the time. But that's the kind of pressure we're putting on the timetable to get through our day today. All right, smashing it out big time in our racing at the moment. This is our Tararua District Stringfellow Contractors Vets Field, and Cam, Negus, Johnny Burkhardt. So I went back the other way, of course. So it was Cam, Johnny, Cam, and now here we are with a Cam Johnny show, and just how good is it? So look at that. But I tell you what, Johnny Burkhardt will realise just how good the guys of the era before him were, because Cam Negus, not the glory, not the pizzazz, not the coloured lights, not the sponsorship, but an out-and-out true champion rider, and he's proved that here today. Shout out to Ryan Winiata. Ryan out there, 393. I tell you what, of all the guys that didn't start, he's there and he's finishing at the moment, putting in lap times at 2:21. Indeed, out there on the City Honda supported CRF, so well done. Of course, he's a man that does a lot of work with the club. He's a machine operator, so one of our cool guys in the track crew behind the scenes, but he still loves to moto. So well done, Ryan. Great to have you with us. Of course, sons that go riding as well. But hey, this is Ryan in our veterans field. All right, Cam, Johnny, Paul, Mitch, James Robinson, that's much better. Hey, we want to do a shout out for James. This is one that I like to really mention, and because this man does not get a lot of credit he deserves. Another of our international riders, and one to represent New Zealand, more importantly representing the Manawatu, and how good it was to have James riding around the world, and here he is now back in New Zealand. Cam Negus, Johnny Burkhardt, Paul Woodville, there's your podium for TDC Tararua. This is Tararua country, Tararua, here to support a great event. So thank you to Tracy, all the team. We really do appreciate it. Isn't it cool when you can work with local people that are passionate about the area? Yeah, Mighty Mitch coming through there as well. The 007, Mr. Mitch Rowe himself. Thank you for Tim Gibson introducing Mitch, of course, 35 years as a rider here. I don't know whether there's anybody that's probably done as many. I think it's actually more than 35 as well. I'm pretty sure Mitch came here in 83. He might have missed a couple along the way. Yeah, it's probably about, 37, 38 anyway. So Mitch hopefully is around for another few more years to celebrate 40 years. He thoroughly did that. So truly one of our long-running veterans of the sport. I remember Mitch got into trouble a few years ago with a few clubs because he actually he falsified his age, but not for the reason that people think of. And when I say that, a lot of people say, "Oh, well, no, I'm not that old," but they actually were. It's the other way around. In fact, he said that he was younger, so he could race with younger guys. He didn't want to race with the guys of his own age because he was normally beating them. He wanted the challenge of racing with the younger guys. So here he is out there as a true vet. And now that we've lowered the age of this class and allowed the 35s to 39s that weren't in it before to do it, he's still out there honing them in and still getting a quality result. And maybe, will he get the podium at the day? I think Cam, Johnny and Paul are probably going to be the podium setters at the end of the day. He may just miss out by a place, but well done to Super Mitch. 35 Woodvilles at least. So the legacy lives on. Hey, building up towards another river race coming up though. It's the 125s. One lap warm up. All right, McDonald's Manawatu, GP125 looking out for another slab of C4 energy drink going on the line for the whole shot. The massive whole shot. Here we are ready to go. What about this wind change today? How comfortable to find that we've got a 180-degree wind change today. Didn't see that on the forecast. Thought it was still only going to be the southeasterly. Very warm indeed. Warm. They said it was only going to be 2 degrees warmer. It's got to be 5 degrees warmer than yesterday, and certainly on Friday. Man, oh man, where did that chill came from? But here we are ready to go underneath the sun for Woodville. Fantastic day. Light breeze, the sun shining. This is the motocross we love, and out there to beat them up. Yes, indeed. Apologies for a little bit of wind, but just trying to put enough water on that we don't make the jump faces and landings slippery, and just keeping it as a bit of a balance for the riders with a lack of dust, and making it comfortable for all of us to see. Ready to rock, McDonald's Manawatu. This is Grand Prix 125. Charging out of the gate and looking pretty hot. Number 1, look at that all the way. Oh! Carnage out there. Pile up. The other guy's doing the right thing. That's why everybody else, we're getting all the bikes on. In fact, there was only 2. There was only 2 bikes. 2? Yeah, only the 2. And there we go. 112 was one of those. I can see the number here. 112. He's back on the bike. He's ready to go again. 112. Down here, that's Neo Adams. Neo Adams out of Tararua. So, and look for Neo. Looking at our other rider. And it is our number 4 local man, Reece Jillings. Local man, Reece Jillings down there at this stage. As the medics quickly on the scene. He looks to be all moving, just making sure that he's A-OK. Well, here's Neo back after the drama of the start. You never know with a start. One rider nudges another rider, and the one that loses their balance is because the other rider that nudged him. So you always talk about, well, whose fault was that accident? Not that necessarily the person that crashed. It was the person that nudged them, then they didn't crash, but the person that they nudged did. So it's one of those, not quite a blame game, but always a chain reaction of events, and somebody perhaps third in line can actually be worse off than either 1 or 2 that started. Looking out, going all the way, ready for the race when it comes back round. Here we go, and the hotshot number 1 man, he is absolutely massacring his field. So 1 for the control of it. It's all on out there. 1 in front. This is the big time racing going on. Hopefully all 27 starters. We know that Neo Adams is well back, but Brodie Connolly, Hayden Smith, Ryan King up there for 3rd. Maddock Dixon, Jackson Mon, Reece McBride. What a day that man is having. Kobe Burke, Jared Hannon, Nick Darcy, Dylan Westgate making up our top 10. Yes, indeed. Looks like no start for Ben Harris, and we know that Reece has gone out with a crash as well, and looking well back in the field, of course, to our number 112, Neo Adams, who was also caught up in a carnage on the whole shot corner. Super speed that the guys have there. And Neo, in fact, he's moved up 1. He's got Danny Merriman behind him. And no, Ben a non-starter. So Ben Harris, one of our stars of yesterday, I believe one of the future stars of our sport, and unfortunately not in the proceedings at the moment. So Brodie Connolly, Hayden Smith, Ryan King, Ryan moving up. That's a 3rd place at the moment ahead of Maddock Dixon. Great work by Ryan. Here he was, ended up on the podium yesterday for a top performance, but in fact, won the first race. It was the first race today, 15 to 16 years, 125, and the young talented teenager from New Plymouth in fantastic form. Didn't win the next 2 races, but still got on the podium to make a very classy top 3 for his result. So here we are with Grand Prix McDonald's Manawatu racing, remembering the first under 22-year-old to win the Roddy Sheriff's Memorial, and certainly wishing Karen and Morley a great day. Looking forward to having them to join us for our prize giving later on this afternoon, and hopefully by the looks of this, Brodie putting his name back on it. 2nd of the 3 motos to count this for the Roddy Sheriffs. Here we are with the number 1. Look at the massacre going on here. LMC Husqvarna for the man in front, courtesy of Elevate Roofing, Unforeseen Decals, CFX, along with the Pirelli Shift, MX, Motorex, FMF Pro Taper. The list goes on for this quality rider out of Manawatu. Brodie Connolly. One to hold on to it. Look at this massive advantage for Bros. Look at that racing line. The choice of ruts is just beautiful here. Right on that inside one, that's the one the others want to get through. There it is, 116 to look out for Hayden. Here we go with Ryan King. Ryan looking at another change of apparel, catches me out every time. So Ryan to get through there, Ryan King. And Ryan there up into third place. Great effort, man, wouldn't it be great to see him on the podium at the end of the day. Had a good moto in number 1, this is even better in Moto 2. Here we are, McDonald's Manawatu, and Ryan King running in the third, ahead of Medic Dixon Jackson on. Oh, there we go, catching the replay, the rider down, the race leader's gone, he's dropped it. How far out in front though? How far out in front? The classic front wheel washout. Picks his bike up, ready to go again. And just how much has he come? But see, that's the advantage. You're going hard and going fast early in the moto. Make a little mistake like that, and he can then recover. So he's back the second. That's given Hayden Smith on the gas 125 the lead at the moment. So there you go. Innocent on the off-camber. One of the tricky parts of the circuit, actually, because it gets hard and it gets glazed in the sun, and he's come around the corner at the classic front wheel washout. And that's caused the front wheel to drift out past where the knobblies can regain the traction, hold him onto it, and it slipped away from him, and he's been slid off the bike quickly to pick it up and recover, and here he is in second place, and he's on the charge once again. The little 125's easy to start again, of course, lightweight bike, quick to pick up, and he's back on the gas and in behind Hayden. And by the way, he started in the race, certainly the opportunity, I'm sure, to fight back. As we come up over here, over the JNP jump. JNP, RIP forever, folks. As we remember, JNP, Jesse Nelson Phillips, always an opportunity at this time of year to make an excuse to go to the Palmerston North Cemetery and remembering this man. Wow. I'll tell you what, it's coming up towards 20 years. That's just incredible to think that it's been that length of time. Never to be forgotten in our sport. One of the charmers, one of the cool guys, one of the people in the pits that made everybody happy. I'll never forget the 1999 New Zealand mini motocross champs, and we had the prestige of top junior rider Ben Townley at the time, just before he went overseas to become a professional rider, and 5 years before he was world champion. And the event was hosted at Shenandoah in the Hawke's Bay, Sheridan it was, that's right. And we had the event, and asked Ben, he'd been watching the racing all weekend, and the officials asked Ben if he wanted to pick a rider of the weekend. And he didn't know Jesse as a person at that stage. He didn't know Jesse, but he said, I've watched this rider as both as a rider and as a person, and I find him the most outstanding rider of the event. And that was Jesse Nelson Phillips. And Ben did not know at that stage just who he'd chosen and what it represented, because we all knew, we were biased here in the Manawatu to know what a cool kid he was. And only the good die young, folks, taken from us far too early, and never to be forgotten. So that's why it's RIP, and we remembered him yesterday in the memorial race. The trophy for his class was awarded to Jack Simon. And I can tell you that underneath that RIP jump, we've got some memorabilia of his riding is buried. It's encapsulated underneath there as a long-time monument to that man, JNP, and that's why the jump is named in his honour. Never to be forgotten, Jesse. Here we go, that is the number 1 that we're out to fly with. This is a great 1-2-25 race. Looking out there for the one of Brodie Connolly. Checking out young Hayden Smith. Is it Hayden that we've got there to watch? Yeah, here he is, back on your picture on this brand new gas 125. This new awesome motorcycle that is featuring so much at the moment. So 116 and number 1, the gas and the Husqvarna, 2 European manufactured motorcycles. I think you just want to point out that the river race is coming up next, and we do want to see you. If you want to come down and watch it, folks, we want you down there as quickly as possible, because we'll put the tape up quickly behind you, and then when the event's finished, to quickly go back to the spectating viewing as well. That means that we can have less time for the race track to be out of action, if you can understand, as quickly as possible there and back again. We really appreciate that. All right, back to this race at hand for McDonald's Manawatu. Hayden Smith, Brodie Connolly, Maddox Dixon, Ryan King. Maddox forced his way up. Ryan's gone back one. Looking to Jack Simon, Kobe Burke. The Reese Gillings, in fact, it was a DNS, did not start for Ben Harrison. Of course, Reese crashing out on that opening lap. Neo Adams has fought his way up. He's now in 25th place. Well, Hayden and Brodie out there. Oh, there's a shout out Boston Doherty. Look out for the 145, 20th place. That's 1 point. Tell you what, if that man can get points in his opening race, or 125 racing, hopefully to give him encouragement. Maybe we see him do more of the rounds. Is he going to go to Rotorua, or maybe join us for Pukekohe and Taupo for those remaining 2 rounds? They'll be back to back, by the way, at the end of March, and it's nothing political in it, but just wondering at that stage if the borders might have changed, because putting 2 rounds of the Motocross Nationals back to back, potentially Australians could come over for 10 days and do some racing. But it's only a dream at this stage, but it's something that we'd thought of a number of months ago. So anyway, we'll let the politicians sort all that out. Nothing we can do about it, but just gives you an idea, because it has happened in the past when we had a freer world than we have today, that we've had riders come over to do, for a 10-day trip, to come over and do effectively 2 back-to-back weekends of racing, and that's for March 20th and 28th. Saturday, March 20th, and Sunday, March the 28th. That's Pukekohe and Taupo. They're actually only a 3-hour drive apart. You get a rental van, a car out of Auckland, and of course you can go back to Auckland and fly out of home. So pretty easy to do, but that will all depend on borders at the moment. All right, back to the racing. Hayden Smith, Brody Connolly, Maddock Dixon. Now, once in the early stages, when we saw that Brody went down, he wasn't too distant behind Hayden. I thought, watch for him to come back, maybe pretty quick in the motor, but I tell you what, he has not done that yet. So that's been a reasonable advantage, and probably a 2-prong. First of all, he's realised that he's not quite as perfect as he was hoping to be, after proving to be quite vulnerable and making that mistake earlier on, and for the fact that Hayden's picked up his game. But it is only 1.3 seconds, folks. That is nothing in motorcycle. There it is. In fact, they're on the picture. There you go. 116 in front, ahead of the number 1. The red from the yellow. It's the gas up against the Husqvarna. The 2 European brands of motorcycle making a comeback, as it's the Japanese manufacturers now that don't favour the 125 as much. Really only now with Yamaha left as a significant maker of a new 125. Oh, look at the steer. Look at the look back. It's called the look back. Gives him the steer. Going over the jump. He looks back. Look at them now. Just 3 bike lengths between him. That margin was 1.3 seconds. I tell you what, that's been smashed, and that margin now goes back to just 0.7. We've cut it in half. So here we go, looking out for Hayden, the lap rider, sweeping out wide. It allows us to go around the Aon Insurance Super Sweeper to see the update. Look at them, they're almost in the air together as we watch Hayden landing. It's the takeoff from the number 1 as he goes through up on the inside here to the race line, heading around and going over. There it is, called the big off camber. It's a massive part of the track over there. As we then cut along the hill face, that's where you see the clay. See the clay section? That's why it's hot, it's hard, it's glazed. Very hard, and that's why it's slippery. That's, oh, in fact, he nearly did it again. Oh, how did he hang on? Number 1, thought he'd lost it again. Brody Connolly, super slippery, that part. She's certainly like the clay in the kiln here today, folks. She is baked, she's rock hard. There's the traction there is so limited. That's why the softer parts of the track are much better. There's much more grip in there, as long as they're not too sandy, which is out on the island section. That's why we talk about the 3 different types of dirt here: the clay, the loam, and the sand or silt. And they really do give us this fine terra firma. Very few other tracks in the country that you have that real mix out there. So just when you think, oh, what sort of conditions is it going to be? See that light sand? It's just the dirt flows fine, because that's almost down to river level there. So it's a very light soil, and that part of the track over on the island, completely reclaimed too, by the way, because it wasn't even used for the main part of the farm. For a long time, it was a wilderness. It was full of poplars and willows. It was all part of the flood zone, of course, for the Manawatu River. Before it has to try and squeeze out through the funnel of the Manawatu Gorge in a flood area. So the club has slowly helped to retain it and regain it and get it back into shape, and work with the farmer and the electric fencing, keeping the stock out of the waterways. We've made a fabulous, I suppose you would say, opportunity to race on that part of the track. So neat to see him be part of. Wow, here we go. All right, Hayden and for Brody, the big race is on at the moment, down to just under 5 minutes of race time left. This is the last big race on our program too, by the way, folks. I can tell you, as all of the final round will be much shorter. They'll be, some of them will only be half the distance of what they've been in round number 1. So we call them the sprint races. So that's an opportunity that maybe somebody different can feature, because when you're going into a race and thinking it's a big 20, 25, 30-minute long moto, you're thinking about, I've got to be the John Walker of races and try and do it with consistency. But in fact, that next lot of racing, you've got to more think you're Usain Bolt. You're trying for every little millimetre of track time you can get quicker than you've done before. So look out for the different tactic and potentially different riders to feature in the sprint race coming up at the end. Crazy kind of stuff. You know, people that can qualify, sometimes qualify 5 or 6 seconds faster than others, but when it comes to racing, they're more consistent. So look out for those sprint races up on our program. McDonald's Manawatu. We're part of Sky Sport Next coming at you. This is great coverage for our 125 GP Grand Prix. This is where Grand Prix racing started. Motorcycles, of course, were around, and now we've got it with motocross. It's called the MXGP as far as the world's concerned. Of course, the FIM, Federation of International Motorcycling, the governing body of world sport, of which we have Mike McLeod, of course, as a CMS member, and New Zealand, of course, is a country and a member of the FIM, as too countries like Australia and Indonesia, and of course the European countries by far, but over 70 countries aligned with the FIM. And so too for Motorcycle New Zealand. We only became to, oh, look at that, change your line. How's that? And look at that, I'll tell you what, did that make a difference for the number one? Finally somebody going round the back of the hiccup jump. Why the hiccup jump? Because it's got a bit glazed. I think he's wary of those. He's wary of those clay hardened parts of the track, because they proved to be such a challenge and slippery. He's had one off and one almost off in those parts of the track, so he's going faster in the softer ground where he can keep his traction. You think, oh, softer, how does that work? Well, it means that the tyres are gripping and doing the work. He can keep the power on, and he's holding it nicely as he comes round through here. Hayden Brodie back there at the moment. The margin, by the way, up to 6 seconds. So 6 seconds just when the pressure was on there. He closed it right down to 0.7. We've seen that it extended out. And here we are now with 2 minutes and 45 seconds to go before the chance of the white flag. And as you had Paul call last time, and at a big MX2 race, it was actually 19 minutes and 50 seconds when the lead rider went past. But no, it wasn't 20 minutes, so we had to wait another entire lap before the white flag goes out. So that's why these ones are 18 minutes plus 1 lap. So you've got to wait the 18 minutes, and after 18 minutes, as the lead rider goes past the finish line, the white flag can go out, the symbol of 1 lap to go. Hayden Brodie, Maddock, here you go. So you've got Gas ahead of Husqvarna, ahead of Yamaha, ahead of KTM. So you've 4 major bike brands that have a 125 machine well represented here. This is so cool for our manufacturers. Great to know. And they're putting the best riders on the best bikes to make those bikes perform at their best for these riders to get a result at his best. So they all want the number one, and it's the Husqvarna man to do it at this stage. Or as the Europeans, the Swedish in particular, would pronounce it, the Husqvarna. We find them at Motorcycle HQ with ride-on mowers and chainsaws and brush cutters. You'll find them at motorbike shops as a good brand of motorcycle as well. And if you actually, of course, understand them a bit more, they're also making things like knitting and sewing machines, so having a fine background as well. By the way, the history of Suzuki motorcycles comes from the yarn industry as well, so they too have made machines for the fabric industry. All right, it's the number one. He's bouncing his way through here at this stage and looking good as we go. We've got 1 minute, so it will be the white flag at the end of this one, folks. Will be the white flag because they've come past there at about the 1 minute mark, and it takes approximately 2 minutes to do the lap. So watch these guys fit in for that 1 lap. All right, Matt Carr's back there in 20th place. Here we go. Oh, Boston, you've slipped back one. You got the 21st place. Love you to get that point, matey. Come on, the little young guy, 44 kgs, ringing wet. So want him to see if he can get up and get amongst it. Hayden Brodie. Oh, come on, Boston, you can do it. Goes past now. What's the deficit? Oh, it's 14 seconds, actually, 14 seconds. That's a little pity. It's quite a bit to make up in a race. Never say never. Somebody else could go down during the race. Love him to get a point and get some encouragement. Maybe he wants the sprint race. Maybe he will excel later in the moto. Hayden Brodie, Maddock, Colby, Jack, Dylan, Ryan, Reese, Nick, Jared Hannon back there in the 10th place at the moment. Well, you're seeing the results come up on the screen at the moment, and that in fact is their first names of their surname as we look to it. And I see here we have one of them with a D question mark A out there, which is probably not the most perfect scenario, but that's Nick Darcy. So the question mark is actually the apostrophe in the name of Darcy. Good on you, Nick. Nice to have the man from Wakefield near Nelson joining us here today. So welcome to the sunny south. A lot of good riders coming up from the sunny south. Unfortunately, no round in the South Island this year for the 2021 New Zealand Motocross Grand Prix. When the whole event was put together under the COVID cloud, we wanted to keep it as close together and as centralised as possible, and maybe do more controls under the different levels of COVID lockdown. But as it's turned out, things have been a bit more open. But I'll tell you what, by the 28th of March, anything could have changed. If you had mentioned the word COVID here at Woodville in the last weekend of January last year, 6 weeks later, here we were locked down, hadn't even heard of the word at Woodville. So there you go, that's how things can change. So let's keep our fingers crossed for a fine run for the championship over the summer. All right, 1, 2, 3, here we are with the charges all on at the moment. This is what we're loving out here. the motocross. Look at these guys, only their second battle. It's a longer one. They'll be all thinking, man, oh man, I'm going to want in the heat of the day, I'm going to want that easier race later on, and they can certainly have that one. They'll be, I think they'll be up as our last race of the day from memory, so I hope you're going to stay with us. Time at the moment at just on 20:4, probably around about, at a guess, folks, about an hour and a half small racing today. That's all we got. So worthwhile staying with us, as we'll be able to knock this event into shape in no time at all with those shorter races in the final round. All right, looking out, these guys, man. I'll tell you what, the mechanics have got some work to do before the next race. These bikes will want to wash down. The filters are definitely going to want to change. There'll be plenty of sweat for the riders, so there'll be sweat on the hand grips. There'll be an opportunity really to give the riders a clean. They'll want a gear change as well. They'll want a cold towel and a flannel to clean them down as well. So these guys will be really feeling it. So too. So they almost want a sort of a warm flannel to wash the body down and a cold one for your face as well, because these guys are going to start to feel it like they've not felt for the summer of 2021 before. Woodville winds it up and winds up the heat, winds up the excitement, winds up the action with this Honda International Motocross Grand Prix. Oh, Boston's got the 20th. Yeah, Boston, Doherty, a point. What, 21st, fate might as well be 40th. You're not going to get the point. There's the checker. There we go. 116 and getting it. Yes, all the way. Hayden Smith, he was our earlier New Zealand champion. Maybe he's back out to try and do that again. Great work. Let's hope he can do it. Loving all that. Hey folks, please just watch out. This bike's still on the racetrack. River Race is up next. A reminder that we want you to, once these bikes are clear, to come down very quickly, get your spectator position on the river's edge, and then we want you back in the pit straight afterwards, so we spend as less time as possible. Here's our lineup for our riders over there for the River Race coming up next. Well, here we go. Hey, McDonald's Manawatu, and looking out for it. All right. Catch your breath, Neil. Hayden, Broadley, Maddock, Kobe, my apologies, Jack, Dylan, Ryan in 7th in the end, Reese McBride, 8th, 9th, Nick Darcy, a couple of our South Island boys in there. Well done, guys. Cool crowd, thank you very much, coming all down, everybody. Just watch, of course, the riders don't know that you're coming on the track, folks. That's why. You can think you can see them. They don't know that you're here. So just let's watch out. Last of our riders around there. Well, here we go. We can see straight away the track bordering team going to action. This is when they'll be busy while we've got the river race. So be conscious of the machinery around us as well.
Massive thanks go out to EnviroWaste. Thank you, EnviroWaste, your best choice in waste services. Thank you, EnviroWaste, our official rubbish collection group. Your residential waste, your commercial waste, your special waste, your recycling services available on 0800 240 140 www.envirowaste. Thank you, our official refuge disposal technician service. So thanks indeed to EnviroWaste. Understand there's a few of the crew that have joined us here today. Thank you to management and workers. We really appreciate it. We've got wheelie bins out there. To give you an idea, folks, of running this event, massive to have the amount of rubbish in the wheelie bins that we've got to do. Also, in fact, with our toilet facilities, we've got 45 toilets here, so it's massive. And those new shower facilities and their water tank as well. Of course, these guys don't have to have a look at this time, so this race will be a little bit quicker. Coming down, folks, if you're coming down off the hill, please be quick. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right, looking out. Let's go through our field for the river race. People like Mitch Rose. Mitch come back. He drowned the bike last time. Has he made it back? Has he made it back? I don't know. Mitch Rose drowned the bike before. Well, I tell you what, there's a few gaps on that start line. A few gaps compared to what we had before. I think we might have lost 4 or 5 of our entries somehow. Mitch Rowe, Chris Power, looking out for Chris. The Te Papa man on the dirtco.co.nz, Honda, Motomuck, Moto, Leat, Workshop Graphics, 5 Gloves, Alpine Star, JT, DID and Metzler Tyres, Donald Clifford, of course, Motorcycle HQ, Charlie Checkbook Man, Lockie Elliott, 51 for Stephen Sargent. Of course, the Simon Winterburn, also out of Motorcycle HQ, Moto, Diabetics Clinic and ACC. He's feeling like he might make it to work tomorrow. Come on, Simon, pick it up the game. And for Dribble, I said Dribble's gone easy on him. So Dribble, I know it's not good to beat the boss at work, but next time when you go out, I don't think it'll matter this time. He stayed right behind Simon last time. Of course, Simon's claim to fame is having a go in sidecar racing, both for Speedway. Oh, yeah, we are going to have a 1 lap. All right, sorry. Both in Speedway and in road racing as well. Well, last time, the interesting feature, of course, is that Chris Power himself the eventual winner, did not even go in the practice, but he knew exactly where to go. He'd done his homework. So he did stay behind last time. I see Mitch is out here. There's Chris, here he is. Our number 10 again, Chris Power. So looking out to see Chris. 466 and James. See those boys, rather than do the whole lap, they've just gone out to have a little bit of a look, and now they're coming around. These are some cunning devils, all right, folks. They don't want to jeopardise the bike in that race. Mitch Rose saved it. Saw some great video footage that our guest commentator today, Paul Malin, had taken, and he caught one of the riders that what we call tuck the front, and man did he tuck it big time, and he'd lost it with literally a somersault. The rider went flying over the handlebars. So here we are, 2:57.22. Ones to look out for. People like the 7 of Mitch Rowe, the 10 of Chris Power, the 466 of a former champion, and our man out there, James Galpin, looking out the RM250. 46 for Lockie, we're drawing alongside. Boys all doing that opening lap key that they can get in there and get their place. Remember, of course, they're going to be holding that back mudguard under starters orders with Barry here today. Massive thanks to Barry Wilson. Barry, a long time back in the 80s, he was in the club. He was actually our motocross coordinator. So Barry's done an amazing amount of work. After giving up motocross and a family man and a few other things, he actually came back doing mountain biking, and he's been a New Zealand champion mountain biker, particularly in veterans racing, and people tell me he's very, very good. So Barry, an honour to have you with us back again on the start. Thank you very, very much. Really? The sound.
We're loving it, ready, yes, back behind the bike. Here it is, the famous Le Mans star back on the bike and away. Kawasaki in up through there. Wait for the boys. Oh, Lockie and Simon have their own little battles. The boys further back there. They'll be feeling it 2 races tomorrow. You think they've done a marathon. I can just see the morning tea table tomorrow morning. Will be all the stories, all the tales. So good work as we watch the Dutech Palmerston All Speedway truck doing the watering down the straight here, getting things ready for more Mighty Moto. So thanks to Palmy Speedway, the greatest show on dirt next weekend. Teams Champs, 16,000 seats sold out already. The sold out sign is up for Palmy Speedway next weekend. The biggest motorsport event in the Mighty Manawatu, and looking out for it next weekend. Speedway rules in Palmy. All right, keen to watch out for this group. Who's it away? Who's it away? Oh, looking out. Paul Woodley out in front for Withers there. Here he goes, Paul Woodley, the X-Man. Paul Woodley chased along by Kawasaki, then looking to 51. Up there, Stephen Sargent as well, 46 for James. You can hear him on the little AFC KTM. He's a bit further back, 866. And there, 480. Line number 2 for Seth Redden. Yeah, that's better. That's better. Dribble's got it going. Dribble's got it going out there. An opportunity to wind up. 58 for Simon Windelburn out there. And, looking out, 007 for Mitch Rowe. I didn't spot Lockie. Where was Lockie? I was looking out for Lockie. He's our 17-year-old mechanic, having a cool time. And for Lockie this time, yeah, that's better. We've got him. Got a bit wet. He's got nice and clean as well. He'll be fine. Tell you what. All right, back to Wibbs. There's the 99, famous Paul Woodley number as well. The O'Neill man on the Yamaha, Paul Woodley. Looking out for Seth Reardon. Seth Reardon is the man up there. No, sorry, my apologies. Seaton Head on the Kawasaki. Seaton Head is the rider then came out with him. And what about our trials bike? Wow, great to see that. Very different looking motorcycle. Called Trials. Moto Trials, another division of the Manawatu Club, operates on the 3rd Sunday of the month. More details out of the Moto boys. Yeah, 302 for Dribble and the IT. All over the place as he snakes it away. Technology for bike, 40 years old. These guys down through. Oh, Simon stalling it, coming up over the rock. Oh, Mitch, out of shape. Gets it back under control. Mitch, and away he goes. Oh, Simon just stall there of the beautiful RM250. 99, there's your race leader, spoken him up, the great Paul Woodley. Chased along by Seaton Head, looking out for Chris, there he is, the number 10. 51 to go. Looking out for Chris Power. Chris Power won the last race. Chris Power to win it. Who's going to win this one? That'll be the excellent question. Chris Power won the last one. Will he be in contention for this time? Paul Woodley, probably a better result overall because Paul, although he didn't win the last one, he's winning this one. So the difference between them will be better placings. And it's in this race, so it's a little bit disappointing for the hotshot Honda's Chris Power. 302 for Dribble. Looking out now, 179, 128. Stringfellows river race, 128, 203. 7 for Mitchell, down 1 lap, got the 10 of Chris Power to try and go past him. 51 of Stephen Sargent, 466, putting all the pressure on through there. There is young James Galpin, so fun for James out there. 466, former winner of the river race here. In fact, my apologies, Stephen Shearis. Wash your mouth here, Neil. Stephen Sargent, I'll get it right, yeah. Stephen Sargent's been a winner. James Galpin's been a winner. Chris Power's been a winner. Paul Woodley's been a winner. Some great heritage in our river race, and there's 4 of them. They're out there at the moment. I don't think that Mitch Rose won the event overall. I think he might have won a race once, but hasn't won the event. But he's back a little at the moment. So looking out for the number 99 of Paul Woodley, the Yamaha man, in hot pursuit. Looking out here, I understand that 98 Matt Sparrow doing some work here today. There's Paul going past, and he's on the two-stroke today. Notice that, folks, on the two-stroke 99, Paul Woodville, on the Yamaha YZ250X. So this is the X machine. That is effectively a two-stroke cross-country bike. So it has a different gearing, different size wheels, a better bike for doing racing that's not all about power, but it's also about speed. So check them out, the Yamaha 250X riding out there. Oh, the massive splash of the river race, something that's pretty unique as far as our event is concerned here at Woodville, and great to see that people still come to enjoy it, and that off last time for Mitch Rowe, unbelievable to think of able to do there, and the challenges that are caused up and over the roadway they go. The marshals close it off over there. Big thanks to the riders crew for assisting with what we're going. Checkered flag there, and Paul Wibbs to take it, and our team doing the lap scoring. They'll be putting together our results, and we'll have those at prize giving. You're welcome, by the way. Don't have to leave afterwards. You can stay and join us for prize giving at the sign-in marquee at the end of today. Generally about 45 minutes to an hour after racing. So probably looking at things today, I would say somewhere like about 6 o'clock or thereabouts. So hey, it's still plenty of daylight, still plenty of fun to be had, and you're most welcome to see our senior and river race riders in person. Should be a cool time as we acknowledge our champions, the GPs, and our MNZ title race as well. While we've been having that fun, the boys have been out rotoring the track and getting it ready. Well, here on Friday, Noel, it was an opportunity to almost have a sweatshirt on. Woke up yesterday morning. I thought you'd brought the frost with you from the South Island. And bingo, here we are today, smeltering and melting. It's Woodville, isn't it? It's a definition of weather.
Look, we certainly get 4 seasons in one day or in 3 days. We certainly have. This year, Neil, it's been like that all around the country, I think. But like you say, yesterday, you were a T-shirt, then you were a hoodie, and then back to T-shirt, and it was pretty cool. And today she just come out blue sky and just into it in a cracker.
All right, hey, Motorcycling New Zealand, you're proud president of the crew, of course. We've had fantastic events this year where we've seen board members out and about. There's you and Macca, for example, here today as well. Your presence been a lot more noticeable, I think.
Oh, we appreciate that. It is a volunteer-based sport, and we're all just volunteers. We're out here. We need to be. In these tough times, this COVID times, we've almost sort of forgot we're in a COVID, we're in our own bubble in New Zealand, doing really, really well compared to the rest of the world. And we're so lucky with what we get to do. The crowds are here, awesome, over 600 riders for a weekend at Woody. It's just marvellous, mate. So we need to be here, we need to be helping, we need to be visible, talk, we need to learn what's going on, what's good, what's bad. It's quite nice to hear some good things too. Yeah. And I just think, another cracking weekend of motorcycling in New Zealand.
All right, hey, still to come another 3 rounds of our championship. So Rotorua and we've got Pukekohe and Taupo. Don't want to sound selfish, but hey, Manawatu set a bit of a standard today?
Absolutely. Look, Woodville's always a pretty cracker event. To me, it really kicks off the season no matter what. And it's great having Sky Sport and all those sort of wee add-ons here this year too. And going into the next 3 rounds, we've got a couple of weeks off, and then into Rotorua, and then up to Puke, and then finish at Taupo. So it's going to be a pretty wicked season again, and it's just for great racing. Some of that MX2 stuff, watching James coming through the pack in that last moto was pretty cool to watch, because there's some high class racing going on today. MX1 is stacked though, isn't it? Like crikey. It reminds me a wee bit of the AMA at the moment and the Supercross, and it's just awesome.
Hey, yesterday, I think if we look back on this weekend, one of the hidden highlights was just over that hill, 180 mini kids. So if we're worried about what we're doing the right thing, at least we're starting them young, Noel.
Look, I think that's so right too. The wonderful thing about our sport, and especially in the off-road, is from the age of 4, you can come compete at events, and just families, mum and dad's having a great weekend with kids, and the old mum and the old dad having a skid as well, and it's 180 at a mini event. That's just unprecedented. It's just wonderful.
Yeah, great to see for our event. All right, Noel, thank you. You'll be up here to do the handshake, acknowledge our champion. So thanks very much for joining us. So Mr. Noel May, folks, all the way from Timaru, President of Motorcycling New Zealand, another great volunteer in our sport at the moment. It shouldn't be underestimated what happens with the Honda brand, folks. Hey, we know about great motorcycles, but you ask MX Timing, you ask MXT, you ask Turbo Sound, what generators do they use to power their electronic equipment? You can buy them for $600 from the cheap places, but you're not buying quality. When it comes to a generator to drive your machinery, you want quality. You go to your Honda dealer, you go into Bissett's, you go into City, you go into Danny Vegas, you go into Mills, you go into Kewins, and you want a generator. You're going to say, wow, look at that price. You are buying quality, and that's all I would trust with my equipment, so you do as well. Have a look at them all around here. You'll find one at the club rooms. You'll find 2 of them running our gear. So 2 for CTAS. They're running on it. You'll find it running over here at the timing at the finish line. What's the 4 generators that are going? Honda, 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 all the way. No, it's not that they're free. Heck no, I had to buy mine, but I don't mind. You buy quality. You want it to last. You want it to be reliable, and you want it to power your electronic equipment. We haven't got a power supply to plug into here. We rely on Honda generators. You do as well. Every household needs a Honda generator in their garage. They're cool when it comes to camping and outdoor things that you want to do, but more importantly, as we go into this age of relying on power even more and more, you need something to back it up, because as we're proving with a number of incidences, and particularly weather related, that your power is not 100% reliable. No fault of any of the supply companies, but it's the freak weather that we have. You want a generator, go to your Honda dealer and get one. Don't buy the cheapies, folks. They'll blow up, or your gear will blow up that's on them. We love Honda, you will as well. Well, here we go. It's a 12-minute sprint. We've just heard the update, folks. It's a 12-minute sprint. No warm-up for this one. No warm-up. No major changes to the track. No warm-up. Time against us. That's why we're talking about a sprint race. We're going through this final round. It's just gone 4 o'clock. Looking to our final round. That's 5 races, 12-minute sprint, 12 minutes. As you can appreciate, 12 by 5s. We're going to go through that in a little over an hour. Time now is just at after 4, so approximately an hour's finish. If you're calculating what you're going to do for the day, stay with us. It'll be a whole lot of fun. We're going to knock this one out as we look out for this. So a 12-minute sprint. More action coming to you on Sky Sport next here as we feature this class, and look out for our champions going all the way at the moment to the top of the game. Will it be the Kane Lamont? Can he do it? Remembering we've already scored points for our New Zealand Championships. Now we're scoring for the Grand Prix overall 32. White Chase got it at the moment. Head of the 1-2-1 of Cody Cooper. These boys looking hot, looking sharp, looking smart. Keep your eyes on the number 3 there for Hamish Harwood as well as we take them on. Hamish Harwood, he'll be the next one in there. So that'll be bike 3 for place 3 as we go back in our Manawatu Toyota TRC supported racing. TRC at Homan, Masterton at Homan, Levin and Homan Fielding, and of course Manawatu Toyota at Warding Street, Palmerston North. Bought my last vehicle at Manawatu Toyota. Run a fleet of 4 Toyotas in our household at home. You want to as well. Quality name, quality team, quality service. Toyota stack top to bottom. Whether it be the sales, the service or the parts, you'll love them. Booking in for the Wolf this coming week as well. So they've got it all, and you'll love it as well. To me, it's the standard. You always know when your vehicle's at Manawatu Toyota, they're going to look after you. They tell you when it needs something to do to it. They tell it to you right. They're, of course, these days, genuine parts, affordable, and making it run. For me, it's a matter of when you hop in your vehicle, you know when you turn the key on, it's going to go, and it'll be serviced and maintained correctly. It might have done 200,000 kilometres, but a quality Toyota, it's only halfway through its life. Friend Dave, of course, he bought one of my old cars. He's now done over 900,000 kilometres in his Toyota. So great stories about great vehicles. We love Toyota, you will as well. Bring it on. Green flag. We're igniting this lineup at the moment in our Sky Sport next update. It is the ultimate of racing going on here for the sprint, the final leg for the Grand Prix here today. All 3 races counting for points, and this is the sprint. It's only 12 minutes. The other ones were 22 minutes plus a lap, so they were almost, in fact, we'll call that twice as long as this. So this is the sprint to go with it. Here's the number 3 for Hamish Harwood, doing all the hard work out there on the beautiful CML Rokon Makita Tools KTM SX450F. A flying good bike out there. Wyatt, Cody, Hamish, there's your update at the moment. Less than a second first and second, a fraction over that for the margin for second. Who's in 4th place, but it is in fact the bike number 4 of Kane Lamont. So these guys out to put on a fabulous finale to our championship. And look at the order that we've got them here at the moment. We have really upset the apple cart here today with White Chase. He's been on fire for this one. Will he be the winner by the end of the day? We're about to find out. he should be with a performance like this. So look for Wyatt Chase. He will be the man of the moment to literally unseed the traditional top 3 of our sport. The men behind him all generally run a 1, 2, 3. Well, last year they run 2, 3 and 4. That's why you can see the numbers on the bike. The 1, 2, 1 was 2, the 3 was 3, and the 4 was 4. The man that beat him, of course, was from Australia and not racing with us this weekend. So we say thank you to Kirk Gibbs for your contribution to our motocross here in the last few years. You've been a 2 times New Zealand champion in the last 4 years. Did it once on KTM and did it last year on the Yamaha. Not with us this year due to the COVID boundary problems. But what we do know is that we've left it open for the Kiwis to take control. And instead of a Yamaha with an Aussie at the handlebars, we've got one with a Taupo man, Mr. Wyatt Chase. This man in charge. 32 for Wyatt. Wow. Talk about an upset on the national moto scene. He, of course, was a specialist 250 rider and then said, no, I won't ever go up to 450. And once he took to it, ducked to water, and he's just got better and better since then. He's been playing under the radar, didn't feature in the other summertime moto, saved his effort for the big one here. A whole different kind of a track. You don't see this kind of track with either Summercross or for Taranaki. This is motocross. This is the roughest motocross track in New Zealand. It's not called the Grand Prix for nothing. And there is just something about, look at the movement of the bike as we go along. Here it is, just banging, bashing. The suspension working to the max. The oil will be bubbling. But I tell you what, a Chase Works suspension bike's got to be one of the best performed from a suspension point of view. Hey, the motors are just fantastic in this day and age. It's the suspension that you've got to get to work right. So Chase suspension setup, I'm sure, will be perfect to the max as these boys go for it. 32 out there with the Wyatt Chase in control. This guy doing it and doing it big time. Huge amount of non-starters, folks, in this one. We wish Ethan Martins all the well. He's off in a ambulance. We've got Josiah Natsky, who's a non-starter, just concentrating on the MX2 class. He only did the one race. I tell you what the standout rider of the day will be Tommy Watts. Tommy Watts here he is, did a 5th place last time, looking in a 5th here at the moment. I tell you what, you've got Hadley Knight and Royden White, they're more seasoned campaigners, and you've got Tommy in front of those boys. The Motorland man from Hawke's Bay, out of the Tyre General from Wairoa. Shout out to my friends up in Wairoa, beautiful place. Had an opportunity to work with foodstuffs up there in the great New World supermarket. Made a lot of good friends, and what a cool place to be involved with. I'm always like a country boy at heart, and enjoying places like Wairoa up there in northern Hawke's Bay. The home of Tommy Watts and the home of some great people, and all part of our great country that we love for moto. Here we are, back to our racing at this stage, calling it out with Manawatu Toyota in the 125 Grand Prix final race. We'll have our first podium after this as well, where you can see the riders in person. Their masks come off, called a helmet, but it's like a mask. It's unlike the All Blacks where you get to see their face on the sports field. For these guys, they're covered in protective gear. They've got the shoulder pads, they've got the kidney protector, they've got their gloves and boots and pants and shirt and helmet, of course. They'll have their goggles for eye protection as well. They are covered from tip to toe. You won't see any skin exposed on these guys as they throw their body on the line with a great effort on their motorcycle. 32 to go. Out there, Wyatt Chase. Look at this from Cody. Digging deep. He knows he wants to see this man if he wants to lead the points in it. Tell you what, after the first round, if he's going to let this guy take it away, when it comes to those tracks up north, he'll be a smoking good option. So here we go from Cody, doing some more bike prep, getting it ready. In fact, Lance from Lance from Honda was telling us that the only thing the same of the 2020 to the 2021 Honda CRF 450 is the rear wheel. That's the only part that is the same. Everything else has changed. The forks, the frame, the engine, the brakes, the rotors, you name it, the whole engine, of course. So just sensational to see the technology that HRC, Honda's Race Corporation, have developed in behind this amazing machine. So great to see they've certainly lifted the bar. Look at this from 32, going well. Here's the number 4 on your radar at the moment. This is Kane Lamont, a man looking super fast. He was a hot qualifier, pulled in that great run earlier on in the day to be our number 1 to choose the gate, but hasn't turned it into a win, but he's been consistent here today. Much better than Woodville was last year when he crashed out on the opening lap of the opening race, and his national championship had disappeared at that point. He did miraculously well to come back for a 4th place overall after beating a whole lot of pain and a hematoma and some scars and bruises like you'd not seen on a person's body before. But I tell you what, he's away to a much better start. Will be consistent. Will really give him something to work on. And he too, like Chase Fig out of Mangakino, whereas Chase comes from Taupo, he'll be right at home at those, particularly those next tracks of the great Rotorua and Taupo as well. Oh, 1-2-1, and Cody there at trackside. Cody at trackside, what's going on? What's going on? And rejoin, what had happened there? Unsure completely. What had happened? I've got no idea. He was over to the side of the track. He just looked like it couldn't have been, surely. What has happened? Unsure. What we do know is that the number 4's gone to front, remembering a 12-lap sprint race. 12-lap sprint race, so we're probably not too far away from a white flag. Here we go at the moment, so unsure as to what had happened. Well, I've got no idea. That is a mystery. What has happened before us? Wicked to see. I just, so there we go. There's our 4 and there's our 1-2-1. So he's coming back this time, all right?
Over the back.
I have no idea. Wow, there we go. Hey, wanted to have a quick look out here and caught up with Bevan. Nice to see Bevan. Having some fun today, Bevan?
Yeah, it's awesome, Neil. Awesome to be here for 60 years. It's been a great day.
Right, indeed. Bissett Honda, what's it like as you're a member of the family of Blue Wing Honda? Is it a privilege to be a Honda dealer?
Oh yeah, when it's in your backyard, it's hard not to get pretty excited about it. So no, it's absolutely awesome. That's why I'm here and supporting it 100%.
Right, indeed. Hey, Bush Riders, the local motorcycle club over here. You've got your mini rides. You've got the Twilight Road rides. You've got the new Mucka Mucka track. You've got a round coming up of the New Zealand cross country. It's all happening on this side of the hill in Tararua country.
Yeah, 100%. People are moving to Paoatua from Auckland, so real estate's going through the roof. So.
Nice to see. Thank you, Bevan. Bevan Bissett out of our great Bissett Honda right here in Paoatua. So thanks, Bevan. And of course, there in his gear, he's been out doing some riding today and helping as well. So there we go. That's a Wyatt, Kane, Cody, Hamish. And so we've seen that change between Kane and Cody. And of course, Hamish was up there before. He was 3. He's gone back to 4. So Wyatt's actually in first and in second. Yeah, closing it up. And here we go. Looking out for the clock. We are there at 10 minutes 39. I reckon white flag next time. No proof of that. So 12 plus a lap is what we've heard. That's the word, 12 plus a lap. So keen just to see who we've got, what we've got. We'll go straight into a prize giving podium immediately after this race as well. And we've got a dual podium. So we've got an MX1 for the day, and we've got the National Motocross round. So we'll have 2 different podiums. So keen just to see. Manawatu Toyota at home with TRC Toyota. Your friends are Toyota. 4 great dealerships through Masterton, along with Fielding and Horowhanua's capital Levin, and of course right here in Palmy North as well, just over the hill. All right, 12 minutes, the clock's on, so thinking it's going to be a 1-2-5. All right, I think we're just trying to clarify. I think we've got a two-lap finale. It seems to be 12 plus 2 is the way we've got it. I think the white flag is coming out next time. So I think why didn't the flag come out there? But it's 12 plus 2 and not 12 plus 1. Doesn't matter. We've now got the update, and these guys carrying on. They'll know what's going on. Wyatt, Kane, Yamaha ahead of the Honda of Cody Cooper. Go back to Hamish Harwood. Tommy Watts. What an outstanding run from the Motorland man. Oh, talk about turning heads in MX1 racing. He too, like Wyatt, has come out of MX2 racing. Very little experience in a national scene, but he has bashed them out, and I'm sure there'll be a huge amount of support out of the Hawke's Bay Whitehall region for this young hotshot. Well done, Tommy. Hope he can stay injury free. That's been a bit of a plague for him in recent times, so if he can just put some consistency together on that big bike, I'm sure there's better things to come. So look out for Tommy. The gun, Tommy Watts, out underway. Campbell King, yes, the man from Dunners, in there at the moment in our top group as well. Tell you what, the non-starters: Ethan Josiah, Kobe, Tyler, Brad Groombridge, Cam Negus, Curtis King, wow, Benedict Hahn, Charles Alabaster, Quade Young, Seth Reid and Joseph Adrell. I tell you what, we've nearly got as many that couldn't start as what have started. This is the attrition rate of National Motocross Championships, folks. The University of California rated it as the second toughest sport undertaken that they analysed out of America, and the number one was ice hockey. So there we go. White flag is out now. White flag, we're on the last lap of the moment. Here we are with our updated results. We've got our podium places to do for the MX1 with both the National Championship and the Grand Prix. They are two different things. The National Championship is the first two races only, and the Grand Prix is all three races. First two plus this one as well added together. Who's that going to be? I think it's looking for Wyatt Chase at the moment. Look for the update. Hearing that chainsaw going off again, boys. Great to hear, great to hear. Chainsaws, we love them. Man, oh man, had the privilege 6 years ago of going to France to watch the New Zealand Motocross of Nations team in a fantastic event. The chainsaws over there, I tell you what, there was enough of them. Even with the noise alone, they could have cut down a forest, let alone the fact that they don't have a chain or a bar on them. That was so cool, the atmosphere. Scooters ringing and horns sounding. The noise from 30,000 people was just amazing. So we've got a bit of way to catch up in New Zealand. Much smaller country, of course, but good on you boys with the chainsaw today. Love your attitude. Keep it pumping. We love it, and hopefully you do as well. Here we are on our last lap. On our last lap, we're going all the way. Sky Sport next update. Yamaha 32-4. 32, remember he's a privateer. This man, of course, was in a team, but he wanted to change, and the team didn't, so he said, thanks, I'm going my own way, let's go racing with Dad. And Team Chase has come together, and this guy has proven that he really should be on a team, but doing it his way, and his way rules, and that's so good. So you don't have the budget, you don't have the big, well, you don't have the free bike for a start. Here we are to the checkered flag, we're going all the way, super close together. Wyatt's got it. Oh, follow, what's the margin in there? Super close, right there at the moment. Wyatt Chase, I think, is going to have it, won it and run it. So Wyatt Chase up there from Cody. How have we stopped the others? Oh, this is going to be close. So keen to look out for the update for that margin. Just how do we go? Where do we go? Boys just getting their gear off here at the moment. The camera shot comes out. The sweat is absolutely pumping. About to do this at this stage. So, yeah. We're doing the presentation for the round. Third place to Cody. Second to Hamish. Oh, Wyatt, sorry, my fault. Oh, God, get it right, Neil. To Wyatt. And in first place with the red plate to lead the championship, Hamish Harwood. Cool, boys, straight up there, get the media shot. So, speed it up. 3, 2, 1. Here with our second plate, White. Great day at the office.
Yeah, no, it was an awesome day. The track was real tough and technical, and yeah, I just enjoyed being back out there racing.
Great to see you. All right, Cody, pressure on for round number 1. How was Woodville?
Different, that's for sure. It's real dusty, but changed some settings for the second motor, and then went the wrong way, and then that one felt a lot better, like a different bike, so happy now.
Yeah, good work, good work. Hey, welcome back, Hamish, mate. Under the radar every year, and then you come out and go bang at Woodville. You love this place.
I do really love this place. A little bit sketchy today. I didn't want it to catch me out, so I wanted to ride smart and safe, but also still go as hard as I could. So really happy to get the overall. I was sort of out in the dust and couldn't quite see, but then I went out into some a slick patch in that last moto and just dropped the front, which was a shame. But apart from that, starts were pretty good. But yeah, just a massive thanks to my mechanic Carl and Sam KDM team and everyone that helps out.
Yeah, well done. Let's start this race. Thanks, guys. Start, we can do this one, and here we are. So you notice the two boys in the front have changed around. So here we go, 32, 3 by 1, so a slightly different order, as this is a format we've done here today. Cody, a little bit better as far as the Grand Prix is concerned.
Yeah, I think where did I get third? Yeah. 2 thirds for the day and walking away on a pretty brutal track. It's good. Thanks to Honda for always stepping up and sponsoring the event and looking after us as a race team. And obviously Pirelli, the top 3 are running them today in real tough conditions, and that just shows how much grip we have.
Well done indeed, thanks very much. Here you go, might have the red plate, number 2 in the GP. Got to be happy though, Hamish.
Yeah, I am definitely happy. I just got to cut out those small little mistakes, and we'll move forward to Rotorua and see what we can do there.
Great to see you. Personally, White, mate, a Grand Prix, mate. This is New Zealand Grand Prix. Nobody takes this away from you. You're written in history today. Well done.
Yeah, no, it feels awesome. The first moto was a little bit rough. We had the suspension settings were a little bit off, but we got them sorted, a few clicks here and there, and definitely showed in those last 2 motos. Definitely felt comfortable and felt like myself, and it was awesome to get out there and get a win against these boys.
There you go. Well, our other classes starting. We'll do them at the moment. There is your GP podium, folks, for MX1. 3rd place, Cody Cooper for Honda. 2nd place, Hamish Harwood on the KTM. And the win for White Chase. First ever Grand Prix senior win for that man in our MX1 class. Well done. So great to see. Back to our women's race next. Well, looking out for it, woman in ScanPower Racing, and yes, Roma so excited about her win last time. She's gone to the front ahead of Taylor Rampton and Letitia Alabaster. So cool to watch these ladies as we have got the rundown. Now we've got Amy Roberts back there in that fourth place ahead of Melissa Patterson. Go to Hannah Powell, slipping back to sixth ahead of George, Chloe Courtney, Brianna, Georgia, Tyler, and the other Georgia with a J as compared to with a G. So well done, team. So you've got Georgia, George, and Georgia in there. If you get the subtle differences between those three ladies. Tell you what, we've had an attrition rate of it's something horrific from a MX1, a big-time racing point of view, but these girls have been consistent, been at it time and time again, so well done. What about the turn-up of the books today? We potentially have got three different winners on our cards here today, or maybe it's a repeat performance, remembering it's just a sprint race for these ladies. This is only a 10-minute race as we knock them through here late in the day. Just coming up 4:30, and we are with 3 races to go after this. So just the sprint race. ScanPower Grand Prix Women's, Roma, Taylor and Amy. Now, what we'll give out for the day for our podiums is actually both of them, because for the Women's Cup, that's the points they'll take to Taupo in the final round for the second leg of the Women's Cup. And for our MX Grand Prix today will be their glory overall. So this is a senior cup class rather than a Grand Prix class. Even though we call it the Grand Prix, it's not a consistent class in the championship. They actually have their women's championship in a standalone event held in November last year, so nice to see. Oh, just catching up with Will here. He's excited. He got the chopper ride today, so getting some cool shots, and I'm sure that's what it's like. So great views out there with our ScanPower Women's Grand Prix underway. Roma Edwards, Taylor Rampton, Amy Roberts. Amy's crept up. She's gone to the third, back on the podium for these awesome top 3. So Roma, Taylor and Amy, and the hard work out there. Looking out for Taylor. We'll need to get that update of the points once again. Oh, there we go, all the way, 79 for Roma. Look at this, great performance out there, just a sprint race, 79 for Roma, getting it up, getting excited. She's a bigger jumper on the rougher tracks. We know she's better. Look at Taupo, smashed them 3 out of 3 back in Labour weekend, and unfortunately hasn't had some major wins since then, but here she is now, coming back to show us a real strength. So great work for the 79, the elegant Roma Edwards, on fire here today. Could be our GP winner yet. Has she won a GP before in our women's class? I don't think so. So this could be something special here today for Roma. When the tough get going, they go and get tough. And I tell you what, as you've heard all from those boys, it is super tough out here today. And the attrition rate of our MX1 is just an example of that we've had so many riders that have actually pulled out of racing as those conditions for the hot 20-minute motors. Remembering, of course, for the next round at Rotorua, you go to the Rotorua in the hot volcanic plateau, of course, and we're going to be generally around the hottest weekend of the year, generally on or about the 3rd weekend of February, the hottest part of the year. So these guys are going to melt, absolutely melt in the heat at Rotorua Vegas when we come up there to next month. So if those guys thought today was hot, I'm sure you might be able to add a couple of degrees to that. Haven't had any unofficial thermometers tell us about what the temperature has been today, but I reckon way higher than that originally predicted. I think 24 was the forecasted high today. Well, if we're standing in the sun out here, to me, way warmer than that. All right, Roma, Taylor, Amy, Letitia, Hannah, these super ladies. Hannah's moved up. She's put Melissa behind her, so come on for the local on the City Honda CRF 250. It is Hannah Powell in good form at this stage, so well done to her. Look at that for the jumping from Roma. How delicate, how intricate could she do that? That is just so good. Watching some of these other ladies, yeah, we've got Taylor to do it. Then we've got Amy back in there. See a big jump then coming from Letitia. The next one round should be Hannah. Is Hannah going to be able to do the big jump as well? Can she still get there in that 5th place? It'll be excellent points for her as we build up towards our finale for this class on the 28th of March in Taupo. Roma Edwards, Taylor Rampton, Amy Roberts, Letitia Alabaster. There's a big gap here. Those 4 have bolted. Looking out for Hannah, Melissa, Chloe in there. And there we are with Hannah. So Hannah has come through now. So well done to Hannah. For the other girls gliding over the jump. I cannot believe that attrition rate in the MX1 today, folks. So what we're talking about is the fact that this track has absolutely pounded the competition. They've melted in the heat of the day and the treachery of the track. Motocross, one of the toughest sports you'll ever undertake. People think you're riding a motorbike, you're on for a ride. Your body is getting absolutely bashed about by the intricacies of a motorcycle, through suspension, through its wheels and its power, just to hold on and control it. You've got to use your legs, you're using your whole body weight. You're off the seat, you're putting your weight backwards, then you're going forwards. You're getting your head to go forwards. You're getting your elbows out to get more control with your arms across on the handlebars. There is just so much physical work to do. These guys pumping it. You've seen that by the sweat that's pouring off them as they come back here to receive their awards at the end of the moto. So what are we going to see for our Women's Grand Prix in this one? We'll be keen just to get the recognition that they deserve. So thank you to Noel and Lance for doing our presentations. This one will just be Lance's. Like I say, this is only leg number 1 for our MNZ Women's Cup, and we'll have that final at Taupo in what is now, 8 weeks away? Yeah, 8 weeks away. Wow, I'm sure that's going to come around really quickly. We'll be in the month of autumn. We'll be up there in beautiful Taupo, Adventure Wonderland Paradise of the mighty north. So always great weekends at that time of year. And on that fabulous Digger McEwen Motorcycle Park, the home of the Taupo Motorcycle Club, well-regarded venue. Of course, great events held over there, like the MX Fest, like SX4 recently, like, of course, the Battle of the Clubs. So many cool events, 6-round club championship, and often other national events around the place. We've generally probably some riders are being at Taupo anything around 8 or 9 times a year. So great club, great facility, and a special weekend to be had. ScanPower Women's Grand Prix back here with the action. Roma Edwards, Taylor Rampton, Amy Roberts looking out for this trio. And normally it would be Amy with the upper hand, but it's Roma that's come out all fired up and fighting here today. Great work for her. Hearty congrats in the lineup. Well, here we go, white flag symbol of 1 lap to go. Remember, it's been the 10-lap sprint race, so we're down there at the moment on this last lap. Total race duration at 11 minutes and 53 seconds. As the heat of the day comes on, the 79 of Roma, she's looked immaculate. One thing about Roma, super disciplined and a serious trainer, and that's what I believe has paid dividends for her today. When it comes to Woodville, it's not about speed. There's the checkered flag, Roma Edwards to win it, and hopefully win the Grand Prix. We'll find out about that in a few seconds. How good is that from the outstanding lady from Motueka? Oh, what a day, an absolute brilliant performance. So here, well done, Roma. That is great for our sport. Just when you thought that the tide was turning, the tide goes back the other way. She was a winner of a lot of events from last year. She's come to win the one that counts, the support of Philco and Murray Thorn Motorcycles at home with Yamaha. She has come here and won it well. Yamaha have already taken the glory in MX1. They claim it in the Women's GP. Kawasaki's Taylor Rampton cruises in behind her as we look out for the number 1 to come through now. 1NZ, and Amy Roberts finding it a tough day in the office. We'll be really keen to see and hear these ladies up on the podium shortly. So great to have with us. right, our podium shared here. We'll have Noel doing the MNZ presentation, and also the other presentation here from Lance as well for the GP. Third place today, Amy Roberts. Second place, Taylor Rampton. And first today, first place today, Roma Edwards. How's this? Right, Lance will come in and match that as well, because this, of course, is round one for the MNZ, so they're doing exactly the same. Yep, 3, 2, 1. And third place now for Amy. Second up here with Taylor. And the first for Amy. Tough day at Woodville. How's that?
Yeah, it was pretty rough out there. I was pretty tired every single moto. Still sore from last weekend, so yeah, it was a hard day.
Yeah, we understand that completely. Your way to a great start, Taylor, but it certainly got put toughly late in the day.
Yeah, no, definitely struggled with a bit of fitness. Yeah, track was gnarly, but yeah, loved it.
Good. Congratulations, Roma. How's this feeling? You're on top.
Oh, it's been great. Ever since I had my crash, I've sort of been like just behind these girls, but it feels great to be back on top.
Well done. Let's get the photo shot. There they are. Come on, New Zealand. There they are. Your best woman, the lady, the underdog. Roma Edwards has come through. Taranaki's Taylor Rampton get the second place, and Amy Roberts for the third in our Women's Grand Prix, courtesy of ScanPower. Let's go racing. Well, MX2 in a massive charge, and who do we look to get through, to get around there and head away, courtesy of our sponsors like Aon Insurance, Fox and Pirelli, Kawasaki and Mac Media. Big thanks to them, of course, for getting behind our senior nationals. We're back to the Grand Prix, the third and final leg for the day. So these are what counts for the championship. We'll be on the podium at the end of this one, courtesy of Placemakers, Palmerston North, and the big races on here for the championships. Is it going to be the Maximus Purvis show? He's won the previous two. He's been in awesome form here today. How's he going to go in this one? The dust is starting to fly. That's an old statement from way back. The dust flies, and it literally has been today. The temperature has warmed up. Got to be, I reckon, it's equivalent to a 28 out there in the sunshine today. It has been hot. The wind's completely changed. Set from the southeast. It's coming from the northeast, so it's really warmed up as well. And today, the action has come to you fast and furious here at Woodville, the home of motocross in New Zealand. The first ever motocross was in this place. Had the privilege of having our two first up winners of this event 60 years ago, Ken Cleghorn, whose family owned this farm, and the great Tim Gibbs as well. And these two gentlemen highlighting just what the sport was like. We called it scrambles. We went overseas. We raced a sport called motocross that they had overseas. Thought, let's have a motocross. The scrambles were more, I suppose you'd say, more subtle. They were rolling country, and TTs were flatter country. So when motocross came, they wanted it rough country, and they found this place to make a motocross track, and incorporated with the swamps and the drops and everything. They made motocross, and the great comment made before how one of the riders, in fact, completely lost their seat, and they had to stand up and do the entire race. Had no seat to sit down on. So some great stories of 60 years. So the word motocross came to New Zealand for the first time 60 years ago on this exact property. The track layout has been contoured and refined over the years, and now we have world-class moto right here on our New Zealand doorstep. Woodville, the little town in the Tararua, comes alive each year at the end of January to salute our sport. And remember, 60 years on, 44, look at this, here he goes. Mighty Maximus out there again. Brady Connolly got the whole shot. He got the slam of C4. Up there with Hayden Smith, James Scott, Josiah Natsky, as Josiah getting set to come into the bracing again. Oh, looking out for the three. Here we go. Oh, James, the near off, lucky to control that. Oh, how did he do that? Oh, thought he was gone for all money. What about that? The flying W. He was kicked off the back of the seat. Lucky to have held on. He went left, he went right. The bike stayed true and through, which was very lucky. He was able to quickly regain composure. Super hard to do like that, because what happens when your body goes backwards, you naturally extend your arms, and that winds your throttle on. And you've actually got to pull forward. So you're pulling the throttle on and trying to pull up at the same time. Super hard to try and control, and he's done that as a master's hand, but just proving how rough and treacherous is out there. Take a look at just the arm pounding going on. It's called arm pump. because the front of the bike is just working on that rough ground so hard. And these bikes doing probably around here today an average of about 65 kilometres an hour with all the tight turns and with the straight as well. We're talking about an average. That's hairpins, that's the jumps, that's when they're going through the air at the same time, which of course they have zero traction at that time when they're going. So 65 k's is a wicked speed for these guys. Generally been known as a faster motocross. Maybe it's a little slower, but anyway, we'll call it something like that for the record. Checking the 88, there he is just in front, look at that, yes, that's the man. He got the whole shot start, he got the slab of C4 energy drink as we check out the 116 now of Hayden Smith, the tie-happy man on the radar on this brand new gas brand of motorcycles. You've heard of Honda, you've heard of Suzuki, you've heard of Yamaha, some of the other European brands like Husqvarna or KTM. Now it's gas. Brand new bike we saw yesterday, Lachlan Bourne from Auckland took a win with his little 85cc bike. Today here's the 125 and 250 debut in New Zealand. The gas brand hit the world with AMA Supercross already and will be at the FIM MXGP this year as well. And now we've got it right here in New Zealand with some star riders like this man, Hayden Smith, double classing today. I tell you what, when you see Hayden's physique, you realise just what a super sports star he is. Oh, on the inside, beautiful to watch. Nice as he holds on to it. Bliston takes another placing, looking good there. He might have moved up one, we'll get an opportunity to see. But Maximus Purvis, out of this world, not out of control, far from out of control. He's in control, but he's way faster than the others in the competition. Already opened up a buffer on the pack. Remembering the sprint race, this one's only 12 minutes plus the lap. So here's the 116. Now for Hayden, doing the quick work out there. Look at that, Hayden on the corner. This track getting rougher and rougher. Look at that. Yes, he's pulled the advantage. He's up in that second place. Brody Connolly in behind him. Went past Brody actually to make it look reasonably easy. But, well, other two riders, they both have got the same advantage or disadvantage. Call it what you like. They've got the advantage of doing more racing, getting more experience on the track. The disadvantage is they're doing two classes. They are physically so demanding, already super tough as far as riding one class concerned. They're double classing, riding both a 125cc two-stroke and their 250cc four-strokes. So amazing to see their riding excellence out here today. All right, 44 with Maximus. He's the man in front there. He's just single classing. Doesn't want to put the number one plate on his bike. He's entitled to be number one, but he says to the Altherm JCR team, hey, I want to keep my number 44. They're happy with that because he's keeping the bike out in front, and not just once or twice, but potentially 3 times. He's already won the first 2 and looking good for this third and final finale as we go to the fight zone here for the end of the day. 2 longer races. These guys did 20 minutes plus a lap in the superheat of Woodville today on this Sunday afternoon as we kick off a beautiful 2021 in motocross racing for this year. Leg number 2 of the New Zealand Championship coming up in 3 weeks' time at Rotorua in the central North Island, followed by 1 month later, Saturday the 20th of March at Harrisville near Pukekohe for the penultimate round, and the final 1 week later, Sunday the 28th of March at the famous Digger-McEwen Motocross Park in Taupo. Lock those dates in and secure yourself a seat in the house for some great motocross that we'll be watching over the next 2 months in between there. We've got the Burt Munro Challenge, we've got the New Zealand Junior Motocross, we've got 2 rounds of the New Zealand road racing called NZSBK. We've got rounds of cross country as well with MNZ's Cross Country Championships kicking off in Martin and the Rangitikei on the 28th of February. So many events going on. It's a hot and wild super summer of racing with cross-country motocross and NZSBK road racing. Back to the moto, the Honda International Grand Prix where it all started 60 years ago. The first time the name motocross used in New Zealand, right on this same farm. For example, this part of the track was an absolute wilderness back there. It's been reclaimed completely between the farmer and the club to use it. They put up the grazing and they put up the electric fence to keep the stock off the waterways, and they've reclaimed it. But I tell you what, it is rough out on that island, and because it's closer to the river, it's actually much siltier ground, so it's the softer ground than you'll see. See the roost coming off the back wheels and some of the places? That's because the ground is softer. When there you go up to the high parts, that's some of the clay that we've got. And then you go around the bowl, for example, around here by the start, that's the loamy soil. So 3 different soil types mixed into this dirt to make motocross the sport it is. Is it right? Is it wrong? Is it fine? Is it wet? Is it hot? Is it dry? Is it dusty? All the elements that make it. I'll tell you what, today it's been hot. There's a little bit of dust out there, but take that part of the track with the bowl, of course, that's watered out there. It's naturally a damper soil, so there hasn't been the dust coming from that part of the circuit. There's a little bit of dust comes up on those parts because they're the up ramps and the down ramps where you don't want it too slippery for the riders, so leave them with plenty of traction on the hard clay. there to watch as well for our number 2, the 2NZ, that is Josiah Natsky, the man who led the championships for a significant amount of last year before faltering in one moto, and still was able to come back, but didn't quite get the result that he wanted in the end. Finished a very close second. In the end of it, believe it or not, after 12 races, the winner, Maximus Purvis, had only won 2 of the 12 races. The honours were shared. We had 6 different riders win motos last year. 6 out of 12 were all different riders. People like Australian Caleb Ward, like this man, like James Scott, also as we head at Josiah, of course, himself. So at least 6 different riders that won motos, 4 of them of which are here and competing today. So great to see. And let's hope there's a big stick up. But I tell you what, as far as Maximus Purvis, at the end of the day, he's probably won more races than he won in the whole of last season. Just making a shout out for Donovan Ward. Donovan, you've made the podium for the MX2 under-19s. If you're available, can you come to the finish line here, please? Thank you. Donovan Ward, a call for you, Donovan. There's a trophy for you for the podium afterwards. Thank you, Donovan, for the under-19s. Donovan Ward up there at the under-19 racing for those 2 legs. He had an awesome day today. The computer accidentally picked it up as Carter Haynes, but there was 2 number 81s out in the field. And but we have got the right man, Donovan Ward. And the other one is Luke Vanderlei, and hopefully Luke's out there at the moment. And we will get him at the end of this race. Not quite the feature of what he was before. And there he is, 7th place, well done. What an outstanding rider. In fact, I had a beautiful statement made tonight. That's the guy that doesn't spend the money on the graphics and the plastic. He spends the money on getting his bike right and his racing right. So that's what you like. There's a man that doesn't have the flashiest of motorcycles. Doesn't matter. When you're still going to run 7NZ, you'd give that all away, wouldn't you, to be 7NZ and find yourself with the bike that doesn't look flash, but the riding performance that's even flashier. So love his attitude to racing. Takes all types of many people. More importantly, it takes stamina, endurance and courage, and man does it take GUTS, because you've got to give it all. This is where they're digging deeper. It is so rough out there at Woodville. Have we seen one as rough? Because we've had all the mix of weathers. We had a super wet build up a week here, a week ago. Then it started to dry out. We've got the rippers in. We've mixed it up with the hard and the soft. And here we are now with the baking sun to have just sort of taken the edge off what was a nice, moist, beautiful track conditions earlier today. But no substitute for the sun coming out to bake the clay in the oven. And that's where you can see the mist of the dust drifting across the volcanic soils of the Central Plateau. Much easier to control than the dust. And also the clay, literally the red clay of Harrisville. You can hear the knobblies howling at Harrisville. It is a spectacular event. If there are anybody around that Auckland region, lock yourself in for Saturday the 20th of March in the Evatt Pukekohe Auckland Motocross Champs, incorporating Senior Motocross Nationals round on the Saturday and Junior Racing on the Sunday. You will love it. Evatt Pukekohe, proud to be behind our sport of motocross, and a rocking good crew to enjoy that finale. Harrisville, a track like no other. Spectator vantage points are beautiful. You can just sit there and look down on the natural amphitheatre of all the great obstacles. You'll love it. We'll see you there. Harrisville, Saturday the 20th. All right, all on here at the moment. 41 seconds to go before we're down to the 2-lap count for the end of the race. So these are the sprint races. We had big, long endurance races at the beginning of the day. Now for the guys, they'll be much happier and relieved. But as you can still see by the podiums we've done, the sweat's been pouring. 2 major upsets today. First of all, Wyatt Chase MX1, didn't see that one coming. You had 3 other favourites that you put in place before that man. Then we go to the women's class, and probably the 3rd favourite is the one that's come through there. So upsets galore happening on the opening round of NZ Motocross. We're alive and well in New Zealand with a championship to unfold, and it really makes the excitement of Rotorua, Pukekohe and Taupo even more spectacular. This is the Honda International Motocross Grand Prix at Rocks. Unfortunately, the word international is a little bit overrated, as we've only had one Australian who happens to be here in New Zealand anyway. Certainly not the flavour of the riders we've had in the past. They've been here from Switzerland, from Germany, from Sweden, from England, from America. Frankie Bundridge from America, never to be forgotten. From the USA, the AMA Supercross champion Gary Semix was one that was here back in the 80s as well. So many other cool guys that have made it. Of course, and now Kiwis that have been on the international stage, and particularly Shane and Daryl King, to name them. And for me, one of the riders I put in my top 5 of all time's most spectacular riders, the great Craig Coleman, now in Tauranga, the original New Zealand schoolboy motor motocross champion, one of our first riders to get a victory. Got a third place in a Grand Prix overseas. So some amazing riders that have blessed the name of motocross as part of the accolades of our sport. So great to have him. But I tell you what, Maximus Purvis smoking him up here in this Placemakers Grand Prix. Placemakers know how can do. Proud to be behind great Super Rugby in New Zealand, Super Rugby Aotearoa, and of course great to be behind our motor as well. Local businesses, local people with local knowledge, but more importantly quality products. New Zealand and international products. They're not your giveaway cheap hardware store, they're your quality products. So remembering, you're doing hardware, you want the knowledge, you want the information, you want the products. That for me is number one. You know you're going to get the right products. You know, as basic as nails in your house. Do you want the ones that break or bend? No, you want a real nail. Hey, I don't know the difference, but I know where to go to find out the people that do make a difference. That's why it's called Know How Can Do. That's Placemakers. Proud to be Palmy on the corner of Railway Road and Francis Way. There's no other way. It's the Placemakers way. Keen to look out for that battle going on at the moment. We're down to those 2 laps to go. We should have the white flag coming out shortly. Looking out for 3 possible change up there. Making that call again for Donovan Ward. Donovan, could you come over to the podium? Thank you, Donovan. Donovan Ward. Thank you. Right, Maximus, Hayden. Yeah, Hayden's got up. James moving up. Hayden's there for the second. We did have Brody. It's now James. James come up on Brody. So it's 3 by 88. There's a change that has gone on. So 3 doing the work. James Scott. I reckon James is going to come away with a good day at the office. 88 might have owned it. 44, my apologies. He got 88 in there as well. But 44's owned it with a 111. But next up should be James Scott. And these boys will know they've got some work to do for the next week. How does Maximus do it? You wait for the podium, folks. Nonchalant, cool as, almost like, oh yeah, you know, sort of, you know, they'll she'll be right kind of attitude. Bit of a trev, you know, as far as the Fred Dagg family is concerned. It's just, you know, relaxed, and it's incredible what he can do. This man is a moto excellence, and certainly one of our future riders. Look for him to be a New Zealand representative at events like the Motocross of Nations or World GPs in the years to come. He's a super fast guy and a super neat kid, so looking forward to having him. White flag is out, we're on the one to run. Here we go. 44, Maximus Purvis in the dust at Woodville. 3 for James Scott, ahead of 116 now. And Hayden Smith on the brand new gas. This is the quality that is MX2 racing. Placemakers know how can do. 44 to mix it up in there over the top. We take them 44. Looking out now as we come through. Sky Sport Next coverage available to follow through the entire series. So if you think, wow, this is cool to be part of, maybe you're a spectator here at Woody today, you want to come back. Remember, of course, New Zealand Natural Clothing. Talk about Woody 60. Woody 60. Remember, and go on to the New Zealand Natural Clothing and take an opportunity to get in behind them, and it will, more importantly, make some savings yourself. Quote the promo code Woody 60. So when you go on New Zealand Natural Clothing, remembering Woody 60. Checkered flag. Here it is. It's waved as well. There it is. The 44. 3 in a row. Oh wow! What a points lead at the end of the moto. That is sensational. 44 to do it. Maximus Purvis brings some fire into racing. Number 3 of James Scott will get the second. The 116 of Hayden Smith will be third. When these, look at the handshakes. How nice from these dudes. God, see, enemies on the track, friends straight off the track. There he is, the unforeseen.co.nz man, looking out for the 116 here of Hayden. We'll be stopping all these guys. And now, remembering again, we've got 2 podiums. We've got a podium for round 1 of the New Zealand Championship. We've got a podium for the Grand Prix. So potentially here, we've got 2 different. Last time in the MX1 we had changes, places 1 and 2 change around. So there is a point of difference. So doing those 2 podiums, the first one for our New Zealand Championship and the second one for today's Grand Prix. All right, National Championship to do first of all from those first 2 legs. Third place, Josiah Natsky. Second, James Scott. And first, Maximus Purvis. Well, here we go, Josiah. How's Woodville?
I don't like it. I don't like this track at all. I struggled all day, but these guys were on it today, so congrats to those guys. But yeah, I got a bit to work on this next 3 weeks.
All right, don't like it is in effect tough. What do you put it down to? Doesn't flow? How do you feel about it?
Just me. Just me.
Just me. All right, mate. Good. No worries, no worries. Well done, James, mate. Got stronger as the day went on. How you feeling?
Yeah, feeling good now. Still feel like I have a bit of energy left, so yeah, it's good. Fitness is good and bike's amazing, so looking forward to the next round.
Oh, that's fantastic. We've still got some fitness left for it, indeed. So well done here today for Maximus. Great effort, mate.
Yeah, no, definitely been putting the work in. Track was pretty mean all day, I reckon, but reminds me a bit of Aussie, but no, it was all good.
It's all good. See what I talked about, being relaxed. And in fact, it looks like it's been the same order for the boys. It was the same order for the GP as well. So there they are. It's a double win for them. The NZ Championship and today's Grand Prix. Look at that. Yes, Maximus Purvis, number 1 NZ for GP, second for James Scott, and third for our man there, Josiah Natsky. Great podium, boys, and out of the blocks we go. Thank you all very much. That was wicked. What a cool podium. We did it. Bang, bang, just like that. All right, 2 races to go. Vets and the senior support, and then our 125 GP, last race of the day. Stay with us, folks. Time now, just 5 o'clock. We'll be over by 5:30. All right, keen just to do our under 19, sorry here. And thank you. Third place, Luke Vanderlei. Second, Donovan Ward. And first, Brodie Connolly. Right, here we go, boys. Still do a Photoshop for that one. Here we go, quick one to catch up. Broads, mate, good day?
Yeah, pretty good day. Pretty knackered now doing double classing, but nah, not feeling too bad actually. Track's real hard work, which makes it even harder, but nah, feeling not too bad actually.
Cool. Good to see Donovan. Well done. How do you get here? Well, great result.
Oh, no, it's pretty good, eh? Yeah, pretty happy, but yeah.
Well done, thoroughly deserve it. So there he is, gets his podium presentation. Remembering we've got the under 19 class within the MX2 class, so under 19. So that's why it's quite different. None of those top 3 were on the podium. They were all older kids. So that was Luke Vanderlei, Donovan Ward, and Brodie Connolly. Well done, guys. Opportunity to catch up with Brad, president of the club today, and Brad will be picking up the microphone for us late in the day. That'll be absolutely awesome. Brad, mate, you've got to be proud of the club effort. How sensational today.
Oh yeah, it's a mammoth effort to pull this off, and yeah, full credit to the track. The track's really good. Awesome lines everywhere, and the racing's been top notch. So pretty good crowding, and full credit to the club and the track team. It's been really good.
All right, so Brad will be back for our 125 moto. He'll cover the day. He co-commentates with us for the up-and-coming round of the NZSBK road racing and our motocross nationals as well. So be a privilege to have him back on the mic as the turbo tonsils lose their turbo boost and fade away, as we've done for a couple of days. But great to have him back, hopefully, for the finale. All right, here we are with the vets out there. Remembering today it's been a battle out in front between Johnny and Cam. So looking out to see whether that can be repeated for these guys. Tough day at the office, you only got to say it. Morris Pullman, Mark Mason, Bill McDonald, Ryan Woodiata, Blair Robinson out there, and all Ryan's got to do is beat Blair. That's all he's got to do, and he keeps very conscious of doing that. So it's Johnny B out in front from Cam Negus, here to Paul Wibley, James Robinson, Mitch Rowe. They're your top 5. You nearly could have named that. So good work out there. Cam Negus, the standout for the day. All right, so Johnny has gone down, so not leading. Johnny B down, had the crash and not leading at the moment, so he's back in the field a little bit, so we'll get the update. Didn't catch all of that. But what we will see is the fact that the results will show that he's in front, and that's what he was at the end of that lap, which is why it does that. So the next lap update will be a little different. Here's the two Yamahas. We're going to watch this with excellence. Why? Because it's Cam Negus up against Paul Whibley, two of our veterans of the sport. There's Cam. There's then the update from the man called the X-Man. Got the nickname after being a forestry worker and being a great sort of a high strength, in fact, as he used to call it, the X. Oh, and he just clips it and nearly had the off, kept it under control. Poor Whibley. Oh man, that was so close, hanging on the edge. The bike and the way he did that was certainly going to be something to nurture. And here it's like as if there is nothing gone wrong, because these guys hang it on the edge and then they just get back on the throttle. They just wind it on again, say, hey, we're going to do it all over again. So great to see out there. So, well, there's the update, and certainly for Johnny, where's he gone to? Down, and to seeing where, in fact, still dropping away in those results. That'll be a serious impact for the glory. Cam Negus already looking to be the number one, probably now with Paul Whibley taking the number two. Just where does Johnny come back to? That's our point of difference. Bad luck for John, not even in 16th place yet. So with Johnny down, crucial setback to his GP glory. I made the statement before we'll have him up on the podium for an interview afterwards and ask him how long since he last raced here at Woodville, but unfortunately looks like he may not make it to the podium. Remembering it's all about consistency, and it counts with every race, so it's not just about having a one race wonder, it's about doing it again and again and again for 3 times here today. And as always, the last race, the toughest race, might be of a shorter race duration, but the track's rougher, the heat of the day's hotter, and we are burning it up, burning up the calories, burning up the energy, and burning up the fuel as we get excited about the final fling here for Woodville 2021. Be back in 2022 for edition number 61. The first time motocross came to New Zealand was this same venue. The track's been radicalised over the years, but they're still the same place. Features like the Gibbs drop, like the Daytona berm, very unique in New Zealand motocross. And now we've got, for example, the Alpine Star Gibbs Sky Jump is one of the features on it. The step-up jump always proved to be a feature. Interesting to hear some spectators as they came down to watch the river race, and they looked back at the step-up jump. One said to the other, that's much steeper than you realise, because those guys eye shot into the air and really do leap. And then when they land, the power goes on. They probably are going close to 5 or 6 metres height in the air. Unlike the big step-up jump that we see over on the other side called the Sky Leap Jump, that's where they actually cover 30 metres off the ground from start to finish. But it's not so much the height. They're probably at any one point not much more than 1.5 metres off the ground. It's just that they're going so fast, and as the ground is falling away from them, they just leap out further. So it doesn't matter where you land, you just get the run to the bottom of the hill. So a great feature of our circuit. The Alpine Stars, A-Stars, Gibbs a Sky Shot is what it's called. Just another magic feature here at Woodville. Grand Prix for our veterans. Cam Negus, the Rotorua forestry worker, leading him here at the moment. Former international motocross rider, went overseas and rode in the late 80s into the 90s. So has some fine credits to his name. Missed out on a lot of glory back in New Zealand, but the guy was good enough. Just didn't quite get the breaks, and had the setbacks for both bike and financial while he was away there. Making no excuses for it, but more importantly, you can see now why he was such a recognised rider, because once a champion, always a champion. And this guy just comes back, pops up at the odd event. We may not even think, I don't even think he rode the round at Rotorua last year. He literally lives a stone's throw away from the track, but he had other commitments. Hopefully he'll be riding that this year. I'd love him to be doing the MX3 class, which is another series in our championship. Wasn't here with us at round number 1, but will be with us over rounds 2, 3 and 4. So MX3 racing coming at you from Rotorua in 3 weeks time. 220, there he is, Cam Negus looking back to the X-Men. Here he comes, the great Paul Whibley on the Yamaha 250X. Remembering, of course, he's been riding both cross-country and moto here today, so a busy man, and riding it on his cross-country specialist bike, and not on a bike set up for motocross as well. And that's the feature of Paul, of course, is because he's used to it. He's used to going in and out the trees. This guy wins GNCCs, does New Zealand Enduro, New Zealand cross-country, blitzed him, of course, at the opening round last year. Unfortunately, New Zealand cross-country was COVID played, as we got the first round in, but none of the other rounds. They didn't regard the championship as being enough just with one round, so effectively it was abandoned. So no championship racing. Many other classes, for example, motocross had finished up until the weekend of the COVID lockdown. Road racing still had 3 of its 5 rounds, so it was declared as a championship series, but unfortunately the cross country started with 1. There was no opportunity to go back with farmland. You can't really be racing around springtime or certainly into the summer, so that event was actually canned for the year. So they'll be looking forward to getting a whole series. Starts again at mighty Cam Smith's property in Martin on the 28th of February this year. Bring it on for New Zealand cross country. Look for this man Paul Woodville to be a front runner, just as he was last year. Oh, we're on for veterans motocross. These guys, well, they're all eligible for the class, and certainly you could regard some of them as super vets because some of these guys are over 45. But hey, Cam Negus, Paul Woodley, Mitch Rowe, all of them over 40. James Robinson in there, the local Manawatu man. Good work from him. Johnny B, unfortunately, out of the race. So he's back there. Ryan Winiata again. Oh, Blair Robinson's in front of Ryan Winiata. Take a note of that. That'll keep Ryan quiet at the next meeting. Oh, yeah, he's always talking about the fact. I think it's been a 2 out of 3 day. I think Ryan's had the upper hand. All that Ryan cares about, it doesn't matter who's first or who's second, he ain't got a clue in the race. He's just got to beat that man with 2 man. Blair Robinson, the banter will go on forever. They've got different bikes, so they rival each other's brand. They talk all about it and just sort of give plenty of excuses. It's what our sport's all about. It's pretty cool, almost comedian-like entertainment from guys like that. But after all, take the fun away while we're racing anyway. White flag waving in the breeze for our penultimate moto today with our vets class. Time now just coming up to 10 past 5, as we said, finished around 5:30 this afternoon. And thank you very much for all staying with us, as many as you have. Some have already packed up and gone. I'll tell you what, with the 125 class coming up, worthwhile having the wait. That's so cool. Well, the thing for the veterans, of course, is they've got choice of weapon as well. They can be on a 125, on a 250, 350, 450. Choice is theirs. It's just a vets class. Do they like it on their 450? Is this the kind of track that pulls your arms out of your sockets? Is it the lighter bike that you want? Easier to ride, smoother? Not quite as fast, but speed's not everything. So choice of bike. So there's not a difference between the fact that you've got a 125 or a 450. It's all based on your age. 35 years of age and over for our veterans lineup. And by coincidence, all of these hot shots now at effectively over 40. So great to see. Will Mitch Rowe make the podium? I think he might now. He just might. In fact, the order of these guys might be for the podium overall, as unfortunately JB, Johnny Burkhardt, has not got a finish in this final moto. So although he was eligible and will still have over 40 points, I don't think it'll be enough for the glory overall. So bad luck to Johnny. Need to have him back at Woodville. What memories has he got of this place? Winning here. All right, white flag out, white flag out. We've got 1 to run. It's 1 to go. We're on that final lap at the moment. Looking out for our pace setters. The 220 of Cam Negus. Fellow Yamaha on the blue as well. There it is. Well done to the 99 of Paul Woodley. So there they are, the two of them together. So yes, indeed. Class 1 GP 125 sitting on the start line. Let's do our podium vets up here as quickly as possible. Mitch Rowe, third place. Second, Paul Whibley. And first, Cam Negus. Well, there you go. How did that happen, Mitch?
Yeah, sometimes you got to finish to be on the podium. I knew these young guys, well, Cam's only about 46, but I knew these young guys would have me today, so I just paced myself. So, no, it's good to be here for my 35th Woodville, more than any other rider. So, just a special place, awesome to be here.
Thank you very much. Well done, Paul. Good to be back at Woodville.
Yeah, I was just thinking earlier, I think it's probably been about 10 years since I've actually raced the motocross track, usually in the river. But it was awesome fun out here with these guys, and I'm stoked that Mitch is calling me one of the young guys, so I'll take that all day. Yeah.
Yeah, well done. Welcome, Cam. Welcome back to this place. How's it feel?
Yeah, been a couple of years since I've been here, but awesome. Track was spectacular here.
You witnessed Johnny's crash?
Yeah, poor old Johnny, I felt for him. He just got cross-rutted over there, and it's like concrete, so he went down pretty hard. Just want to say thanks to my wife and girls today. Did an awesome job on the bike, and to Scotty from Moto SR. Thank you.
Well done, there we go. 125 GP. Thank you guys. Great to see you. We're away. Final race today. Great effort here for the vets. Thank you guys. Final race. Yeah, there's still a few spectators left as well. Thank you. Great for staying. Look out for these. The 125, our super kids. Most of these kids still teenagers as we look out. 125's what a buzz of a bike. Where's, hopefully we're going to have Brad for this one. No, maybe he's still got some packing up to do. Well, here we go. Mitch at 56, Cam at 46, and Paul at 42. So they're all over 40. Good on you guys. They said we want to introduce the young guns, but hey, the young guns can't hack it, can they? Hey, the young guns finding it super tough. But that's a wrap from our vets. Back to our final race today. Sky Sport next, live, loud and proud with our superb sponsors like Aon Insurance, Pirelli, going to Kawasaki, Mac Media, along with also in there we have Fox Apparel, part of our national championships. But here at the moment for the final round of the Honda International Motocross event presented by the Manawatu Orion Motorcycle Club, have done for 60 years, longest running motocross, first ever motocross in New Zealand, and it's been here on this same property. The track unfolds. I go right down there to the bottom end. Look at that, sort of almost a sandy kind of terrain where you come up to the loam and the clay. Those are three different types of terra firma that we've been talking about that make it all that much more challenging. Look at some of those ruts and holes developing around there, braking bumps, acceleration bumps. That's what the knobbly tyres do. You can see the corrugations of a country road. That makes it look like State Highway 1 in comparison for these guys as they wind on the excitement. Oh, nice to have Brad with us. Brad, hopefully you've done a rep of the day, mate. Bring us home for the 125, eh?
Yeah, how good's this? Absolutely brilliant. So checking out this one here, MX125. So Grand Prix off the grabs here. Still plenty to play for. Brody Connolly and Jack Simon. Great start there from those two guys. Medic Dixon, a good start as well. Kobe Berg running up in the top four. And Hayden Smith with work to do if he wants to get that podium glory overall. So here we go with this one here. Keep an eye on this one here, the 116 of Hayden Smith. If he wins this, he'll take the overall, I believe. So he's got plenty of work to do. Back in 5th place, it's our defending MX125 champion. He's out in front at the moment. And looking very, very classy. So this one here, love the MX125. It really is the future of senior motocross. These guys are mostly junior motocross riders that do both days. So you'll see guys like Jack Simon. He was our champion of our 15 to 16 years 125 class yesterday. He's backed it up today. We've got guys like Ryan King as well, Matic Dixon, and just to name a few of the young superstars that come out and show their wares in MX125. We've got Brody Connolly. He is a senior motocross champion, and he's only just come out of junior motocross, so it's phenomenal to see how well these guys are doing. And this track here looking brutal at the moment. So plenty of lines to still choose from. The track's formed up really, really nicely, and it's been a treat to watch the battles all day as we see this one unfold. The Honda 60th New Zealand Grand Prix here at Woodville has not disappointed the fans. We've got this one here, a sprint race to decide our Grand Prix titles for MX125, and it's great to see the future of our sport. We've got battles all over the track, but this one here is in the firm hands of Brodie Connolly. He's stretching out that advantage more and more every time. We've got Maddock Dixon now flying, so Maddock has managed to get himself really handy to the pace. Check out that one there from Maddock Dixon. We've got Jack Simon still tidy as well. Hayden Smith's got himself into third place as well. Look out for Hayden Smith. He was the fastest man on the track that time around. Check it out for Hayden Smith on the gas 125, and now up into third place. We've got Jack Simon. He's gone down to fourth, and Kobe Burke running out our top five. We've got Reese McBride in there, and Ryan King. Good little battle from them as well. As we see Conrad Feld, Nick Darcy and Logan Denise, that'll be rounding out our top 10. We've still got a massive 6 minutes to go. But all on here, MX125, the track's looking very, very tricky. There's some very slick lines out there, and the track, a true raw Grand Prix spec as we went racing this morning, and has developed really, really nicely. One of the best we've seen, some of the best battles and passing we've seen over many years, and a real credit to the team putting on an absolute show. So Brodie Connolly leads this one ahead of Maddock Dixon and Hayden Smith. Interesting to see where Hayden Smith can get quicker. He's right on the back of Maddock, so Maddock is getting in a bit of trouble here. He's going to have some pressure piled on in a minute. So look at this one, the 318 on the Altherm JCR Yamaha, sitting in second place. We've got the 116 on the all-new Gas 125. We had a Gas Woodville champion for the first time in the 60-year history yesterday on the junior day. So great to have Gas, one of our new manufacturers with a big resurgence in world motocross, and their factory man Hayden Smith flying at the moment, so piling on a bit of pressure, but I don't think second's going to be enough. He's going to have to try and eat into Brodie Connolly's lead, but Brodie with the 149.371 that last lap around, he was absolutely flying, so he ticks off another lap and he goes slightly quicker again, a 150. Maddock Dixon matches him for pace as well. Hayden Smith now turning on a bit of the heat as well, so those three just logged their fastest laps of the race. The race is getting quicker by these guys, and there's about halfway through it. Still 5 laps, 5 minutes plus a lap to go. As we see around the bowl, Hayden Smith coming up side by side, going to put a move on Maddock Dixon. I don't know if he's there side by side as they head down the Honda Hill. There's plenty of lines to choose from here. Which one's going to be quicker? I think it's going to be Hayden Smith with that outside corner speed. He's going to hang on to that one, but Maddock's not going to let him have it. It's going to be all on for these guys. It's great to have a Woodville Grand Prix track with all these different lines and passing opportunities. But Hayden Smith now up into second place. Keep an eye on the gap. It was 6.1 seconds last time around. He's running out of time if he wants to catch his good mate Brodie Connolly. Overall glory looks to be firmly in Brodie's grasp at the moment. So that's the update there. We'll keep an eye on this brilliant top 10. We've got 27 entries in our MX125, some of the biggest numbers we've seen for a number of years. And this one here really all on at the moment. So 4 minutes plus a lap to go as we keep an eye on this one here. Brodie Connolly still leads ahead of Hayden Smith. We go back to Maddock Dixon. Great riding from Maddock. He's been really, really fast this weekend. Double duties for him. He was riding here in the 15 to 16 125 class yesterday. Turns around and backs it up on the senior day, and he has been flying. We've got Jack Simon. Shout out to Jack Simon. What a brilliant ride yesterday. He's come from very far away, and to see him win the JNP, the Jesse Nelson Phillips Memorial Trophy for the fastest 125 and 250 on the junior day. A credit to him, and rode really well, super smooth, super consistent. It was fantastic to watch, and full credit to him. So that's fourth place in the race to him, and he's been fast all day. Kobe Burke, he is now up into fifth place, so good one for Kobe on the CML KTM. Then we go back to Reese McBride, Ryan King, Nick Darcy. We go Conrad Fell and Logan Denise. That will wrap up our top 10 as we well and truly getting down to the business end of this one here. A new fastest lap for Hayden Smith, so 149.177. He was about 2 seconds quicker than Brodie that lap around, so he is coming. But there's only going to be roughly about 3 laps to go on this one here, so check this one out. We've got Brodie Connolly, Hayden Smith, Maddock Dixon, still your top 3, but that gap down to 5.7 seconds, so look out for this one here. Hayden Smith is coming for him, but yes, he is running out of time. And our final race of the day, final race of the weekend, final race of the 60th Blue Wing Honda New Zealand Motocross Grand Prix. It's been one of the best tracks we've seen in so long. It's been phenomenal racing. The guys have lifted the bar, and we've been treated to a world-class weekend of racing. And here it is coming down to the crunch. Brodie Connolly, absolutely in charge. LMC Husqvarna man. He is the defending MX125 New Zealand Senior Motocross Champion. And has come here, hasn't had it all his own way in this class. He had to finish second place to Hayden Smith earlier on, but this one here is certainly making amends for it here. Brodie Connolly absolutely flying. He's out to what we call the island at the moment, coming back around into the centre of the track in the bright yellow machine of Brodie Connolly, the number one on the bike. He is double classing as well today. He was very fast on the LMC Husqvarna 254 stroke in the MX2 class, and looking really sharp at the moment over the step up for the second last time. There's 1 minute 39 left on the clock, and these guys are lapping in the 150, so I would say that the white flag due to come out next time around. It can't be far away. Hayden Smith, a 152.5, so couldn't find that pace. He had a lap ago, and looking like now only a disaster. Only mistake from Brodie Connolly would be able to cost him from here. We'll update you here on the running. Brodie Connolly now with a 7.8 second lead over Hayden Smith, the 116 machine on the gas. And then we go back to Maddock Dixon, who's just lost touch with Hayden as well. So comfortable third for Maddock Dixon, and a great day at the office for him on his firm JCR Yamaha. We go back, Jack Simon, awesome from Jack on the target KTM. We go back to Reese McBride, good fifth place. He's ahead now of Kobe Burke, so fantastic from Reese McBride to get up in top 5 MX125 action. Kobe Burke, 6th place. We've got Ryan King there on the Crown Kiwi Enterprises KTM 125. He's in 7th place with Nick Darcy, Conrad Fell, and Logan Denise. That's still the top 10. We've got plenty of action coming up here. We've got almost time expiring, so white flag will be due to come out at any stage. And Brodie Connolly, he is down the aisle at the moment, so not long to go for him. And he got the number one on his bike. He won this class last year. I think he's a two-time defending MX125 GP champion. This will be the awesome three-peat. I'm not sure if anyone's won 3 GP titles in a row in senior motocross. This is going to be certainly something special if he can pull this off. He's got one more lap to go. The white flag is out. And the final race of the day, our Grand Prix 125, Brodie Connolly, well in command. He was a 152.24 that time around, so quicker again than Hayden Smith. So that gap stays on about that 7.8, 7.9 second margin. And looking like Hayden is just going to have to settle for second place. He had an amazing moto number 2. There was some great battles between these two, and hung on to take that one, but Brodie Connolly in command now at the moment. Maddock Dixon, Jack Simon, Reese McBride still your top 5. That's going off at the moment. Then we go to Kobe Burke. So Kobe certainly been quick all weekend. He'll be desperate to try and get himself back in that top 5 and get some overall credit for the Grand Prix. We had 2 races for the New Zealand Senior Motocross Championships. That was race 1 and 2. This race 3 is to determine our New Zealand Grand Prix champion. And here it is with Brodie Connolly well in command on his final lap, the parade lap if you like. He's been absolutely phenomenal, double classing as well, so he will be absolutely shattered. He has been very, very fast, very good to look at the MX2 as well, so he'll take a lot of positives away from this weekend. We go to round 2 of the Senior Motocross Nationals in 2 weeks' time at Rotorua Motocross Park. That will be something special for sure. And we also go to Tauranga Tech Park in a week's time for the New Zealand Junior Motocross Championships, where a lot of these guys will be racing there as well. We've got Maddock Dixon. He'll be one of the hotshot favourites to win one of the Junior 125 classes. So look out for that one there in a week's time. As Brodie Connolly is not far away now, coming around the final corner, and checkered flags waving. We've got awesome stuff. Brodie Connolly, he's going to win 3rd and final race. And a wonderful job, Brodie Connolly. Simply sensational. 1:16.8, but they'll finish in 2nd place. That's a brilliant result for him. He'll be pretty happy with where his pace is at after round number 1. And we go back to Maddock Dixon ahead of Jack Simon. That's 3rd and 4th. And Jack Simon looking like a real contender for a New Zealand Junior Motocross Championship in a week's time. Brilliant stuff. Our McDonald's Manawatu Grand Prix 125, the final race of the Grand Prix. And Brody Connolly, Hayden Smith, Maddock Dixon, your top three. That'll be hard to beat that podium. Jack Simon, Reese McBride, Kobe Burke, Ryan King, and Nick Darcy. That is a top 8 wrap there. So phenomenal stuff. And our 60th Honda New Zealand Motocross Grand Prix here at Woodville. Brody Connolly will get the win, a comfortable win in the end, ahead of Hayden Smith. We've got Maddock Dixon in 3rd place. Then you go back to Jack Simon on the Target MX coaching machine, 55 number. He finishes in 4th place. We go Reese McBride. Good 5th place from Reese. That's good. We go CML KTM's Kobe Burke. He'll finish in 6th place. We go then to Ryan King. Awesome top 7 placing there for Ryan on the Crown Kiwi Enterprises KTM. We go Nick Darcy in 8th place. Conrad Fell and Logan Denise will round out our top 10. We're going to call Ross now to Neil, who's going to do our Grand Prix 125 podiums.
Awesome. First of all, our MNZ podium. 3rd place, Kobe Burke. 2nd, Hayden Smith. And 1st, Brody Connolly. Oh, wicked. Tell us about this gas. Hayden, you were excited on your Facebook post to tell about it. What a wicked bike, eh?
Oh, yeah, it's unreal. Carl's, he did a really good job with both bikes, especially the 250. The 250 is just insane. Handles so well, yeah, and they look great. I'm best looking out there, I think, so yeah, no, loving it.
Well done, hey, neat to see. Broads, you're back again. Sneaked up here before, 125, back to your favourite. How wicked's that little bike you're on?
Yeah, it's good this year. I'm bloody loving it. Yeah, no, it's real good. Carl's just awesome, eh? Knows his stuff, and all the late nights he spends at the workshop pays off when you bloody do good during the day, so it's good.
Well done. So that's the MNZ post. We'll wait for our results at the moment. And have we got our results? Have we got, excuse me, just Grand Prix? To our Grand Prix today, introducing 3rd place, adding to the podium, Maddock Dixon. Well done, Maddock, great day. The 2nd and the 1st stay the same, so double sharing results today. First of all, Maddock, the one that counts the Grand Prix, you get up here, a tough day. Hey, yesterday you cracked the podium 2 days in a row. That's got to be a tough day.
Yeah, no, it was a good day yesterday. I had a bit of a tumble in the bowl yesterday, and which kind of set me back a bit today, but I'll dig deep and pulled through.
Yeah, well done. All right, Hayden, you've got your other trophy and now your sash as well. Number 2 NZ in the GP. Feeling good about your weekend?
Yeah, really good. These young fellas can send it, that's for sure. It feels good to be back up here. I haven't been up here in a while, so yeah.
Hey, well done. Great speech from the former Tybee man. And here we are, Broads, GP and leading the round. Are you going to put a red plate on the bike?
No, probably not. I'll just leave it the same. Yeah. No, I don't want to bloody... Yeah, I'll just keep it the same.
Just keep it the same. Well done. There's your GP, your final race. For the few people out there in the crowd, there's a few of you left as spectators, supporters, marshals, everybody give them a round of applause. Thank you. Here. And a great presentation. Hey, to all of you out there, thank you to the Te Kawa Rugby Club and your flag marshalling. Just some of our volunteers, so many of them. Thank you to MNZ. Thank you to the club. What an effort. Thank you to our sponsors. Hopefully they've had a great day up there in the hospitality. We salute you and thank you immensely. Every one of you, to Honda and the whole lot of you that are part of this. This is
absolutely superb. What a weekend we have had. Yes, indeed, the weather on our side, the track on our side. It's rough, it's tough, it's motocross, and it's been all fired up for a fantastic weekend. An opportunity to come and look at just how rough this track is, folks. It's a way to get the finale. We saw it yesterday for the juniors. So here we go. Look at the rough and the tumble of motocross. Here we are going again. Here's those ruts right in there. Look at them coming all the way up there. So that gives you an idea of the depth of the hole that we're looking at. See, here's one of those ruts you've got to get in. But when you get in, there's two lines to join us, and you've got to stay in here. You've got to keep the power on, because the minute you're not on the gas, you'll wobble and lose your balance and fall off. That's why there's more dirt up here on the left-hand side, because they're going through a right-handed corner. So they're leaning over. The wheel is scuffing the dirt around on that side, yet the knobbly's hooking right up there on the inside. Super rough, super exciting, but it's super motocross, and what a day it has been. Well, there we go. Our 60th Woodville Motocross came to New Zealand for the first time on this exact farm, and once again it has reigned supreme. So many people make this event happen. It is amazing. We convert a farm. We say thank you to our farm team. You're awesome. We come back here every year to our mowing crew, to the weed eating crew, to the painting crew, to the track marking crew, to our bulldozer drivers and digger drivers and tractor drivers and peg knocker inners and flag marshals. So many volunteers. Manawatu Club, you've got something to be very proud of. 110 years young and still going strong. 60 years of Woodville, and may there be many more. Once again, the old cliche, sport's been a winner for a fantastic 2 days of racing. 180 kids on the mini track yesterday. The future is looking rosy. Out here with the juniors as well, and a fine fist for a first ever time, of course, our New Zealand Junior Women's Grand Prix classes of 8 to 11 and 12 to 16. So the girls have got a future as well. And today we've seen the big ones. The MX1, the MX2, the 125, the vets and the women have all come to play in a massive event. The attrition rate has been so high because this track once again has defined motocross. It is the roughest, it is the hardest, but that's motocross. We're going to enjoy following you through these amazing rounds. Still to come this year, of course, Road to Vegas in 4 weeks' time. We're going up to Pukekohe a few weeks after that on the 20th of March, and the final on Sunday, the 28th of March in Taupo. Hope you can join us for more Sky Sport Next excitement. Motocross at its very best right here in New Zealand. We say to you, God bless, thank you, catch you again. Bye for now. My prize giving will be approximately, and I say approximately around 6:30 for prize giving. So we'll be trying to have some of the PA speakers on, but it won't be all of them. We'll be doing a bit of a pack up and some of the gear, but you get the idea. Love to see you for prize giving at the end of the day over at the marquee. Prize giving from round about 6:30, give or take.
It all comes out in the wash.